Good morning. Okay, that semi-convincing. I'm gonna try one more time. I don't know whether it's the coffee in Finland, but I don't know. Good morning. Okay, we're together. Good morning. My name is Aura, and this is my friend Alexandra. Alexandra.
Yeah, nice to meet you all. She's the fun one, I'm the boring one. So we do a good couple here.
Well, welcome to the Unlocking Media Literacy Shaping Tomorrow's Mind Forum here in Helsinki, live in Finland. Good morning to our viewers joining us online. You are most welcome. We're really happy to have you with us today. And I'm going to let Alex maybe share a little bit about why are we here for these 2 days?
I mean, first of all, I'd like to thank you, all of you, to come. I know some of you came from a long way, really long way, and the flights are all delayed. I realize that we are in summer in Europe. It's normal, but Nikos, the DCN president, and I, we will talk a little bit more later about the event itself. But we need to thank the DCN Global team, the U.S. State Department, the CAVI, which is the National Institute of Audiovisual in Finland, with Dr. Leo Pekala, who is here too, one of our hosts. And we have here also Greek representatives from the government that Nikos will introduce later. We have here also Serbian representatives from the government of Serbia, like Maja Zarek. So I'd like to thank you to come, because it's good. This is the key point here are public policies. So it's important to have the governments, and there will be a round table just about it. I think we need to move a step forward around this. Leo, thanks a lot. I was looking for you and I couldn't find you at there. Okay. But first of all, let's introduce our first the opening lecture.
Remarks.
Yeah, the opening remarks. Yeah.
We're going to have opening remarks coming from Matt Bekoff. I hope I said that correctly.
Bykov.
I'm sorry. I needed to put a twang in there. So we got our first speaker, Mike Bykov. He's the cultural coordinator, officer of press and public diplomacy of the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs in the U.S. Department of State. And he came all the way from the United States to be with us today. So please, a warm round of applause for our opening remarks from Matt.
Good morning, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here. I know I have some remarks with me, so don't mind if I look at them, but keeping with this informal nature of the event, I also just want to stand here and have a conversation with you and really welcome you all to Finland, to Helsinki on behalf of the U.S. Department of State. I know I had a few flight delays getting here. I got in midday yesterday. I hope everyone else had safer and easier journeys, but it really is my honor to open this forum. And I want to thank our colleagues who are here from the U.S. Embassy in Helsinki for welcoming us, for hosting us this week. I want to thank World Learning and DCN Global for putting this great event together, bringing people from U.S., Europe, and all over the world into this room. As the cultural coordinator in the Bureau of Eurasian and European Affairs at the State Department, part of my job is to connect people-to-people exchange programs with our U.S. foreign policy goals. So I do less work on media literacy, disinformation, but it is a huge policy platform that we have been working on at the Department of State. And in Europe, we are doing so many big events and programs this year. I don't know how many of you were following the NATO summit last week when we were celebrating 75 years of the alliance. It was a massive event. And part of it, we had a NATO public forum. And at this public forum, they brought together influencers from the US and from Europe to really share what the value of NATO is with everybody. I would say they had like over 30 influencers, and their reach went to millions of people who are not following traditional media. It was so important that they were there. They met our Secretary of State. They met our Undersecretary for Public Affairs. They just really had an incredible experience at this forum. We had them in Washington alongside all of the leaders, all the foreign ministers. It was a huge event. Next week, we are opening the Paris Olympics. That is also a huge opportunity to engage with youth and students across Europe, across the world, in a major sporting event. We're excited to see where that's going to go and just open up this continent to everybody else. Exchanges are such an important part of the transatlantic relationship. We are connecting Europeans, we are connecting Americans on a personal level, and we are building mutual understanding. And this forum is bringing experts together from Finland, from the US, from Europe, from everywhere else. I've been able to work with some of the people in this room on media literacy events in my previous life in the State Department. I'm so excited to hear from you, to learn from all of you today and tomorrow. And I just think we don't have these opportunities very often. So being able to promote media literacy education is something that we really are striving for. You are working to build trust and credibility. You're calling out foreign propaganda and foreign malign influence. Because you are teachers and students and journalists and entrepreneurs and NGO leaders, your work really hits everybody. And you're driving positive change by adapting media literacy education and curricula into your communities. So take this time to work with each other, to learn, and to stay in touch with your embassies. I don't know, can we just get a quick show of hands of how many people have been to a DCN event before? Okay, and how about who is this your first time? Wow. And then how many people have been involved in other programs sponsored or supported by your US Embassy or the State Department? Amazing. Great. Okay, so by that show of hands, it really goes to show how diverse this community is. So really use these networking breaks, use these panels. I'm so excited to learn, to be here. This is a really special event. We have almost as many speakers as participants, which I think is just so unique for how our exchange programs and these events operate. So thank you, Vlad, and World Learning and DCN Global. I look forward to the rest of the day, and I hope that this gets us started, but I don't want to delay our first panel, so I'll hand it back to you. And just, I'm here for the duration of the event. Please talk to me if you are interested in learning more about what we're doing at the department on these issues. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. I have the absolute pleasure of inviting onto stage for our introductory session. So basically an introduction to not only the event, but to DCN Global. And we have the president of DCN Global, all the way from Greece, Nikos Panagiotou. And we also have the CEO of Zeitgeist from Brazil, and also my co-host, Alexandre Levochi-Sayed. Warm round of applause for them, please.
Good morning. I would like actually to thank you for being with us in holding such a wonderful 2 days event. I would like to thank Alexander for actually picking up and bringing us all together. DCN Global, and especially this event, it is supported from US State Department Cultural and Educational Affairs, whom we would like also to thank a lot for their support, as well as the US Mission in Finland for their support. DCN Global, it is an organization that, and a global network that actually goes beyond national borders. It actually works a lot in a global perspective and aims actually to bring together initiatives, people, and create a network that it will actually promote what we all value: democracy, freedom, through actually embracing digital technologies. Alex?
Not frequently, media literacy is an issue of the DCN events itself, but has been a part, an element of all the projects of DCN since the first beginning into 2015. Yeah, when the network was born after an alumni program of the US State Department. And sometimes it's an issue itself, and sometimes it's something that touches different aspects. I mean, education is always there somehow. When we talk about influence, when we talk about tackling disinformation, when we talk about tech trends, when we talk, education is always an important part, but I think education is being urgent now as ever. And so since Bratislava, I think you must tell this. Yeah, do you have your presentation?
Okay, so in order actually to understand what DCN is and actually what are the opportunities offered, because all our events are not our academic exercises. All our events aim actually to have a very practical component. So we were very grateful actually for having an important kickoff start meeting yesterday by presenting the case of Finland. This is what DCN is. It's not about actually an academic conference, etc. What we aim to do, and especially through this gathering, is actually open up the network further and bring together experts that we have. So if we can, so we have 80,000 members that are digital professionals, emerging leaders, and enthusiasts working on the following sectors: technology, content creation, etc. We have chapters in Latin, in Americas, in Africa, in Central Asia, in Asia, in Europe as well. And we cover actually almost the whole world. But this happens through these kind of forums that aims actually to bring together experts. So what we aim actually to create informed citizens, engaged communities in order to reach our goal about resilient societies. And media literacy is a core component in order to to reach our goal about resilient societies. Alec?
Yes, as I told you before, in Bratislava, when was that, Nikos? 2018, we had the first meeting touching media literacy itself as a subject. So we're not starting this subject now, today. It's something that even as a subject has been coming with the work of DCN, but we thought that it would be important to have a second meeting about it. And here we are. What I mean with this, it's not going to stop tomorrow too. We are starting to build a community here, to make partnerships, to work bilateral, to create a strong community to next steps and outcomes. And I'll talk about these outcomes and next steps soon. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And actually, in order to be aware of what we actually offer and the areas that we have an expertise, because we want you actually to be part of these networks, there are actually digital technologies, digital and media literacy, trends in digital technology, e-governance, and transparency. This is actually our activities and how we actually perform our work. Our work is being developed actually through the creation of hubs, through the implementation of specific campaigns, as well as actually through specific media products that we will have the chance to discuss about it later on in the panel. This is actually the membership that it constitutes from community members, associates, as well as DCN Global experts. Building up on this expertise, it is a crucial element because what we managed to achieve is actually getting to know and understand and build the capacity in a national and local level, but being able actually to project it in a global scale, which is actually the main core and the main component and strength of DCN Global. These are some of the indicative forums and events that we have organized that actually represent as well the area of topics that we are working. It is actually the event in Bratislava, it is Media Literacy 316 2018. There were actually other elements about digital influencer, business of truth, or games for social good, that all of these fall under the realm actually of digital technologies, which we aim to embrace, but most importantly, we aim to promote as a core component of our activities. These are the hubs that we create immediately after how we are activated in the areas. It is that we create the chapter and then we create the hubs. The hubs are actually living entities in the geographical area that we are developed. And this is actually the roadmap that we follow in order actually to bring together the community. As I have mentioned before, we are not we are aiming actually to engage local capacity, but being in the position actually to promote it in a global scale. Recently, we have launched a Balkan hub, I'm sorry, in Sarajevo, and we aim through these hubs actually to promote the work that you are all doing in various geographical spheres, like in Scandinavia, etc., but being able actually to share it with the rest of the world. Because what we have spotted as a main weakness, it is the fact that there are many amazing things happening in local scale, but they're not heard or discussed outside. This is how we have developed a local expertise and capacity in various areas. For example, what is happening in Sudan or what have happened in East Asia. We have been in the position in order to project and host events in order to promote an understanding of what is happening. So the trainings that we offered and immediately after this event will follow a global scale training that it will be offered around media literacy. It has been related in digital and media literacy for NGOs regarding metaverse as well as active citizen workshop series. We have implemented various research projects related with mapping disinformation in Europe, digital influencers, implementing fake news hunters. While we are very proud of a digital campaign that we have launched immediately after the invasion in Ukraine called Digital Campaigns, Humans for Ukraine, I'm sorry, that it has managed to attract a lot of interest of major news media outlets. Among the media products that we are very proud of, and this is actually an important element and scale of our work, it is actually the Gen Z project that mobilizes and works with young audience and young producers as well. It is the DCN Africa podcast series that we have. We have a newsletter series, especially dedicated one about the elections worldwide taking place, as well as about digital trends. So DCN actually collaborates with an array of agencies, government agencies, NGOs, in order actually to be able to promote our work, but most importantly, build up synergy. And now about the forum, I will pass the floor to Alexander.
Yeah, therefore, actually, we don't have so many differences here between the speakers and the audience itself. But it was not did in a chance. We did it purposely because we like to have a small community here talking, and then have a broad audience online. So we had the funds to bring you all here to discuss in person the subject, and this is important for you to do not. I know Helsinki is beautiful, and we like to walk all around during the entire day, as I did some days before. But I ask you to be here these 2 days, these full days, to be within this room, because it's important for us to build community from this point on. Okay, we have prepared so carefully this event and think about all the details. So we have outcomes coming from here. The first one I can say is a solid outcome, as already done. It's already started, has been already started. It's a mapping around all regions of, it's a mapping of maps, I can say, because we have a lot of mappings and indexes on media literacy now, not a lot, but some of them, and we are organizing this in the sense of having a more clear vision what's happening in public policies and successful cases of media literacy around the world. So we're going to present this by region here tomorrow. Yes. The second outcome, which is very important, will be a virtual training for teachers that we are going to organize with you, with the local partners. So this is very important for you to be here. We want to talk to you and sign it together, make it together, create the content together for teachers, mainly for teachers globally, but also divided by areas, by continents. Yes, we work Latin America and the Caribbean, we work North America, we can work Europe, Central Asia, East Asia, and Australia and Africa. Okay, all those regions. The third thing, we realized, look, I said it yesterday, we repeat, we have I'm particularly I'm standing on the shoulders of the giants, really, because I first read this guy, I think, in my life when I was studying media literacy. So I'm really happy to be here, and I look to you. I deep dive in your researchers to my concept of media literacy. We brought you. It's very important for you all to be here. In this sense, we want to work with you. This is not it's not going to be a new space or a new initiative or enterprise to compete with other that already exist. There are a lot of existence groups, forums, boards, councils, group of organizations. We want to have you to collaborate with us and have a new space together. I can see the Media and Information Literacy Institute has just born in Egypt, Cairo, some months ago. We want to collaborate with you. I can see IC4ML here, which is very important. We want to do something together. Yeah, namely here. Where's Michelle? Yeah, namely here. How can we work on the states in each state of the United States individually? McLuhan Foundation. Look, I don't need to say anything more. McLuhan Foundation. We need to work with McLuhan Foundation to address in Canada too. We have the governments here, we have universities here. It's a multi-stakeholder approach, this event. We have academics, we have students. Just for you to know, we opened the registrations for attendance here. We had, Mariana will correct me, around 100 for attendees, 170 registrations for 30 spots. So, and in a short period of time. In short period of time, too, we have 350 subscriptions for Watch It Live. So it's a good number, too. So I think we found that with this theme of public policies and media literacy, we found a space and opportunity to work together. We have consultants here, too. We have professionals from public broadcasts here, too. So it's a really multi-stakeholder approach, different ages, different profiles of people here. I know most of you, it's a kind of forest we have here, different kind of plants together, living in the same space. I think it's like that. And I'd like to, just to address one thing to you. This event has a narrative within. It's not a bunch of panels put together. We thought very much about the narrative. We are thinking about how to construct. It's sometimes, I mean, for the audience, maybe, I don't want to underline the importance of media literacy for you who are here, otherwise you will not be here. But it's important for us to understand that media literacy is something that is on the spot right now, on the light spot, but at the same time, it's not a panacea, but a Greek word to make a tribute to my friend, but or silver bullet, you prefer, but needs to exist with other initiatives. And the importance of media literacy has always been there. But the problem is more urgent than ever. I think disinformation made media literacy urgent than ever. It was always there. But I think we have a phase that emerged from something. So I just pick it up. Sorry, it's in Portuguese. But this is NAC. It's an institute that created this graphic based on the latest OECD. Yeah. OECD research. So, sorry it's in Portuguese, but the zero is the average of trust, of adults trusting in online news. The average of the world, the 0 point, okay? So we have countries like Brazil that are in the latest position, -4, comparing to the zero average. But you have countries like Finland where you are at +6. I know that sometimes it can mean a lot or not, but you need to take that in consideration. You know, it's important to take that in consideration. So media literacy we can see as an onion, as I said yesterday, with different layers, we can go even deep to philosophy, thinking about media literacy. With my master's, we study a lot of philosophy to understand the ethics of AI, and I think this is one thing that we can go deep in, but it's also something that we can need to deal day by day with teachers, with lifelong learning, non-formal education, formal education. This is how we see it. We don't want to make it simple. We want to dialogue with all disciplines. We want to make a multi-stakeholder approach. We want to take it seriously, not take it something simple that you can solve from the day to the night. This is the main reason. And so following on the narrative of these events like this, today, I'll just follow because I have the program here. Today we're going to discuss a little bit the concept itself. I know the concept has been there for 100 years, probably started with the radio 100 years ago, and with a lot of different epistemologies, I can say, with a lot of different concept name and characteristics. But as other technologies emerge and other challenges emerge, we need to rethink the boundaries, the concept itself, to understand what we are talking about. So today we call it unlocking concepts, boundaries, and practices. This is the theme for today. So we open with three amazing people, soon I will call them here, to ask what we do with media literacy. Why is it so important nowadays? We need to do this question every day. I know it sounds obvious, but as an expert, sometimes we forget these basic questions and we need to readdress them to ourselves. I know in Azores, like a month ago, that was an amazing event of RC4ML, when they discussed, is media literacy enough? Or is it covers all the things that we want it to cover? You know, that was a hot topic there. We need to discuss it too here. So we open with this, and then we go to a very, probably the most complex panel here. Yonti, Marit, and Vitor will try to tackle this, which is the integrity of information, which is a UN concept. Probably most of you are aware of this. How to believe in information in consumed and avoid confirmation bias. I mean, what is confirmation bias? Why do we believe in what we believe? It's a deep question, but we need to understand this process, even mental process, a psychological process of this. Then a systemic view, how to tackle misinformation in a society with librarians, with other actors, not only schools, but with a systemic view of media literacy. And finally, we go to the afternoon to journalism and media literacy, make this relation. Must we value more the professional journalism? How can we connect media literacy, journalism regulation, for example, and this kind of thing? And at 4 o'clock, we have the challenge of AI, other emerging technologies to media literacy and civic education. So this is very important. We have two important speakers. And then we have remarks. And tomorrow, I'll not say, tomorrow, once per day, tomorrow I'll talk about tomorrow. But I need to say that tomorrow we pay a tribute to Finland and to Brazil, the two biggest forces in the world. We said from the tree to the forest, how can we depart from an experience, a successful case, to a public policy? So tomorrow, all the sessions will be devoted to understand how public policies were made in different countries, underlining the importance of national associations, which I think is important, public broadcast system, advocacy, and how we have samples of 6 countries here, including the US and Finland, of course. How do they get to public policy, the challenges and the good things? Very pleasant days with us. I hope you enjoy. And the outcomes that I said is just 2 of it. At the end of the day of tomorrow, we're going to sit together and decide others. We can think about other things together as a group. Okay?
Thank you, and connect with us. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nico. So, let's start. You're not listening to my voice anymore because there are so many speakers. The moderators will be a very simple role here, only calling each other. So we're going to start with the first session. As I said before, is a very conceptual session. I think it's important for us to have it with three experts that I believe they are pioneers on these areas in their countries. Now we must underline the importance of Canada also in this field, because it was the first country with public policies, actually with media literacy within the school curriculum. And this is important. But we have the perspective of the US, which is a very complex landscape. 48 states, is that right? 48 states within the 50, yeah, 48 is Brazil, 47 is Brazil, 50 is the US states. So it's a complex, each state a different word, as Belinha said yesterday, yeah. And also, I will start with one of our hosts, Professor Tapio Vares, which is a very recognizable name in the media literacy field. I learned a lot with him. Always when I'm in Helsinki, I give him a call. He came from all the way from his house to take a coffee. And then we take a coffee, and I think I'm smarter then. So I would like to call it for the stage. So Professor Tapio Vares from the University of Tampere in Finland, please. Yeah, you can come. Sit wherever you want. I will call the three of you. Carolyn Wilson, which is she's Executive Director of McLuhan Foundation for Media Literacy Canada, and Belinha de Abreu, President of the IC4ML, which is the International Council for Media Literacy. I think you can sit here. So, yes, Professor, the stage. Do you have a presentation? I'm gonna just talk.
I talk.
Okay. So, let's start. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this hybrid conference. And thank you for giving me the floor to talk. So, President and Excellencies and distinguished guests and friends, colleagues, I have the privilege of giving you some 15-minute, 10-minute orientation to the field as I see it. And thank you for giving me the floor first. I have distinguished colleagues here, but they are modestly, thank you, serving as the ladies do, serving the speakers. But I have even written, because I did some archive work for the presentation. I did work for the presentation. I will circulate it in the written form, but I speak freely because that's more natural. And let me begin. Thank you, Alexander, for the presentations and introductions. But in the brochure that you distributed us before in advance, I read in the brochure that Finland, a pioneer in fostering critical thinking and media literacy in education, has a history of tackling disinformation and so forth. So it touches me, Finland, as a critical thing. It brings me back a few years back, because it's very inspiring for somebody like me to see that Finland, achievements of Finnish people and my country are somehow interesting. I must admit that in 2008, giving credit to, it was not because of her, but giving credit to my North American colleagues, I was invited to Connecticut, and that was Connecticut State University, and they gave me a title to speak. I read it from here because I did study my past presentations. That was, is Finland leading the way to a creative knowledge society? I was asked to give answer to that question, and why did the Connecticut people and the teachers, particularly in Connecticut, wanted me to, or somebody from Finland and me particularly, to come to speak about this topic, was that in their mind Connecticut is about the size of Finland. People have the same type of ethnic or whatever background, and somehow they are likewise advanced in their own opinion like Finland. But however, Finland always ranked higher. All of the indicators show that we have better results in education, in technology, and then they wanted to hear from somebody like me, what is the secret? So my answer was, I have the text somewhere in full, but in brief, of course, I first said that this is, you shouldn't trust too much the indicators or ranking countries. It's not a reliable scientific way. But I was very proud of being there because, I say why? Because what I said in one of the topics I wanted to say was we have introduced in Finland the research to teacher education. And why I was so proud to say that, because I was just appointed by President Ahtisaari to raise the research aspect of teacher education. So I felt very self-confident. I always do, but that time particularly because I was invited to speak in America. And then I thought, okay, we came to the conclusion that we all try the same thing. Again, my credit to North American scholars that why do we have the title, why do we need media literacy? I remember, and particularly now, I want to quote American leaders, particularly former President Eisenhower, not by chance Eisenhower, because he was the one who knew what this bad tendencies of militarization could be, but he said that the foundation of democracy rests on the base of intelligent, informed citizenry. Nothing to object. I think it's a good objective. And I can now briefly explain, because Leo-Pekka already did, you explain what Finland is doing in a practical level. I want to explain how did we bring media literacy and the philosophical basis to Finland and to Europe in general. I have my friends from European and other UNESCO connections that we have worked together for years. In 1990, I worked since then, at that time I worked very much with Dr. Ritva Sini-Merilampi. She's not here, she's still among us, but she was a counselor of education. She was a teacher and she was a specialist in education. I was in communication, I was in social science and peace and so. But I worked with her and we went through how we developed from 1970 up to 2014 the curriculum for media education and furthermore for the media literacy. And this is approach that she was mainly philosophically driving. I was assisting. I was a kind of research component to this work. But this is an approach that Jose Manuel Perez and myself we introduced UNESCO later. But that was in Finland, was Ritva Sini-Merilampi, and I want to give credit to her because intellectually, in Finland, we were very much interested in European philosophical approaches. Are we Europeans? Because we were very fond of being European. We had just joined European Union, 1994. So we thought, okay, what is the European approach in comparison to American ones? And we were asking, what is this? Is there something that European? And is it too narrow to speak about technology like we had the Nokia and the technology companies here? And could we approach media and communication by something? For example, I had a colleague of mine, an artist, Juhani Palm, who passed away 2 weeks ago. He painted an artistic picture of communication. And I have been using this picture in the front cover of my publication since, and I give credit to him as well as an artist. We wanted to see, do we need an artistic dimension? Do we need a cultural dimension? What is a scientific scholarly dimension? And the American term, media literacy, was very complicated for European languages, not only to Finnish languages, but all other languages as well. And we went through, and I want to mention it here, with Ritva Sini and others, we became very fond of the French philosophy, particularly Régis Debray, a revolutionary thinker who was, but he was also academic. And he introduced, I want to say it here, a term, mediology. It doesn't make sense in the English. It doesn't matter, the English language is not the only language. We can construct the reality and scientific approach by many other semiotic frames. But anyway, he introduced semiology. We were wondering, because we were fascinated with media. Media is not our language either. So Americans and the Anglo-Saxons confuse medium, media. It's always a complex thing to think, what do they mean really? But Debray, he wrote it was very much fascinating for us. He wrote in Le Monde Diplomatique, I quote here one sentence, what could it be? In spite of its suffix, mediology does not claim the status of a science, and even less something new, because it's not in itself a new discovery. Despite its root, mediology is not the sociology of media systems under another name. Mediology would like to bring to light the functional medium in all of its forms over a long time span since the birth of writing, and without becoming obsessed by media today. It was very fascinating. What are we talking about? At the time of media education that Ritva Sini was developing and I was involved, she said very cleverly that at the time that media education is defined strictly, it's dead. Forget it and use other names. I think the media literacy is the same. The ones we say we know what media literacy should be, and we follow some certain indicators or some measurement. It's dead. We should not be following dead bodies. I mean, it's just my conviction and moving ahead. We try to understand the German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, Medienkompetenz, and there are some speakers here, you know, and in vocational education that I was also working with some of my friends. We know that the Germans had at least 200, 300 different definitions of competence. So it's not very easy. It is a term, a usable term. Italian Umberto Eco. We were very fascinated that democratic civilization will save itself only if it makes the language of image into a stimulus for critical reflections, not an invitation of hypnosis. Of course, Walter Ong in North America, Marshall McLuhan, Paulo Freire in Brazil. We have all these things. We just think, what is our approach? And then, and Walter Ong particularly, because he said that the use of media is useful to refer to technological means in communication. But it also leads us to think that the use of this media could be the only transmission of information. I come back to the challenge of art and spiritual world, which is increasing in this field as well. We don't know, I don't know how to call it, word view or interface. We will discuss this. So other dimensions that we haven't defined and could not be defined so strictly. But today, the discussion of media literacy is so very much strong influenced by the climate of opinion, militaristic climate of the world. We need to understand that the military is moving towards cognitive warfare and cognitive dissonance, including confirmation bias, will be central. But the important thing I want to say, I still have some minutes, I want to say that I went to the archives. How did we bring, and what did we, after these considerations of Europeanness or Finnishness in this context, how did we bring the concept media literacy into the European level debate? And I went back to the documents from year 2000. It was European Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, because they had the session on media education and the committee. The session was chaired by a Finnish Dr. Tytti Isohokana Asulma. She was former Minister of Culture here. They wanted, and she wanted me to speak to the Parliament about what is this. So I had another chance of talking to important audience before you. It was year 2000. And that was interesting because they started to define what is the goal, European goal. And Europe, unlike America, I don't know Canada, but unlike America, Europeans work through parliamentary resolutions, decisions, committees, and long, slow move of anything, if anything comes at the end. But I went through the committee official records, and I'm very proud to see I could quote them, but I just say one sentence, because I was then asked by the parliamentarians, what do we mean? What do I mean? I was free to say what I thought is relevant. I said that I explained that the term media competence in German, social competence in Spain, pedagogy, media literacy in Scandinavia, And then the definition, definitely the ability to communicate competently in all the media and so forth. So this is documented. It's my wording, but it's documented as my words in all official documents of the Parliament of Europe and Council of Europe, 2000. So it was not. By the way, this is not very fair. I was not that important. They didn't know, the ignorant politicians. I'm sorry to say, the ignorant politicians. They didn't understand what they asked for me, and they didn't understand what did I answer. Because I did really gave them an introduction to the American thinking. I was following James Potter, Media Literacy, literally, a very thick volume of media literacy. And of course, I adapted it as if it were my thinking, but it was not. It was his thinking, and I was borrowing, American scholar, and it was accepted, and it was based, and next to me in that parliamentary session was sitting a lady from the European Commission. She was Mrs. Maruja Gutierrez-Diaz. She was very capable leading that unit. He was head of the unit, multimedia and so forth, Directorate General. She said to me, I was sitting next to me, she said, listening to my talk, could I come to the European Commission to give the same presentation to the Commission? Of course I could. So I went, next step was to go to the Commission, and she has, the term at that time was image education and media literacy. And my undertitle was Approaches to Media Literacy and E-Learning. We come back to my original comment that the knowledge society was strongly believed to be created by technology, by e-learning. And media literacy came as part of this e-learning massive project of the European Commission. Maruja herself explained this in a publication by us in the Communication and Learning in the Multicultural World. It's not available anywhere. It is sold out. It is 2 copies left in my archive. But I can, after consultations, I can consider lending you the book. But the thing is that she then created, Commission created the media literacy expert group. Jose Manuel and some others, Paolo was there, and Leo is now latecomer, you are a newcomer, you are a younger generation. We were the beginners. So it was created, and that was as Maruja explains, for the bureaucrats. I hate to associate myself with the bureaucrats because they follow always the orders. They're opportunistic because they have to follow the orders of the superior. But they did understand that Maruja is one of those great bureaucrats that there's too much technology, attention to technology. Instead, what was needed in the European context was a cultural, humanistic approach to the new culture. It changed the way we thought, because there was also a digital literacy group and so forth. It changed the pressure by the industry and by even the press industry towards certain goals. And then the European Parliament created these things. And I want to close. I think I'm overdoing my slot, but still I want to say that in the debate today, we are very much influenced by the worsening of international relations and in all of this. And I'm very happy to be here, invited by the organizers, and I'm very happy to see that certain government representations are here. I keep distance. I'm not representing Finnish government, but I'm very proud of being Finnish, or not nationally, but let's say a Finnish citizen. And the media literacy, as is titled here, we are shaping tomorrow's mind. I want to finish by one observation, because UNESCO Constitution, we are defending and UNESCO consultants is building peace in the minds of men originally, and now it's also in the minds of men and women, building peace. And now we are building Media literacy is shaping tomorrow's mind. I want to go back to the UNESCO Constitution because this is my final but very long conclusion, because I was working also with UNESCO consultation, but I was working as a president or rector of the University for Peace in Costa Rica in 1986-89, and I met in 1988 the former president of the country, Don Jose Figueres Ferrer, who in 1948 dissolved the military installations and forces in Costa Rica. And he gave me the book. I was in his home. He showed that this is the last weapon ever used, machine gun, in Costa Rica. He showed it to me, and he gave me a book and a picture where he was personally head of the government of the country. He was breaking the walls of the barracks and transforming them into schools. Very encouraging. If you look at the old picture, it's very bad quality in today's technology, but the book picture is real. It is a news image that you don't get today. You don't see any leader in any country, except the Berlin Wall, which was torn down. You don't see these images coming. The flow of information, the massive flow of oceanic flow is other type of preparing for war. We said, if you want peace, prepare for peace. This is my conclusion. Thank you very much.
You can pass. Thanks a lot, Professor Tapio. One thing that I forgot to mention, that we don't have keynotes on this event, you can realize. But you are a keynote. You didn't know. Because we decided to create only panels. Because you all deserve to be keynotes. This is an event of keynote speakers. So we have panels and we have workshops tomorrow that I'll tell later. And one other thing that I'd like to underline, that we have around 40 countries represented here around today and tomorrow. So it's great, mostly Europe, but 40 countries represented in all over the world. Professor, it makes me think, don't look at me and see UNESCO. I'm here with the DCN hat. Wearing a DCN hat nowadays, but I think epistemologies are not created by chance. I mean, there is a story of science that makes it happen, and you must sometimes to mix it up to make it happen somewhere, or there are local characteristics for that. In this sense, most of the things you underline, I think UNESCO solved with your help. To put underneath the umbrella of competencies, instead of calling a name, but what are the competencies we need to be media literate? It's a way to dissolve concepts and merge competencies and underline competencies. And I think this is a smart way to do not fight with them. Leo Pecali, yesterday we spent the day with Leo in the Audi library. I don't know if it's Audi that I say, but it's Audi Library, with a lecture of him, and he said that they don't put in conflict the concepts here in Finland. It doesn't matter when you are in the field, but in action. It matters what you are developing in terms of skills and competencies, and this is very smart, I think so. Carolyn Wilson, please, the stage is yours. I like so much to understand how is first of all, what's the McLuhan Foundation, which I think is important for us to understand too, if we can give a brief explanation. And also, in Canada, we've been following Canada for a long time, but there was a kind of, I can say the last 15 years maybe, or 12 years, I missed information, how's the state of art there, of the things that started decades ago, so you can update us with us. Thank you very much for being here.
Pleasure, thank you. Okay, and I've got a few slides. Thank you very much for bringing those up, and I control them from here? Correct.
Yes. Dana, did she control the presentation from here? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Well, it's wonderful to be here this morning. Thank you very much, Alexandre, for that introduction, and thank you to our hosts for organizing this very important and impressive event. How lucky are we to get to be here together to engage in this kind of discussion and debate. I have the challenge, but also the honor of following Tapio and his in-depth presentation. Tapio is considered a guru, of course, in Finland and in many other parts of the world, so I'll do my best to live up to his example. But delighted to be here and to explore a number of topics with you. Very briefly, I'll just speak to the McLuhan Foundation since Alexandra asked me to address that. The McLuhan Foundation is a fairly new organization based in Ontario, Canada, dedicated to supporting media and information literacy, especially in this digital sphere, leveraging the insights of McLuhan to really help advance some directions in media literacy, to address needs in teacher education, to build an online network or community that we're referring to as the Global Village Square, and to continue to raise public awareness about the need for media literacy education in Canada and around the world. So delighted to be here. I'm going to begin certainly talking a little bit about the state of affairs in Canada, where we've been and potentially where we're going, and suggest some directions or some nuances that we might want to pursue in media literacy education. But I'm going to begin, excuse me, following the example of my esteemed colleague, with a little bit of kind of a philosophy, or a few key questions for us to consider. I'm assuming people online will be able to see the slide, so I won't read it for you. But I just offer this as a bit of food for thought to begin. We had some wonderful discussions yesterday, thanks to Leo and the participation of the group, where we began sort of contemplating, the purposes of media literacy, what some of our goals are, what we're aspiring to, what we're all working toward. And there are a few key questions there at the bottom that I'll highlight. While we recognize that we're not exploring media literacy or pursuing it just for its own sake, we recognize that there are things that we do want to consider, and Nikos and Alexandre talked about that this morning as well. So it's not something for its own sake. We think about how media literacy can contribute to, as Leo said yesterday, a certain quality of life, certain kinds of communities, to become certain kinds of people. And so the questions at the bottom of that first slide: what do you want to do with this literacy? Who do you want to be? And what kind of society do you want to live in? Are some questions that perhaps underpin our goals as we work toward media literacy, a media literacy society, media literate citizens. And of course, in seeking these goals, I just want to recognize that we come to the field from a number of different perspectives. We're journalists, we're educators, we're researchers, we're parents, aunts and uncles, students, librarians. Some of us here are new to media literacy, and many have been involved in the field for many years. For many of us, as we work to explore questions around media literacy and really assess the current state of affairs, and look at new directions, we've attempted to define media literacy. As Tapio said, that can be a dangerous thing as well. We don't want definitions to, what did you say, result in dead bodies, I think was so I'm not suggesting that, but that definitions give us a way of conceptualizing and perhaps formalizing what it is we're doing and what we're about. In Ontario, we have a working definition that I'd like to share with you. As Alexandra said at the beginning, Ontario was the first English-speaking jurisdiction in the world to mandate media literacy education from grade 1 through grade 12. And a lot of that work was thanks to the Association for Media Literacy, an organization that the McLuhan Foundation works very closely with. And I had the honor of, and the good fortune of serving as the president of the Association for Media Literacy for some 14 years. I've been involved in media literacy work for over 30 years now, but certainly the work of the Association for Media Literacy and its founder, Barry Duncan, were really inspirational for me. So the Association for Media Literacy and educators in Ontario have really embraced a definition like this one, that media literacy is concerned with developing a critical understanding of how the media operate, how they construct meaning, how they can be used, and how to evaluate the information that they present. So that's a definition that we work with, that we grapple with, that we revisit, but certainly that guides our work in the field and our understanding of some of our goals. So I'll go on to the next slide and just stay with the Ontario experience a little bit. Got it? Very good. So the title says New Directions, but I'm actually going to begin with sort of the current state of media literacy in Ontario, and then talk about some possible new directions or nuances that we might want to consider or to emphasize. So I want to talk about the importance of, as I've said, I've suggested a definition, but also want to talk about the importance of maintaining, I guess, our media literacy foundations as they exist. And Leo referred to this importance yesterday. And so for us in Ontario, and I know in other parts of the world, we've embraced a conceptual framework for media literacy, right? A way of thinking about the field. And for some of us, that's affectionately known as the media triangle. And also really sort of following on that, we have a document of the key concepts that was developed in Ontario as well. So when we think about the media triangle, obviously a triangle has three sides, and we're talking about media literacy then in this way. We're looking at it in terms of media content or media texts, media audiences, and media production. So this is obviously well known to many of you. It might be a new way of thinking about media literacy for some of you. But when we're talking about these three areas, I'll just highlight a couple of things. First of all, we talk about media content or media texts. So what are the messages and values being conveyed? What's the ideology? What's the information? How do you assess it? What are the representations that are present in these stories, in these media messages? We also talk about media audiences, audiences that are being targeted by media corporations, but also we look at audiences in terms of a group of people or individuals who are active, right? Active audiences are very possible, actively accepting or rejecting what the media is presenting. And finally, we talk about production. We look at industry practices, including ownership and control, regulation, financing, who's paying for things, who owns them, who benefits as a result. And so the key concepts that have been developed in Ontario, there are 8 of them, and I won't get into those now, but they really they're derived from the media triangle and those ideas of media texts, audience, and media production. The key concepts, I will say, were published or developed by the Association for Media Literacy in 1986, and they have been translated into 4 languages and certainly underpin a great deal of the work in media literacy, not only south of the border in the US, but in many parts of the world. So the Association for Media Literacy really played a foundational role in establishing this conceptual framework that serves us, I think, in a number of ways. And I will suggest that the key concepts and the media triangle are important because they give us a way of thinking about the field of media literacy. They offer us a common framework for discussion, a common vocabulary, and I know for teachers and students working in the field, they offer also a number of critical entry points, right, to explore, to enable us to explore media and technology in a critical and coherent way. So I do want to sort of advocate for the importance of some of the foundational building blocks in our field, if I may. But the second part of the slide suggests something a little bit different, which I'll refer to as well. And that is that I'd also like to argue for some slightly new developments or perhaps an emphasis on some new areas of media literacy and encourage us in some ways to expand our view a little bit and to incorporate a couple of perhaps new areas of focus. You'll recognize that as Alexander said before, Marshall McLuhan, of course, is a Canadian communications scholar responsible for coining such phrases as the medium is the message and predicted a global village long before the internet was invented. So quite a prominent communications scholar. And I would encourage us in some ways to revisit the work of Marshall McLuhan, given this digital era that we're experiencing now. McLuhan, is well known for many things, but one of his key areas of focus was that he encouraged us to pay attention to the impact of technology itself, regardless of content or even its intended purpose. Content is always going to be important, of course. I'm not suggesting it is not, and I'm not suggesting it become marginalized either. But certainly, having lived through the COVID experience, the COVID pandemic, certainly what we're facing now with AI, with artificial intelligence, I think it behooves us to begin paying attention to technologies and the ways in which they're influencing and shaping our life and our work today. So I've got a couple of things for us to consider there, to examine and look closely at the impact of technology itself on humanity. And I was sharing some of these ideas with a colleague of mine, and he said to me, "Oh, that sounds a bit dramatic, the impact of technology on humanity." But if we think about it carefully, technology really is impacting almost every aspect of what it means to be human today. And I had a conversation with a high school student not so long ago, and she talked to me about the fact that if she's not engaged with technology, if she's not participating somehow in an online environment, if she doesn't feel connected, she doesn't feel she has an identity. In fact, she said she doesn't believe she even has an existence outside of this technological environment, these technological worlds that have been created. So I think that's an important thing for us to consider. And then the next part connected to that, the impact of technology, has to do with the impact of technology on other life forms. And certainly many of us have become aware of the work of Antonio Lopez, a colleague with whom I look forward to working closely on a number of areas related to the impact of technology on media environments. He talks about the importance of the ecological footprint and mind print of media and technology. So important dimensions for us to consider as well. More specifically, Antonio and his colleagues will talk about the impact of paying attention to the environmental impact of creating our technologies and the mining of minerals that is necessary, of course, the impact of coal power required for our server farms and the maintenance of the cloud, the toxicity of e-waste, to name just a few key areas. So another important dimension to consider. Lost my. And finally, I'll conclude with this slide. So the image of the light bulb, symbolizing all the great ideas, the big ideas that we're going to have here, of course, but also symbolizing something else for Marshall McLuhan. He loved to use the light bulb as an image to represent the impact of technology. A very simple technology, but really illustrates the profound effect that technology can have on life and work, on our communication, our relationships, how we can use our time, how we can use our space. And he really emphasized and believed that all media and technologies impact individuals and society, regardless of any content they might convey, regardless of even intended purpose. And I think the light bulb really illustrates that quite effectively. So for our students, of course, we want them to think about current technologies that are impacting their lives, their relationships, their communities, their work and leisure time. Is there evidence that our social structures are changing as a result? And we could talk about the impact of mobile phones, right? Under a lot of discussion, certainly in Canada and the US, I know. We can talk about the platformization of the classroom that was raised yesterday in terms of the impact of technology on schools, classroom, and learning. And of course, we could get into a discussion about the impact of artificial intelligence as well. Not that I really need to convince you of the importance of that. And just to conclude then, McLuhan reminded us also to pay attention to 4 key areas when we're talking about technology. That it will always enhance something, it will always also marginalize or perhaps make obsolete other dimensions. It will often retrieve something from the past, and if it's pushed to an extreme, it will flip into something else, right? With significant consequences, opportunities, and a significant impact as well. So I'll conclude with a couple of final questions. We want then to be able to think about, in media literacy, to think about the technologies that are taking over older forms that perhaps we relied on for life and work and communication. What effect do these technologies have on our thinking, our behaviors, on our attitudes, as well as the surrounding environments in which they exist? And finally, we also, of course, are aware of the impact of all of this on our teaching and on our learning, right? And it takes us back to the key concepts that I was talking about earlier from the Association for Media Literacy, but also some of the questions that I posed for you at the very beginning. So when we think about where we're at in media literacy, when we think about the goals of media education, what are some of the new areas and opportunities that we want to explore and discuss? What are some of the areas that perhaps are worthy of renewed interest and exploration? And finally, some of the questions from my very first slide. When we think about all of this, and I offer these as really just ideas to consider, what do we want to do with this media literacy and our new directions? Who do we want to be? And what kind of society do we want to live in? And finally, how can our work in media literacy education help us to create that? Thank you very much.
It's so interesting, Caroline, when we think about McLuhan, because all this new debate on the new concretist theorics like Bruno Latour, they think it's very important for us, again, to look at the medium itself when you look to the algorithm. He said it's a way back to look to McLuhan again and say the medium itself, the network itself has the answer. Is the critical space, is the space for critical thinking. Like if you are looking back to the same theory of Marshall McLuhan, even before this new arrangements that we have in the mediology, or the media ecology, if you prefer. Belinha, thank you so much. First time I've been to Belinha, it was more than 10 years ago in Philadelphia, and I was looking to different programs, and there was Belinha de Abreu, a US and American research said, she's not American with this name, she's Portuguese. And then I realized she's American, but came from a Portuguese family. That's and correct. Belinha, in 94ML, you have, I'm proud to be a board member with you, and I know how deep are the discussions there.
Yes.
Yeah, and
big, right? Sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of big discussions.
Yeah,
sometimes.
big discussions. And I think somehow US represents another kind of context.
Right.
As we said yesterday, Leo,
Right.
when we talk about the context and the countries. I think US and Brazil, 200 million population, very diverse population. We need to consider that when we talk about public policies. And so I'd like to listen from you a little bit. And just for you to know, if you have questions, you can type on Slido, You go to slido.com, okay, and type the DCN Global password and type your question there. Is that right, Mariana? Yes, DCN, capital letters, G of global capital letters, and then regular. DCN Global, just one word, and we have the questions here. We're gonna finish sharp in time after Belinha because we have a coffee break then. And then, but we want to listen, and then we will address the questions for the speakers after the session. So this is good about Slido. This is a good thing about Slido. Belinha, the floor is yours, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Just so you, first off, this is a right-left thing, so hopefully I won't be messing up the clicker with the with the intercom. So I think it's important, first couple of things. One is there are always acronyms, and so IC4ML is the International Council for Media Literacy. I'm not actually going to speak as much about the council because the executive director is here, and she'll speak about that later. What I wanted to do, though, is sort of do the crossover a bit between researcher and practitioner, because I live in both spaces. I've been an educator for 28 years. I was in broadcasting before that, and so the work that I've done in media literacy actually delves within the realms of my prior speakers. Actually had the fortune of being taught by Barry Duncan when I was doing media literacy. So my Canadian counterparts very much had an influence in the work that I've done. But just to talk about the space that we're in terms of where the media is and why there is value in media literacy education, I thought I would do it the way that I actually teach it with my students, which is to kind of talk about the evolution of information. And so, you know, we lived in a time where obviously newspapers were fundamentally a part of the work that people would get their information. And then things started to shift dramatically. And we've been in a time where the technology has shaped and changed the way in which we see ourselves and the way in we're invested with it as well. It's interesting, when I saw this slide years ago about by 2045 we'd be connected to our technology, I often would say this to my students and they say, oh no, not really, that's never going to happen. And here we are now, we watch our students with earbuds in their ears and people walking in the streets and not engaging with each other but very much engaged with their technologies. So the evolution of that is happening. We're having discussions right now about data and privacy and the value of it to us as who we are as individuals. We are contesting things in the United States like TikTok. Should it be around? Should it not be around? Are we going to eliminate it? Who controls the way in which we actually have these conversations about what information is and its place within our lives, such as the influences, which I know Matt mentioned previously? They have an impact, and we forget often that this current generation does not see the media the same way in which the traditionalists do. So it's important to acknowledge that. To know that this metaverse, this world that we're living in, is definitely evolving and changing the way we are and who we are within it. And it's growing. What it's going to look like in the future is an uncertainty. But we also know, oops, here we go. Now I'm stuck. There we go. We know that with ChatGPT and its arrival, it has had an influence in college classrooms and public education, in the way in which we are seeing information, whether or not we have validity in the information. As recently as, we had just had our conference in the Azores, the International Media Literacy Research Symposium. On my train ride to the airport, I was speaking with a gentleman who was a physician in Boston, who told me that he uses ChatGPT to write his articles that go into medical journals. And I found that to be really frightening, to be perfectly honest. And he said, you know, I tell it what I want it to say, and then I check it to make sure that it's clear enough so that when it gets printed, it can still go to print. And I just thought, wow, you're a doctor. And now I have to think about whether or not what I'm reading in medical journals is actually true or not. And besides that, is it really the voice of the doctor that I think has written this particular article? And I know these are questions in academia right now because there's a lot in academia about this push to publish, and also the fact that, frankly, people are using these open source tools in order to engage. Artificial intelligence is a hot topic. We actually know that this is something that we need to address, and we need to address it well. I actually have, I'm going to leave with three questions at the end of this discussion, but we need to talk about this more. We need to understand how much it's going to impact our lives. Last week I was in a panel with 2 politicians and a gentleman who is an AI developer, and I was the media literacy person who was sitting there. And I sat next to a gentleman who is a senator from Connecticut, who basically said, well, AI is an economic boon for us. We need to jump on the economic boon. It's going to change everything. Yes, it will change everything. But what does that mean to the population then? How do we discuss equality and equity if all of a sudden there are no jobs any longer for people? How do we think about that in terms of our populations? These are media literacy questions that are beyond the way in which we think of them in terms of our key concepts and so forth. They're human questions now as well. And those are things that we need to consider. We know that social media has been weaponized, and we see it regularly. We know it's been weaponized globally. And while I'm giving a US perspective, I speak about this in a global context because it absolutely has changed the way in which we see the world. The discussions yesterday where the comment was made from our first presenter that Finland is preparing for war was disconcerting, if you think about it. But that is literally the questions that we have to consider. What is it that's shifted and changed in our world that's being weaponized now by social media? It's an important aspect of the parts. Is truth dead? Which is a question that I'm often asked by my students who are concerned about the way in which the media has influenced and changed the way they perceive information. They acknowledge that they are a part of the technological stream, but there's also this other piece of them, which is how do we step away and not be a part of it as well, or at least put forth information that has some value and truth, 100% truth. And really, the question of truth in general, what does that mean personally? So to me, media literacy is a humanistic question. Who is it to us? How do we connect to it? It is more than the methodology. It is more than the pedagogy. It is literally about who we as individuals are in connection to the types of media that we see in the world. We're never offline any longer. Even as I look around the room, people are on their laptops, they're on their cell phones. Coldplay, the band, I don't know how many of you know Coldplay in here. They had a concert recently, and they asked everybody to not use their phones for one song. And I thought that was brilliant, because how many of us are in real circumstances where we're never looking at the people in front of us, but we're looking at them through our cell phones or through our technology? What a brilliant thing to do at a concert. Why do you pay that much if you're not really going to be present? That's really, another question of the economics of that as well. And so, this is an ode to Marshall McLuhan, by the way. When I saw this in The Economist, I was like, okay, this is great. The media and the message. And of course, we are in the middle of a lot of things politically, not just in the United States, although I know that we have been highlighted quite a bit in the last 3 weeks, from the Bates to the shooting and so forth. But this is an issue that is worldwide. There are elections happening all over the world. My colleague in Portugal and I actually have a grant with the US Embassy that we cannot implement because governments have been in upheaval. And so we're at a standstill. It's an important part to think about when it comes to the way in which we are addressing questions of media literacy education. So I wanted to leave you with some issues for consideration. One is this idea of silos and polarization. I've spent a lot of the last year and a half doing discussions about discourse with my students. Why do we talk or not talk to each other? Why are we willing to sit in a room and say nothing? And I often see right now in college classrooms students who are silent. And I also see this in different communities as well, where people are afraid of voicing an honest opinion, a question, an unknown, truly an unknown that is not meant to offend anyone, but is an actual genuine I just want to know question, because they're afraid at who is recording them and videotaping them or posting it online and so forth. And these are things that we need to think about, because what it's done is really broken us and as a way of communicating in our society. So how do we address these issues? How do we start to talk to each other instead of just through these devices as well? The issues of censorship and cancel culture, which I find really fascinating, because I think it's actually it's the two sides of the same coin. We're in this point where the problems are there. We are, stopping one person from speaking and yet censoring material on the other end. And it doesn't matter what position you happen to be. It really breaks down the discourse in which we hope to engage within our own classes, our own countries, our own communities. As often as I speak as an educator, I often find myself in places where people will ask me about media literacy, and just because I'm not going to delve into the definition part of the problem that we have with media literacy, one of the things that I was told recently by, I'll say a regular person, just because it was not someone who's in education, they were standing next to me and they said, you do have a definition problem, but the definition problem is that you don't know how to reach the everyday person. We're stuck sort of using academia and academic language to communicate to the general public about the way in which we want people to engage with media and to think about media. And so I offer that media literacy is about thinking, and thinking deeply, and thinking beyond what we perceive ourselves within the media, and also thinking to the other side of who that other person is. I would also like to make a point that we do need to have conversations about ethics, especially with the AI piece growing every single day, and BARD and OpenAI, and who knows what's coming next, Sydney, which was a Microsoft disaster. And thinking about, will AI help us or harm us? And this is a question I think that everybody should be considering, because with every piece that changes and grows our society, as I think Carolyn mentioned, and also our esteemed colleague here has mentioned, we do lose something. And we need to think about what we're losing just as much as we are gaining. And especially, I will say, in education, because often when technology is introduced into schools in whatever format it may be, we lose a piece of what we used to know, or our historical knowledge, even our humanistic knowledge. That gets lost in the process. And then I have to do this because, right now there is all this conversation happening, as you mentioned, in Canada, in the US, in the UK. Do we ban cell phones and smartphones, the whole thing? Because there's a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Haidt who's written a book called Anxious Generation. It's getting a lot of attention. In 2019, there was this piece in the New York Times, which I thought was really interesting. And I kind of took a little liberty and sort of chopped it up a bit. I do think that smartphones are on top of us right now instead of the other way around. So I think that's another part of how do we bring some conscious learning, some true discernment to all of these technology pieces, but especially the smartphone, which is a very powerful tool and something for us to consider. And I'm going to end with that. I know I'm leaving you with a lot, but I think this is literally an important part to consider. This is how I usually talk to my students about technology, to really open them up to the capacity for understanding how deeply we must consider the work of media literacy education and the value of it within our own lives. Because one of the questions I know you ask is, does it have an effect in democratic societies? Absolutely it does. If we don't have this piece, I think we've also lost a part of ourselves within it. And so to process information at whatever level it is an important aspect, as is just the ability to think about it deeply. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belinha. Just to remind you that slido.com, the code is DCN Global, and you can type your question there. We are sharp on time. I will not open for questions in this table because it was a little bit tight, but I think we accomplished our goal to stress a little bit the concept and go beyond the traditional concept. I think it was amazing. We have actually, we invited you, Belinha, to give us a lot of questions, so we don't need to worry about it. that was the main thing for this. So we are warm up, so let's go to the coffee break, and we come back in 23 minutes, okay? 10:30 sharp, okay? I'm not German, but it's, yeah, okay. Yes, so we are back. Can you take the seats, please? We are back online too. Welcome to the people online that I forgot to say hello at the beginning, and Aura has something to say.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think I've thoroughly enjoyed the start. I think we started on an excellent note. A lot of food for thought. Please don't forget that Slido is an interactive platform. We use it for all DCN Global events, and we do check it. So at some point during the next few sessions, we are going to ask some of the questions that have been asked on the platform. But also we have a poll running, which is asking which country you're from. What this does, it helps us build a visual map so that we're not just saying it, oh, there were 40 countries. We actually have proof. So, so that it's not fake news and disinformation. So please kindly fill in the poll. And then we have a challenge for you, right? Every event, we try to have something that allows us to help network with each other, connect with each other, and build some sort of, I met this person, it was great. You continue to build connections and maintain relationships. So here's our challenge for you this time around. The one universal language, and I think I do this every so often with Alex, is humor, right? Everybody has a laugh. No? No. That's deeply concerning. We usually do this through memes, right? With technology, everybody has a meme, your favorite page, or you share jokes with each other within WhatsApp groups or to your friend. It can be in your own language. So here's the challenge. The challenge is for you throughout this conference, find a meme buddy, right? Find somebody who you have maybe cracked a joke with here or there and share a meme, right? Share a piece of content that you find either inspirational, motivational, or funny. It doesn't have to be in English. If you find a meme buddy who speaks your own language, that's fine as well. So that's challenge number one. Challenge number two is to create a meme based off anything that happens during this event. Okay? It can be nice, please. Okay? It can be someone's facial expression. It can be, it can be something that someone has said, something inspirational or something that you find funny. So the rules, obviously, be polite. Please don't be rude, no body shaming, no discrimination. Let's just be kind, let's have a good time, and let's have a lot of fun. And then at the end of it, we're going to have a look, probably in our right at the end of tomorrow, we'll have a look at some of the best memes. So you're welcome to share them in the WhatsApp group. Or if you're feeling super risky, you can also share it on your social media platforms. If you do, please tag DCN Global, and then we can collate all these memes together. And then make sure that when we leave, we end on a good note with a good laugh, either feeling super inspired, motivated, or at least happy. Thank you very much. I leave the floor to you, Alex.
Thank you, Aura. Look, this is so good because when you fill in the country, you have a kind of cloud map of who are here with us. So it's interesting, and who are there also in the audience online. Two things that I forgot to say, I must say. There's another outcome that we'll take from this meeting, which will be a publication, okay? So we are recording all the sessions. I think media literacy and public policies are a hot issue for a publication. We had a lot of good information here. People are interested, so we're gonna publish something maybe digital and physically, maybe only digital, but we're gonna take out the things that we discussed in a small book or something like that, or a booklet, okay? With all your names and positions there too as co-authors of this, okay? Of course, for free distribution, okay? The second thing, we are setting a documentary here called Disinformation Puzzle. I talked to some of you. And I will steal you for 10 minutes, some of you, for 10 minutes during the lunch break and the end of the day for some short interviews. I promise to not steal more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes, so it's going to be something quick. But we are recording this in 5 or 6 different countries, and by the end of the year, we're going to start to edit. So those who feel comfortable, please attend my call to go with the crew a little bit outside and set those interviews using the city of Helsinki as a scenario, okay, which is really more beautiful than indoors, okay? So we'll follow our schedule now, our narrative. This is, we think this second session, we think really carefully because we want to put this issue here. It's dense somehow, it's deep somehow, but it's touchable. Needs to be touchable, needs to be measurable, because we think, we talk more than think about confirmation bias, I think, sometimes. We have this word almost ready in our mouth to say, oh, it's confirmation bias. In propaganda, we know how confirmation bias works, but sometimes we do not put in a kind of framework to work with this in media literacy properly in the classrooms or in the activities. So the integrity of information, it's a UN concept, how to believe in the information we consume and avoid confirmation bias. This is the title of the session, is to talk a little bit more about this and inspire people who doesn't know how to deal with this issue. I think in programs and projects of media literacy can be more comfortable to address confirmation bias as an issue, as an important issue. So for this, I will call here for the stage Jonty Friesen, Executive Director of Media Education Lab in the US. Please, Jonty. Round of applause, please, for him. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, finally. The Finnish lady who lives in Gothenburg, Marit Jaakkola, Associate Professor in Journalism, Co-Director of Nordicom, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. Please, a round of applause to Marit. Thanks, Marit. Yeah. Nordicom has been a very important partner for media literacy for the last 20 years. Not only for UNESCO, but for all the field in Europe. So it's very important to have you here. Thank you so much. And my dear friend, Vitor Tomé, researcher from the Autonomous and professor from the Autonomous University of Lisbon and Institute of Lisbon, Portugal. Welcome, Vitor. So, Jonty, when we talked through email before this session, I was trying to explain to you how can we address this, and you said, may I show you a framework? And I said, oh, so you know already. You have a framework already. So I will start with you and then follow. So welcome.
Okay, no, working. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me.
Pleasure.
Excited to be here. And as I was saying to Belinia and Carolyn, it was a great introduction to what we're going to talk now. And yes, confirmation bias is a big thing that I think it's in the front of news literacy efforts to debunk misinformation. But before we talk about confirmation bias, I went and say, as you say, like everybody's thinking about it but not talking about it, let's go through the definition. So, okay, yeah. So as Vitor was saying, I hope you're not going to fall asleep, but let me just read you 3 sentences from Britannica. What is confirmation bias? People's tendency to process information by looking for or interpreting information that is consistent with their existing beliefs. This biased approach to decision-making is largely unintentional, and it results in a person ignoring information that is consistent with their beliefs. These beliefs can include a person's expectation in a given situation and their predictions about a particular outcome. People are especially likely to process information to support their own beliefs when an issue is highly important or self-relevant. So, just looking at the time, so less than 15 minutes. So, yes, there is this notion that everything is subjective, and we know the fight about scientific, rigorous research and scientific facts. But a colleague, friend of mine, Faith Rogo, was telling me an interesting kind of metaphor that I keep it with me, which is, we know, especially in the US, how unhealthy a cookie is. with the calories, with the sugar, with the gluten, and we look at it and we think about all the facts that we learn about it, but a lot of the time, and me definitely, will still eat the cookie. So what happened with my, literacy and my understanding of scientific facts here, right? And there is the research of the late Professor Daniel Kahneman, the Nobel Prize, that says that people are taking irrational decisions. Most decisions are irrational, and then people just come and claim and find rational for their decision. So we're trying to undo that, which is very, very tricky, right? When we're trying to address confirmation biases. And so this tension of trying to fight confirmation bias is creating a tension that creates polarization. And following the previous session, I definitely believe that we need to fight polarization, and we need to use media education to fight it. But if we're starting to address confirmation biases, and this is an example just as one of, so scientifically, this dress is blue, okay? Looking at the hue, but with a certain light and a certain two-dimensional photo, it looks like it's gold. So starting to argue online, is it gold or is it blue? How is that really helpful, right? But that's where we are, and that's where we've been asked to do as media literacy, which again is not really helpful for what we're doing. And if we want to make things a little bit worse, when we're entering, like me as an educator and most of you, when we enter the classroom, we're trying to challenge our students' confirmation bias, but not always addressing our own confirmation bias. And then what's happening is something like this, and we can see how that can create a lot of issues with how we're teaching. And it goes back to what I know that Dana Boyd in 2018 got a lot of people furious by saying, did media literacy backfire? Now, I have a lot of issues with the way that she addressed and criticized media literacy, but she was talking exactly about what I'm explaining now, about if we're looking at what Freire was saying at banking education, and we're just telling our students about fact-checking and about how their confirmation bias is not, legit, or they're not making good decisions, and not even addressing our own confirmation bias in the classroom, it creates this kind of, again, tension, polarization, and not really growth and nurture, that's what we want to do. That's education, right? So one of the thing that I wanted to say as an answer to Boyd, and that goes back to Belina when you were talking about that we're about, thinking, is we need to think that we teach how to access, analyze, create, reflect, engage, be socially responsible, and not what to think or what to consume or what to produce. And to make it more marketable, we don't teach what to think. We teach how to think, right? And that's an important thing to think about when we're talking about confirmation biases. Because if we're thinking about how to think, how to consume, how to engage, we need to look at the process and engage with our students in a dialogue. So at the Media Education Lab, we've been using media literacy as depolarization by using conversation and dialogue. And here to really build trust and create like a helpful reflection, it's more helpful than when we look here at the Gemini. There's a lot of examples. This is just one of the example of the fiasco at Google when they try to address confirmation bias by design and overcompensate, and we're getting like those kind of examples that not only that they're not like real, but also like create their own like issues and biases there. And if we want really to not get into this kind of way in our education, in the process in the classroom, I'm going to offer a framework, as we said, that is not new, but it's really addressing what, going back to what Barry Duncan, Elizabeth Thoman, Len Masterman did with the core concept, but addressing the new issues with technology, addressing the humanity and and the issues of trust. So what I'm going to offer here is a tiny exercise. If you want, you can close your eyes for a second and think about the last movie, music, or any media that you've consumed or last post on social media. So I'll give you like 10 seconds to kind of close your eyes and think like, what was the last thing you consumed? Okay. And I'm going to talk about those 8 concepts. Now, for people who are familiar with it, nothing is going to be new there, but there's some semantics about like language, which is super important how we're using it. And I would love to get feedback from people. What do you think about it? But you'll see that a lot of those questions are questions that you're familiar. Those are the key question with some tweaks to it. So the first thing, and everything needs to be in a dialogue. So if you think about the media you consume, and the teacher will start, whoops, goes too fast. So the first thing is to think about context, or what traditionally has been called the authorship and audiences, the way that Namely is looking at. So thinking about the purpose, both authors and audiences create, share, and use media for different purposes. So we're asking who created the media text and who can use, watch, and listen to it. So if you think about it, having a dialogue in the classroom with your students answering that question. And then addressing biases. Media messages have embedded political, economic, social, cultural values that express an ideology and point of view. Noticing omission can help people detect biases. So it's omission, but also the point of view. What point of view are represented and omitted? So who is sharing their opinion, who is not sharing, to address those issues of context. Then we move to the second one. And everything is in dialogue one with the other, kind of understanding, like how who created and who can access is impacted by the biases of which opinions are affected or not. So we're not just talking about confirmation biases, but we're really looking at the production and the relation with the consumption. Then the next one, no? Okay. Is the literacy of the language kind of analysis, which again, by namely, it's meaning and messages. And so media text and the mediums or platforms of which they are shared have different characteristics, strength, and unique language with its own rules. So the question is, what strategies are used to attract and hold my attention? And it's from the viewer's perspective, because it's not about the objective thing. It's about how it's attract your attention, and then have discussion in the class. And then we move to constructiveness. All media messages are constructed. I'm sure that's the known. That's like the first one, and here it's only third. Based on available resources as well as specific historical and cultural context. And here there's an interesting question that as discussion to create this framework, and the question is, what prior knowledge is needed? And that's an interesting question that I haven't seen before, which asking the students, so to consume this media, what do you need to know about it? And maybe they don't know, but there's discussion about it to understand like the construct of this message and how it builds on historical context and what needs to be known to be like more educated about that message. Then we move to the third part, which is about representation and reality, and I call it the inquiry. So stereotype. Media texts are selective representation of reality, where authors may use stereotypes to convey ideas and audiences negotiate their meaning. So the question here is, how is this media text a selective representation of reality? Which is an interesting question to understand, like what has been cut out, what has been included, and why was it done that way. Credibility is about people make trust judgment as they interpret media text and platform using prior knowledge, ethics, and lived experience. So the question is, what make me trust or mistrust the message? Again, that's a quite new question because of the era that we're in. And then in the classroom, instead of talking about confirmation bias, the students are talking about why they're trusting it, why it makes them trust, or what makes them not trusting, if it's the media outlet, if it's the reporter, if it's the way that it's designed, if it's their own prior knowledge or experience about it. And there's a really lively discussion around credibility instead of just about confirmation bias. Then the last one is media effect, but we can look at it as like impact and interpretation. And here it's interesting because I divided it into personal impression and social implication. So personal impression is about when engaging with media text and platform, each person uses their own individual skills, knowledge, and beliefs to interpret meaning. And the question is, how did I react to this media text? What generated this reaction? Now, this is super interesting because yesterday, I really appreciated the slide that Leo shared with us because it had in the competency the word feel. And in the US, I haven't seen that word at all. It's all the time about cognitive. And all the competency are cognitive. But where is the feeling? Because there is an emotional level of it. And here the idea was to bring back the personal interpretation from a feeling because we're reacting with media messages from an emotional before the cognitive level. And so this is, by the way, not the actual order. This is the first question to ask. And in your slide, it was also feel was the first one, because that's how we enter to the discussion about it. This is the framework, but not the order of the question. So the slide itself was beautiful in explaining why and how. So thank you. And the last one is about the social implication. And so media text and platform have social and political implication because they influence the beliefs, attitudes, values, behavior of individual groups and institutions. So the question here is, what are potential outcomes or responses to this media text? And to understanding that every media text has an impact, but it differs on different people, different communities, different contexts, and different ways that it might impact. And also as producers, what are our impact when we're sharing some information? So to conclude, I hope that gives some kind of a framework to understand how educators should be facilitators, not what's called sage on the stage, because the idea is to create a discussion that will be in the classroom, to facilitate inquiry and social deliberation, and not just debate of like who's right and who's wrong. And the last thing is, as said yesterday and in the panel before me, media education is a part of solution for polarization and the challenges of disinformation, of misinformation, but it needs to work alongside regulation and investment in education, as we heard from our Finnish fellows. And that's the way to really elevate all the work that we're doing here. Thank you very much.
Jonsi, thank you so much. We are looking for clarity here, and you are so accurate and clear. Thank you so much. It was a great beginning. I think this is the core issue of everything that we are talking. I think everything departs from this and beyond. So you were so straight to the point. Thank you so much. And Marit, thank you so much for being with us. If you want to explain for the audience, mainly who are online, the importance of Nordicom and what do you do there, University of Gothenburg, that would be important for us too, to make a little bit of context. And thanks for hosting us in your country too, your hometown, I guess.
Thank you so much. Great to be here in my another homeland. I'm originally from Finland, now living in Sweden, in Gothenburg, at the University of Gothenburg, working as the co-director of Nordicom. And as many of you may not know me and know better, my predecessor, Ulla Karlsson, who founded Nordicom. Just a couple of words to answer your question, what Nordicom does. I personally, I'm working with media literacy issues, and media literacy has always been a very important issue on Nordicom's agenda. We are running a digital network, on a digital community platform for media and communication researchers interested in the Nordic issues. called Nord Media Network. And we also have a spin-off of that, Afro Media Network, a digital platform for African media researchers, created according to the same model as Nord Media Network. There's also an open researcher database where you can find Nordic and Nordically oriented media and communication researchers. So our mission is to bring media researchers together, including the research community around media literacy. We are also publishing books and running 2 journals, and also compiling statistics in the Nordic and Swedish region. But I'm not only a media literacy researcher. The thing that has quite profoundly affected my views is the practitioner side. And now, as I'm in Finland, I thought of going back to my practitioner side and my educational role. I understand confirmation bias, as you said, Jonti, as people's tendency to search for information that supports their beliefs. It's the reality that changes in their heads, not their themselves. And my instant reaction as a media literacy educator to this question was that isn't all media literacy education about avoiding these kinds of biases, especially such extreme biases such as confirmation bias or my side bias or motivational motivated reasoning or fact resistance or knowledge resistance, how we ever call it. There is an emerging body of research generating new insights for us about these kinds of biases and how do we need to deal with this issue as media educators and how I personally have dealt with that. That was the question I posed to myself. But before telling about that, I just want to take the opportunity to point out some recent publications that are also UNESCO related about very topical issues, namely on artificial intelligence in journalism education, how to report on artificial intelligence, how to deal with that question as future professionals and also journalism educators, and the new Millage Yearbook 2023 that has come out and is online, as we haven't had any chance to have a proper release fest, so I want to highlight its existence here. So please go online and search for Media and Information Literacy as a Public Good, edited by a Swedish scholar, a Colombian scholar, and a South African scholar. And there are, of course, joint efforts. I have personally been researching the genre of review. I've been interested in how ordinary people can, through or by reviewing cultural products around them and in their media surroundings, develop critical literacy skills. So that's basically my point of departure. But let me tell you how my journey as a media educator began in Finland. We thought that it's very important for educators and also all adults, to talk about parents or caregivers, but also youth workers and other professionals, librarians, to have first-hand experience about the media, the digital spheres and digital tools and media surroundings they need to deal with pedagogically. That's why we created a network of young people. And we traveled around the country, Finland, to make guided tours in digital spheres that were popular at that time. That was prior to Facebook, that then merged everything. But it was Habbo Hotel, that was a very popular platform at that time. It was Galleria, which was also a very popular image gallery at that time. Habbo Hotel is quite similar to Minecraft that young people are using nowadays. It was a virtual world that was where you could interact with others with avatars, and we wanted to give the first-hand experience and the emotional experience for the adults. From the youth perspective, so that the youth, the youngsters who were leading workshops, produced the knowledge, and then the task for the adults was to make something pedagogical out of it. They posed questions and they tried to find out answers together. And this kind of a dialogue is also built in your model of avoiding confirmation bias, basically. And that's how I think of media literacy nowadays as well. I do think that all our media consumption is patterned, and there are biases. Every one of us has biases of some kind. But what's special in today's high-choice media environment is that we are basically responsible for creating the media environment for ourselves. We, through different choices of media, through choices of content, we create the epistemic structure around us, and these media landscapes are very me-centered. Your landscape is not as my landscape, because we are using different tools, we are active in different, maybe digital spheres, we are using different channels to reach information. So how to talk about media when your media is black and mine is pink, or we're also thinking about different colors, how they can look like very differently. So I think that the thing that is often missing in the discourse when we're talking about media literacy is the personal relationship to this media environment and the personal agency, how we create the personal media surroundings, the media environments and networks around us. And I don't mean a very idiosyncratic personal private relationship to media, but it always happens in context. We need to think that people are representatives of some communities, some groups, age groups, generations, lifestyle communities, and so on, geographical areas. And we need to be more sensitive towards these differences between groups that develop personal relationships, and not to generalize too much. And I think that when a media educator, how to tackle the personal relationship, there are some fundamental dimensions that were also present in Jonti's thoughts about avoiding confirmation bias. The conditions of trust. We need to create conditions for each individual out of the personal relationships that they create around them. How to trust, for example, in journalism. They need to know what journalism is supposed to do, what journalists are out for, in order to assess the content and the journalistic doings, right? So creating knowledge or transmitting knowledge is only one side, but then also the versatility, diversity of media use, because media use is very habitual and very much happens in an unconscious manner. You need to take care of your nutrition, your media diet, so that you need to make sure that it's diverse enough. And there are always, when it comes to confirmation bias, we are also driven by our comfort zones. We're going towards directions that feel comfortable, that don't arouse fears in us, but the other way around. They make us feel comfortable. We need to make sure that we also put us into these zones of that are not comfortable for us. And then also ask, why are we inclined to consume the kind of content we are consuming? What is the value, the relevance of the content we are consuming. In our era, the responsibility of defining what's relevant, what's societally relevant, is also partly put on individuals, because there are so many choices to choose among. There is no one channel who creates the journalistic agenda and says that this, if you just listen to this, then you will know about the world. But now we need to construct also the relevance by ourselves. And then the regenerability of consumption, I refer to, with that concept, I refer to basically to transformative learning, that when we are put into interaction with others through media or with media, there needs to happen something. At least from the pedagogical point of view, I need to put the learners into situations where something happens. They can take a step further through reflection, they can gain a new insight, or they can gain a new experience about media, they can gain new insights about themselves as media consumers. So there is some recreation happening. And how we do this, I think it all begins with attitudes, awareness and attitudes, and with the emotional, with the affective side of media consumption. For example, when it comes to journalism, we need to think, what are the hurdles that make us think of journalism in a certain way? What do we dismiss? What do we do not select? With regard to those fundamentals that I described before. And what are the methods? I think verbalization and reflection are becoming more and more important. They are established methods. When we think of Schön's ideas of a reflective practitioner, they should be transferred to all citizens. We need to be reflective citizens, media users. By verbalizing our experiences, we can generate user-driven knowledge about our media consumption, and then our function, our mission as media educators is to stabilize the media surroundings in some way, the networks that have been created. This comes from some cultural literacy scholars who think that by destabilizing the established epistemic order around media consumers, you can make them feel a little bit uncomfortable at first, but then after the destabilization, we reconstruct the structure and the order. What we need then are, this is about one method that I have been using, the media diet. We need to map the media networks around the consumer and take a look at the nutrition that the consumers are taking in, if it's only cookies or if it's also something else. When you go to the grocery store of media channels, what do you pick up? We also need self-assessment tools, instruments to generate, to put together the evidence of my media consumption. And these media diets, I can perhaps tell you more about them later, is one possibility to collect evidence-based knowledge about my own media consumption and reflect upon that. What I would like to have more from the research side is that I think we should think more about the role of emotions and attitudes, ideologies, affects in media or digital literacy. There has already been an emotional turn in journalism studies, in many other social studies fields, subfields, and scholars are increasingly dedicating attention to the role of emotions, but also in constructing the personal media relationships and the networks, the epistemic structures around us. We need to be able to capture the crucial role of emotion. Thank you.
I think emotion and feelings, like Jonti said to Marit, it's something that makes this area specific of media literacy a little bit opaque. the opacity comes from a lack of research on this area exactly. How do we relate objective information and emotion? Mainly that came from advertisement and propaganda. And then the journalism itself starts to use, and then social media is based on that, basically. So this is one thing that we need to understand deeper, I think. Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation. And Vitor, I'd like to speak in Portuguese with you, but nobody will understand. So I'll follow in English. Thank you so much. I'd like to know better about your work in Portugal and how do you address this issue. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And I would like to start saying that why confirmation bias? Because of emotions and because we are human. I think this is the main answer. And if I focus on my specific country, a tiny country, in the end of Europe, at the end of Europe, we are one of the 47 countries monitored by the Reuters Institute of Journalism, a country in which the population more trusts in news. The first one is Finland. In 2023, the second one was Nigeria, and the third one, Portugal. This means that about 60% of the population trusts in news. In 2024, we are the sixth, but Finland still is the first one. Nigeria the second one, and Kenya the third one. At the same time, those who trust more the news in Portugal, about 80% of them are really, really worried about disinformation online. And it's curious because one of the projects I'm working with, it's the iVerify. It's one of the 14 regional hubs that belong to the European Digital Media Observatory, and we work on media literacy. But my colleagues from the other work packages conduct a survey with professional journalism from mainstream media in Portugal and Spain. And the results from Portugal are really interesting because they asked, do you admit that you had disseminate or published disinformation? And 80% said, yes, I admit it, maybe. So this is a huge problem because we trust the news, we are really worried about this information, and even journalists are really worried because they are not prepared and they need media literacy also. Another fact from our country, we are celebrating now 50 years from our democratic revolution, is that our constitution, during the pandemic times and lockdown times, allowed the government to stop a lot of different events. But one of the events that was not possible to stop was political events. And we have a yearly party. It's a political event at the same time, and it's a party at the same time because we have music and cultural activities organized by the Communist Party. And as you can imagine, in 2020, organize a political event with more than 30,000 people was something incredible. But it was possible. And that's why it was possible to have the Portuguese Communist Party that represents less than 5% in our parliament in the New York Times front page, saying that a collective suicide will happen in Portugal on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of September, in the south of Lisbon, the other margin of the Tagus River. The thing is, this was a fake front page. But this is one of the main TV news services in Portugal from the TV channel SIC, a very respected TV channel. Okay? And this one is the front page of the New York Times, that was changed, and this one is the real one from that day. And this is a huge problem because this can happen, disinformation can happen everywhere. And the day that the SIC's channel published this news story, I'm sure that a lot of Portuguese, because this was an issue, this was a huge topic in Portugal, a lot of people said, yes, this is true. Even the New York Times realized that this is impossible, but they are going on. They are organizing this. And this is really the confirmation bias. And I think that in these times of AI, we should ask an important question. And the question is, like my good friend from Italy, Vania Baldi, that is working in Portugal now at ISCTE, asked in an article published last week in Portugal, are we still being able to think and to project and to think critically and to organize our thinking in a critical way and to produce media in a reflexive way? I think this is really, really important because who is producing now? Another colleague of mine from University of Beira Interior in the countryside of Portugal, João Canavilhas, published today an article that is about the first newspaper entirely produced by ChatGPT. Today. So can we trust this newspaper or not? And I think that we are not living in the post-truth era, as you know, as you all know. Because maybe in 2016, yes. But then the question was not truth, was trust. But as Melissa Basel explained us in Brussels in February, now we are living the post-trust era. We don't know in the information in which we can trust. And so, because we are all mediators, all or almost all the information that circulates online and not only online is mediated by different people in different times, in different occasions, we can say that now we are negotiating the truth. And negotiating the truth means that we believe in information that we think is authentic. So it's not a question of truth, not a question of trust, it's a question of authenticity. And when we talk about this, I would like to quote also my colleague that has published this book and is available online for free. My colleague is Gustavo Cardoso, that works in Portugal and is responsible for this project, iVerifier, in Portugal. And he argues that we are living in a new communicational paradigm. And it's the communicational paradigm of authenticity. And to close, because I don't want to be too long, I'd like to say, like we were discussing yesterday, Alexandra, and you gave me an interesting idea, in my humble opinion, of course. Maybe I'm confirming my bias. Nowadays, or today, truth, the new truth, is more or less the old journalistic truth. The difference is that we are all gatekeepers. Thank you.
I had the privilege to listen to this in advance in Suomelina yesterday, and we had the thoughts that maybe we need to create new gatekeepers for all the things. Thank you so much, and we are thinking somehow the importance of reshaping professional journalism. That's one thing that is on our agenda. I'd like just to, Anna, can you put the Slido on, or I don't know if it's you, or the Slido on the screen? The questions of the Slido? Oh, sorry, no problem. No problem, Vlad. I remember one question here because I'd like, since we have some minutes, I'd like to address one question from Slido, but I don't remember the name of the person who posted, but I remember the question itself. We talk about rankings and if it's efficient or not, how to measure media literacy within a population, yeah, and it's something related to what we talked. And the guy was asking, yes, the first one, Arthur Kopak, how can we if we don't trust rankings, I think rankings, it's at least one kind of measure, not be the best one, but it's one of that we have. But thinking about assessment, I know it's hard. How can we determine that a society become media literate? Do you think there is a point of this? Some of you want to try.
Well, I have the microphone, so yeah. Is there a point of yeah? What is the unit of that we need to measure? Is it the individual? Is it a group of people? Is it a society? And in order to make then societal rankings, there are efforts to make media literacy index. There is one already, but also to measure media literacy in the Nordics right now, and the pre-reports that have been produced so far are based on the belief that it needs to be based on both measuring evidence, how media literate individuals are, and also self-reported, like self-assessment. But it's very, very hard to make these kinds of measures and rankings, and then compare different countries, as we thought about or discussed also yesterday in our group of experts. And maybe it's not even meaningful to do that. What I'm searching for is more to have a general framework for people to assess their media literacy skills, as there are general frameworks for assessing linguistic competence. For example, the mastering of languages. There is a European portfolio and a general framework for with different levels, where which is produced for both teachers, educators, and learners. But in the same way, we could maybe produce an instrument for self-assessment and for general assessment that helps us forward, because media literacy is a lifelong process. You will never get ready and be at the top. But for individuals instead, if we want to increase the general level of media literacy in societies, I would go that way.
I addressed this issue in the conference of the ASORS, the International Research, the Media Literacy Research Symposium. And it answered actually the first two questions. I think part of the problem is that we're all the time talking about being media literate as the end goal. And in the app that I'm using for meditation, the person there is saying, peace is not the goal, peace is the way. And I think that's how I look at media literacy, as a tool, but not the end goal. And that's why the measurement is not where we're looking, because if we're looking to see people as media literate, it might be, okay, for what purpose and what it's specific in time. Like even the PISA tests have somewhat issues with, okay, so they know math in depth, but what happens a year later, like a month later, and are we trying to, as we said, for peace, right? For society, for civic engagement, for well-being. Yes, so that's the measurement, and that's why I'm more optimistic with the use of technology. If we're looking at, as Belinia and Caroline was saying, like, look at humanity, like look at the, all the humanism that McLuhan was talking about. We need definitely to come back to that, because that's what's happening now. We're so obsessed with talking about media literacy as like the thing, but we're practitioner, we know how to do it, but why are we doing it?
Thank you. Trying to answer in a nutshell, I got my driver's license at the age of 27, and I think by the age of 33, I was more or less able to drive. I got my PhD in 2008, and I think nowadays I'm a quite good researcher. With media literacy, it's the same. We can learn about media literacy, but this doesn't mean that we are media literate. Second idea, media literacy is context-based. When I was told, when they asked me at the National Training Center for Journalists to go to Guinea-Bissau and train 11 journalists in media literacy, I had to learn a lot. First with them, it's context-based. So it's really difficult to compare countries, even if you use the same system. Why in Guinea-Bissau, which is the third poorest country in the world, they are less media literate than in Portugal? This will be always a question, I think.
Thank you. The third question by José. José is a very good question that you have here. I'll keep for tomorrow's because you're going to have a workshop with these two amazing professionals, which is Loretta Cooper and Harriet Bolan. Yes, oh, from the Economist Educational Foundation, from the Economist. And they are going to track media literacy with ESG. So I think it's going to be a good opportunity for discussion this. I invite you to attend this workshop tomorrow. That will be amazing. And I'd like to thank you three for this session. That was really brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I will call my colleague, Afrofuturist, specialist in digital media and business from Zimbabwe, our Nicole, to moderate the next session. The next session will be interesting. Nicole will go deep on that, but we're going to tackle this information in a systemic view. So you're going to have somebody from the media itself, the broadcast system, Rosalind from Deutsche Welle. You're going to have someone from the library side. So different sides, Lisa Henschleff. So I'll give the floor to my dear colleague and I'll leave her alone here. Lucky you.
A round of applause for Alex,
Lucky
please.
So you have already.
I'm okay. After you. Okay, well, Alex, I think gave us a good sort of sneak peek into what to expect in our next session. I'm really looking forward to it because we're going to be taking a systemic view. And the question we're going to try and answer is how to tackle misinformation in a society. And I'm going to invite the speakers onto stage so I don't waste too much time. First, we have Chido Onuma, who is the co-founder of Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue Foundation, MILID Foundation in Nigeria. Please join us on stage. I have Lisa Janique Hinchcliffe. She's a professor and coordinator for research professional development at the University Library and in the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in the US. We have Roslyn Kratochville Moore, who is from Deutsche Welle Academy in Germany. Round of applause, please. We have Julia Nitz, who's the professor at Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg in Germany as well. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I think we're going to have a really great conversation. Now, a little bit of background. This session aims to show that media literacy in the curricula is important, but maybe not enough on its own. We'll lean into the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. Yeah, so it takes many different aspects, many different players within the game and different stakeholders to come together in order to push this narrative forward. So I'm going to start with Chido. If you could maybe share your perspective on this question. It seems to be off. Let's see.
All right. Thank you very much, and good morning. Is this still morning here? Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chido Onuma. I'm from Nigeria. My other life, I was a journalist for many years, and then moved into, I think about 15 years ago, when I had the opportunity with some of the godfathers and godmothers of MIL, Professor Sami Taye, Jose Manuel, Caroline, and others. We met in Bangkok, Thailand, at the instance of UNESCO to launch the global attempt at not just introducing media and information literacy, but also expanding the conversation beyond media literacy to include information literacy. And that was when globally the attempt was made to use that broader term, media and information literacy. And I think it's important in this era of misinformation that we go back to that original principle and not just speak about media literacy, but talk about media and information literacy. So my presentation, 10, 15 minutes, will be around the general concept, global idea of misinformation, but then looking specifically at the situation in Nigeria and then offering some perspectives in terms of solutions. So we all do agree, I'll assume, that misinformation is a major global problem. Facts and credible information are essential, of course, to making sound decisions and creating an engaged and well-informed public. People need to know how to recognize facts from fiction and use this knowledge to exercise their democratic rights and build what Professor Tapie referred to. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was the one that talked about building resilient societies. We'll see, and I'm happy our friend from the State Department is here. Around the world, global actors remain committed to weaponizing viral, forced, and misleading narratives to undermine confidence in the electoral system and erode faith in democracy. Globally, we seem to have reached new frontiers of toxic disinformation, which has no precedent. And interestingly, we live in an era that we could describe as perhaps the most enlightened era, yet we're also struggling to deal with misinformation. The other part of it is that it's not just citizens, even governments around the world are using disinformation as an invasive weapon to intervene in the politics, not just the local politics, but also politics. And those of us from the developing world are the receiving end of this. Perhaps this forum also offers us an opportunity to discuss this and address this issue. And then there is the whole AI thing, which more than cloning, more than genetically modified crops seems to it's poised to erase any distinction that remains between truth and falsehood. So why does misinformation exist, or why does it persist? Misinformation and conspiracy theories thrive when curiosity, of course, and controversy are widespread, and conclusive information is scarce. And I'm going to talk about this deeper much later in my presentation. We also know that this falsehood can be blunted by work of professional fact checkers, disinformation researchers, and engaged citizens. And I guess that's why we are here, to look for creative ways to answer to this problem. Then quickly, I'll just talk about the challenges of misinformation and disinformation in my own country. in my own country, Nigeria, there is a serious lack of media and information literacy, advocacy, and education. I've lived in Canada for about a quarter of a century now, and I know how much work the country has done and is doing in terms of media and information literacy. In the last 15 years, we've made efforts to try to replicate some of these examples in Nigeria, but it's been quite challenging for a number of reasons: the political will, the infrastructure challenge, and so many other things. Then there is the question of bad governance, which is manifested in poverty, unemployment, and so on. My interest in the whole concept of misinformation and disinformation, maybe also because of the nature of my own politics, is to look at the political economy of misinformation. You look at many countries in the developing world, people need to feed before you get them to understand whether this information is fake or not, or is true or not. I mean, they have to consider their stomach before anything else. Then, of course, you have to look at the partisan political interest. Politics in most parts of the developing world is a zero-sum game. Professor Sami and I were discussing yesterday about the politics, democracy, and political transition in most parts of Africa. If you go to Cameroon, Paul Biya will be 91. He's been in power since 1979, and is still running for election. Kagame just won elections, about 95 or 99% of the votes in Rwanda. Museveni has been in power in Uganda since 1986, and he's over 80 and so on. So people who play this kind of politics, they want to remain in power. I mean, they would do anything to misinform, to disinform their citizens, including clamping down on internet rights, digital rights, and so on. So when we look at disinformation, we shouldn't take it in isolation. We should look at it, in general, to get a sense of why these things persist, and therefore, how do we, when we want to intervene, what do we do, and how do we? Then, of course, social media amplification, the anonymous character and viral nature of social media. And this is where the whole concept of media and information comes in. Then, of course, there is the whole question of the legal framework, and we've been battling in the last decade or so in Nigeria, where consistently the different national assemblies have tried to make effort to tame what they call fake news. But we also know that it's an attempt by the state to kind of constrict the civic space. Then, of course, there's also, and this is related to the question of political economy that I talked about, the bias of conventional mainstream media. The structure of this media ownership also impacts the kind of news and information we get. Just in conclusion, and as Alex noted, the whole idea is to tell stories, but also go beyond that, to have a conversation about what people are doing and then learning from one another. I don't think truth. I came out of a conference on Saturday marking the 90th and birthday anniversary of Professor Wole Soyinka, who is the first Black Nobel laureate for literature. And there was a question about the death of truth. One of the outcomes of that conference is that truth is not dead. Truth is not dead, but it could also be said to be undergoing its death throes, gasping for breath. So my own conclusion would be that we need creative ways to save truth and to tackle disinformation. Again, I go back to the question of political economy, the power relations that shape how we receive and disseminate information. I don't know how many of us here know about this, but many years ago, when there was the outbreak of Ebola in Nigeria and much of West Africa, people were encouraged to take like volumes and volumes of salt and water, and people were doing that. So people would say, oh, it's a lack of education, yes. But there is also the other aspect of it that people don't have good access to quality healthcare.
Yeah.
So that explains that it's not just that people are misinformed or are not aware, it's also because most people don't. So if they believe, and here again the whole question of who controls what kind of access do people, if people have easy and quick access to doctors or medical centers, rather than staying in their homes and consuming loads and loads of salt water, they could easily walk to a clinic and find out or meet their doctors and so on. So there is the issue of poverty, the disempowerment that happens in most parts of the developing world. Who owns what in terms of infrastructure? How do we address the incestuous relationship between big media and tech companies, for example? Media consolidation and media convergence. A lot of the big media corporations are buying up, so local communities don't have a voice. It's ultimately what Google and Facebook, Meta, and so on give us. Quickly, in conclusion, I think we can't overemphasize, and I hear people talk a lot about media. Libraries are important in this process. We can't overemphasize the need for libraries. A lot of people in many rural communities where libraries exist still go to the libraries for information. We need to help expand MIL infrastructure in places where they don't exist. Cost of internet and data and all of that in most parts of the world are quite prohibitive. How do we promote legislations that defend access to information and digital rights in most countries where these things don't exist? So the point I'm making is that while it's important for us to focus on media and information literacy, but nothing stops us if we have coalitions in different countries that are working around access to information or digital rights. We need to locate those organizations. We need to support them, because then if they succeed, it helps us in tackling the question of media and information literacy. Finally, to say, and Alex mentioned this, inclusion of media and information literacy in teacher training curricula across most parts of the world. I think it's important what teachers, the fantastic work teachers are doing at primary and secondary levels, essentially. If teachers have the opportunity and ability to key into the whole movement, MIL, media and information literacy, digital literacy rights, that would impact on their students, and hopefully when they graduate, it can also make greater impact on society. Thank you very much.
I think you've provided a very valuable context. And I want to hone in on that particular word, because it also came up in the last panel, which is context. The context differs. I think it was Vitor who said it, that context differs, and also how it really is very interconnected, especially when you're looking in the context of the developing world. You mentioned libraries. I think I've said this several times. I have a deep obsession with libraries. Also because I feel like, especially in our side of the world where electricity, for example, can be a challenge. You can't always be on your phone. You can't read a Kindle. You don't have the data, so you rely on a book. And I would love to know from you, Lisa, what is your... I had threatened to tease her today because of her viral sensation yesterday, but... you know, since we don't need Aquaman and we have Lisa, I just wanted to find out, my dear, what do you think? From your perspective as a librarian, what is the power of a book, and what is your answer to our general question, and how does it influence how we shape society?
Great, thank you. I will see when my slides come up here. So, okay, perfect. Thank you so much, the organizers, for the opportunity to join here today. And I sort of feel like I get to represent the world's libraries. I not sure if there's any other librarians here, but if so, I'd love to chat at some point. But really, my excitement about being here is to issue to you an invitation, a challenge to either begin working with your librarians, or if you work with your librarians, to seek to deepen that collaboration and the possibilities that are there. I've had the great fortune in my career to work in about 40 different countries around the world in strengthening the library infrastructures and the library profession, in some cases professionalizing it, helping create the profession, and establishing stronger libraries as well as library associations. Currently serving on the Professional Council of the International Federation of Library Associations, which is one of the strong partners with the UNESCO Gap Mill organization that I was fortunate to serve as a co-secretary general with on the International Steering Committee this last time. And I shout out to my colleagues in the room here, Joey, Daniel, and Alex, who are also on that ISC with me. So the, libraries are these they are collections of things, and I certainly love the book, as every librarian really does. But we really need to think about them as community organizations. And I think those of us who had the opportunity to visit the Central Public Library yesterday had a very visceral experience of what it means for a space to be a dynamic gathering place, serving its information needs, its media needs, and the like. So my challenge to us today is to think about how do we leverage libraries for media and information literacy, and develop what I would call collective capacity for knowledgeable communities. So I might have a little bit of a sense of an answer to that question of whether you can sort of tell when a society, a culture, community becomes information literate. So I'm drawing here on a report from the American Library Association, how access and information literacy, how libraries are building knowledgeable communities. So the phrase here, I think, is also telling that it's not information literate or media literate communities, but it's that knowledgeable communities, which I think reflects a little bit of what Leo was talking about yesterday. And what knowledgeable communities need is, first and foremost, they need access to reliable information on a wide range of topics. And this maybe is iconically represented as the book. But I think also in what Chido just talked about with various access and knowledge rights, it's a very large challenge that libraries around the world continue to try and address, which is, do people have access to reliable information on a wide range of topics that are relevant to their personal, professional, civic, and lifelong learning needs? Creating those collections so that it is not only the wealthy who have access to reliable information is one of the functions that we see our libraries serving, both within academic institutions, schools, but then I particularly want to say the public library. That space that welcomes you. And in the United States, maybe one of the memes going around is that the public library is one of the only remaining places that you can be in public with other people without having to buy something. So, if you go to the coffee shop, the internet cafe, everywhere else, you have to first be a consumer before you can be a member of the community. And in the public library, you are welcomed as a member of the community without having to first be a consumer. The other thing that we need, and here obviously this reflects the language of the American Library Association, but I would say high levels of media and information literacy, but information literacy in our framework as being defined as the critical thinking skills and norms to identify reliable information sources and then make evidence-based decisions. So we need the actual information infrastructure, and then we need the skills in our communities to be able to make use of them. But I think the other thing that I've really seen in my last years of work is that really what we can see all of our organizations doing amazing work across our communities is that it's when we come together in a framework for collective impact where we're actually able to make most significant change and actually be able to move a community and a society in a given direction. So here I'm calling on the research of the Collective Impact Forum, which explains that collective impact is a network of community and members, organizations, or institutions who advance equity by learning together, aligning, and integrating their actions to achieve populations and systems level change. So this is very much in the lines of it takes a village, to use the colloquial, but also to really say who are our allies in this work, and to not see them as competitors, which I think has somewhat hampered some of the media and information literacy possibilities in our respective communities, because we've seen each other maybe as competitors as opposed to as collaborators. So I think if we can move to thinking about the impact that we all wish to have, we can get into that collaborative framework. So the final thing I'll just draw on here is a project that I was fortunate to run with some funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services and my co-PIs at Simmons University in Boston. Lead PI was Laura Saunders, who is one of their professors of library and information science. And we were able to secure funding to have a summit, a 2-day meeting of journalists, librarians, educators, and other allied professionals to really sort of think about if what we want is consumers and citizens to have access to an understanding of news, how could these allied professionals work together in a collective impact way? And then what would we need to think about in LAS and in journalism education to prepare future professionals to see each other as allies and collaborators? And of course, we also, the context of this was how could we do this kind of collaborative work to respond to the challenges of mis and disinformation? So we talked about a lot of things over the course of 2 days. How do we signal authority and authoritative, reliable information, develop public trust? How do we leverage our expertise? Because we do have expertise to bring to this that can help people without expertise and respond to this. So I invite you to read our white paper, which was called No News, Engaging Across Allied Professionals to Combat Misinformation, in which you'll find a number of projects outlined that we thought collectively would be ways to leverage our respective expertises in our field in order to build this kind of collaborative network and have the kind of collective impact that we'd like to see in order to address these very large challenges of mis and disinformation and the need for reliable information so people can be successful with their lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I think you've set a great stage for Rosalind. Rosalind, your organization, and I'm going to ask you to maybe talk a little bit about it. I know most people know what Deutsche Welle does, but also for the benefit of our online community who are streaming from all over the world. But I do want to highlight something that is on your website that I think is quite interesting, is that DW Academy strengthens the human right to freedom of expression. That's a very deep and heavy descriptor. So maybe before you tackle our question for today, could you maybe give us a bit of a breakdown of what DW does, and then bring it into the context of our question? And then I'm going to come back to Lisa because I want to marry the two. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. I'm also really delighted to be here. And I think that the work that we do chimes very well with DCN Global and everyone that's here. So I'm really excited to also hear all of these kind of inputs and also to connect them to what we do. So I work for Deutsche Welle, which is the German international public broadcaster. But within that, because it's a big broadcaster, I work for DW Academy, as you rightly said. And DW Academy is the Media Development Center of Deutsche Welle. And we support media ecosystems. And so we talk about a systems approach to media literacy. We look at supporting media ecosystems across the Global South in terms of focusing on public interest. And so we're really about supporting public interest media and creating a healthy media ecosystem that's about supporting access to information and freedom of expression, to touch on your human rights-based approach. And we believe that we need many different actors within the media ecosystem to be working together to have this healthy space, for information space. And we have 5 kind of strategic areas that we focus on. So we focus on media viability, so looking at the business models behind media, looking at smaller outlets, talking what Chido talked about in terms of community-based radio and how these things can fit into having a pluralistic media ecosystem. We also then have media and information literacy, because the consumer matters. You need to have somebody that wants reliable information, that can access it, that can assess it, that can participate in these spaces. We have media and journalism education. That's historically where we began 60 years ago, going around training people as Deutsche Welle. Now we're looking at different forms of journalism, looking at constructive journalism, which I heard earlier, and going into what are the curriculums training journalists across the world in terms of in journalism schools and universities. And then 2 other topics that are, for me, very important: innovation for dialogue, which is looking at the role of dialogue, the role that media has in creating spaces for dialogue. We talked about this polarization earlier on today. What is the role of media here? Does media have a role? And looking at it in terms of what are these spaces like in the digital world, but also online and offline? Do they connect? Can we find healthier spaces? And the third, the final, is media safety, the safety of journalism. Journalists across the world, which we know is getting worse. And so one of the things that I've heard yesterday, and I heard this morning earlier with Vitor, and several people mentioned trust. And it's been proven that societies that have more trust in the media are more resilient to disinformation. And media literacy has an incredibly important role here. And we're talking about earned trust. I'm not talking about naive trust, we're talking about understanding the media ecosystem, media kind of production, understanding who's behind it, who owns it, understanding how news is produced, understanding the difference between a news article and satire, which is sometimes confused. And so all of these things, we have to start talking about how do we regain trust in our media, and especially public interest media is where our interests lie.
Super. Thank you for that breakdown. Now, with that context, how do you tackle misinformation in the society?
So I have a small, I can tell you, we work, so globally we work in over 63 countries. We've been working on media literacy and media and information literacy because we actually adopted UNESCO's definition back in 2014. So we've been working on it for 10 years. And we work in 27 countries at the moment with media and information literacy. And we have a multi-pronged approach. So depending on the needs in the country, depending on our regional strategies, and we work directly with the Ministry of Education, with teacher training, with pre-teacher training, and also professional development trainings in schools and curricula in schools, getting it into the advocacy to get it into the curriculum. But that is a long goal, yeah? And so we also work with media houses. We also work with community radios. We also work with NGOs. We talked, I think Chido had said about digital rights organizations, civil society organizations, youth organizations. And so depending on the needs in the countries, we work with different partners. And that's the point, we work always with partners. I have a couple of examples of different projects we currently have. In Cambodia, we work with the Ministry of Education, but we also work with the universities. We have mill clubs. We develop curricula. We have most of our material and work is contextually based, so it's built in the country with partners, but we do also have global things that can be taken and adapted. So we have a mill handbook, we have all of these kind of things that you can see on our website. But what I wanted to kind of do a deeper dive into is our kind of disinformation model. So we have a disinformation model, and it has kind of three spheres to it. And the first is the detect and alert. And let me just skip so I can detect and this is about kind of very short-term interventions that we have when there's been a disruption in the media ecosystem with some around elections, around narrative settings. And this is about being able to recognize the disruption, being able to associate the actors and the methods and the systems behind it. And so for this, we're looking at fact-checking, verification, these kind of interventions. Then we go into the second sphere, which is about designing and creating different forms of media. And so this is the medium to long term, and this is looking at constructive journalism. This is looking at
Smile for the camera.
Appealing forms of interacting with the audience, finding different formats, and how we disseminate our content. And then the final is this long-term kind of advocacy and education part, this educate and advocate, and that's where media literacy plays the role. And we kind of see the sphere as our intervention or our approach to disinformation with all of our work. So it's not that we have one project working on disinformation. We see everything we do in a country, in a region, focusing in these different spheres with short-term, mid-term, and long-term. I can go into a bit more detail if you want in terms of the questions that we're asking ourselves here. So under detect and alert, the kind of key questions are: how can covert disinfo campaigns be uncovered with tools and research? How does the disinformation economy work? How can functioning algorithms be better understood? So algorithm literacy. How does generative AI affect disinfo? For our create and design, we're looking at kind of when do people listen and show up? Are they open to other perspectives? Under what conditions does dialogue work? To what extent can digital technologies such as AI be used to better disseminate and create quality journalism? And kind of which algorithmic dynamics and social networks harm kind of media? So what's happening there? And then for educate and advocate, we're looking at community-driven solutions. We're looking at constructive and solution journalism, climate journalism, and advocacy around journalism as a public good. And I think this is critical for all of the work that we want. I saw earlier that Millet or Gap Mill produced this MIL as a public good. And I think that we really see public interest media as a threat at the moment, and that this is something we really need to. And then we have things like trust initiatives and these kind of smaller kind of approaches to try and find a way for journalism to be better accessed and rewarded within our media system, especially in platforms. And then, of course, MIL, critical thinking, and kind of consulting with policymakers and regulation. And the big questions we would have here are: how does journalism work that reports for and with communities, to involve communities, not just report on them or about them? And how can the perspectives of the Global South be strengthened as new technologies develop? We have lots of, I don't know if this is working. resources for you. We have a online, so if you're interested in our disinformation model, it's aimed at practitioners, it's aimed at researchers, it's aimed at journalists. We have a learning guide, which is a quick, in kind of small videos and small things you can do to learn quickly. We also have a MOOC online, massive thing, which is more commitment if you want to go into that. And we have different games. And we also have some different materials there in terms of on our website. So for MIL, we have also a new storytelling guide that seems to be working very well to be adapted to your needs across the world. I will stop there.
Thank you. I don't know whether you're seeing what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing a pattern as we go from one person to the next. I mean, you guys should just start a collective, like a little organization, and like just partner together, because I see the thread. But we're gonna tie the pieces together towards the end. I'm gonna come back to last but certainly not least, Julia. You're a professor at the Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg, I think, in Germany. What is your perspective around society and how misinformation affects it?
Thank you very much. By the way, to clarify, it's the Martin Luther who nailed the theses against the door supposedly in Wittenberg. So you know which Martin Luther we are talking about here. What's my view? When I got the invitation to talk here on this panel, and the question was a systemic view on misinformation, I was wondering, so what perspective can I actually bring to the table? So what's my angle? What's my context? My context is I am an educator. I'm an educator of students who want to become teachers and teach English as a foreign language. And in Germany, it works similarly to Finland. Teachers are expected from primary school up to secondary school, high school, to also convey media literacy. So I train these students. What do I train them in? In cultural studies. So actually, I bring a cultural studies perspective. I'm not a media and communication scholar. I mean, do have that in my background, but the students expect me to talk about culture in my classrooms. What else is important? The context is the German education system. Yeah, I cannot generalize, but so you have an idea about my context and the angle I might bring to the table. So what is my take, my approach to misinformation? Distrust. Might sound a bit weird, but what I teach my students from the very start is a distrust, not of agencies, institutions, or media, but a distrust in facts. Because what I try to show them is that each fact, or what we take to be a fact, is actually a construction. It's not fiction, but it's a construction. And they need to understand that and to deal with this. So it's a mistrust in perceived knowledge, and it's very much in the spirit of Michel Foucault's concept of power knowledge, which is not about having a lot of knowledge and therefore being powerful, but actually whoever is able to say what is true, to establish knowledge, is powerful. So I see all of this also as part of a power dynamics, of course. So that's what I try to do, so show students how knowledge is constructed. I usually start out with historical knowledge, and people are really flabbergasted when I tell them facts, dates, timelines, all constructed. You need to question this. So in the course of my working as a lecturer, I've developed a few strategies and projects and programs and seminars, and I thought the best way to go about this, to illustrate what I do, is show you a bit about these projects and share them with you. The first one, and I feel a bit like I'm repeating quite a few things that have already been said, so I try to make this short. This is a program designed for future teachers, and it is supposed to train them in media analysis. So what we set out to do is find out why it is that you react emotionally and cognitively in a particular way to news that you are receiving, regardless of the medium. I often start out with analyzing New York Times articles. This is an example here. So students are supposed to find out how meaning is constructed in these news, how emotions are generated. And they do this this is rather scientific, or seems to be at the outset, based on Van Dijk's media analysis. You're probably familiar with this. So they really do quantitative and qualitative analysis of news articles. That means what words are being used, what kind of images are being used, and to what effect. How are these images constructed? What angle is used? What coloring? What sizes of what angles, so on and so forth, or how meaning is constructed. And once they've done that, they're supposed to present their results, to systemize them in a digital media format. So they also become producers of media, and I hope to create a learning effect here. And what you see here is what is called a schematic analysis, so a visualization of how a news article was constructed, basically with an introduction, main event, background information, so on and so forth. What I then do, very similar to what Jonti was saying earlier on, I asked them, so what would you actually need to know to understand how meaning is constructed in this news article? So they have to do background research. What do I need to know? What do I have to understand historically concerning the political system, cultural issues, so on and so forth? And finally, I also asked them, so how would you teach that issue in an EFL classroom? How can you communicate that to future students? So this is one of the projects I'm working with. I've also been doing a lot of work in image analysis and film analysis. Image analysis more generally speaking, but I've also designed freely accessible film analysis online self-study courses in case anyone's interested, because I feel whether it's film analysis or other kind of visual media, they all share very similar semiotics. So a way of communicating visually, yeah, and especially with our media landscapes today, we need to be able to decipher and understand how visual meaning is created. So that's one of the things I do. And finally, I'm not just working with university students, but also with already established K-12 teachers. And I do a teacher training every year, so annually around Thanksgiving. And it's an US theme-related teacher training. But part of this is always issues around media literacy. This is a 2.5-day event where teachers from all over Germany meet and also teacher students. So we have different age levels and different regions, different kinds of schools, teachers coming together and exchanging how they approach things such as media literacy, information management, dialogue, discourse in the EFL classroom. And this year's theme is media literacy and US democracy, and we are still looking for speakers, so I just thought I use this to announce that. But I think that gives you pretty much an idea of what I'm doing, and I think I'm going to stop here to leave room for potential questions.
Okay, so we've got distrust, we've got trust, we've got collective impact, and we've got context, right? And I would like to, I think I'm lucky, we've got 10 minutes. Oh, thank you, speakers. We've got 10 minutes to open up to the floor. Before we open up to the floor, there's a question behind you. So I'm going to look very inelegant to lean back and read it. But it says, it's easy to deal with disinformation if you want to know the truth. But how can we inform people who are under propaganda and believe it? And I want to throw this to Chido, because I think it's very common in the Global South. It's common in my country anyway, where the propaganda is so strong and you believe it. And because of state-owned media, for example, and the absence of independent media or freedom of speech. There's a saying, please don't arrest me, whoever's watching, but there's a saying that there is freedom of speech, but you're not guaranteed freedom after speech. So, Chido, how do you help people who believe a lie? Up.
The statement, the last statement was credited to the late Ugandan dictator Idi Amin. We don't know exactly. And I think from Idi Amin, he moved to Robert Mugabe, that there is freedom after speech. So you can say whatever you want to say. You are guaranteed to say whatever you want to say. What you're not guaranteed is what will happen after you say what you want to say. I think it's not as easy as it appears in today's world because we are contending with a lot of issues, with a lot of factors. With artificial intelligence and the expansion of communication technology and what is possible, whether it's deep, we're talking about deep fakes and all kinds of changes that come with technology to define. It's possible as a people, as a society, to say, oh, this is the truth. But it's not always the case because there is also a conscious effort by people within society to distort this truth, to distort information, to consciously represent what is not true as what is true. So we're struggling daily with so many other things, survival, and also trying to understand what is true or not true. My approach to the whole concept of truth now, it's for people, and particularly young people, to be self-aware, self-conscious, but also do a lot of deep introspection, critical thinking. There are a lot of things I see on Instagram and what's this other small one? TikTok. And I wonder, why do people even share these things? Or why do people comment on certain things? So that's the kind of education I want for people around me. It's not everything you see that you have to share or you have to comment, because then when you don't give life to disinformation, it will die a natural death. But the moment it begins to cross borders, the moment you begin to share, they begin to comment, people are overwhelmed with the kind of information they receive on your phone, laptops, iPad, and all kinds of gadgets, and you're contending with millions and millions of materials every day. It becomes very difficult to sift through these things and begin to how much of it. So in some instances, it could be half-truth. So maybe it's the figure of, what's this thing, the fish, that image, I've forgotten the name now, of a lady.
Mermaid?
Yeah, mermaid with the body of a lady and the tail of a fish. So one half is true. The other half is fake or untruth. How do you contend with that? So it's a challenge that we face. How we need to be creative in the way we respond to this. So first of all, I don't think we should, beyond even understanding whether certain information is true or not, let's not give life to it. So there are a lot of things you see, and I'm wondering, how important is this? Why should this matter to anybody else? Why are people even sharing this or commenting on this? Once we develop that ability, that capacity to do that analysis, it helps us to do further deep introspection to understand if we are interested in verifying whether this is true or not. Because then the more we share, the more people get this, and the more they expand the conversation, and nobody is really bothered about, or people who are overwhelmed, the glut of information. Nobody wants to sit down. How many are you going to check and not check.
Right.
That's the challenge. Yeah.
Right. Vito's confirmation bias is coming into play. Okay. Lisa.
So I'd like to sort of add something to this because I think it's a seduction of media and information literacy as sort of a concept and what we believe in, that somehow or another we can sort of inoculate people against anything they might encounter. And one of the biggest challenges for us, if we kind of adopt that, is the reality is, as I think Yanti maybe had mentioned, the importance of you have to know certain things in order to make sense of certain kinds of information. And so I am not equipped. I mean, I am a very well-educated person, but I am not equipped to assess content in many, many disciplines. And so it is that content that I'm going to encounter. I can't make sense of it. I don't have the background to read clinical studies of treatments and assess which ones were well done, which ones were not. I'm not that kind of scientist. And so I think one of the things we have to sort of think about is an alternative strategy in certain cases that has to do much more with helping people decide, an education process that helps them decide who to trust, not what to trust as far as the information, but who to trust as far as the source of the information. The person who's doing the research that's sort of finding this, of course, in the United States is Michael Caulfield and his SIFT format and his insistence on sort of people learning about lateral reading, not going deep, but going lateral. But ultimately deciding who in an authoritative position are we going to put our trust into? Because the reality is that is actually how we spend most of our days, is sort of trusting either individuals or organizations around us that things are good or okay. And so I think the issue, if we can take it back to the specific question of propaganda, is it's in people's interests in many cases to trust those sources, right? You just gave us an example of like a quip that, if your life depends on it, you might be willing to just go along because, it's a real act of bravery that we don't expect of ordinary people in their daily lives to stand up to falsehoods where their life could be on the line, right? That's a lot to ask of people. So I think first we have to have a little bit of compassion with that. But I think the other thing that we can say is we can help people start to understand, and here is what I would say is like more of the power analysis. Where is this information coming from? What are the interests of this person? Do I want to put trust in this person? I also think that I believe that, I just mentioned the ordinary people. I think ordinary people are actually a bit more sophisticated about this than that we sometimes give them credit for, in that they are managing these very complex landscapes, and they may not believe that propaganda, but there are other reasons to sort of appear that they believe it. But I think the other thing that we can sort of look to, and I was like, I don't think this is a global South problem. I live in the United States right now. I think there's also this notion that people want to belong to a community. Yeah. And propaganda often functions as a mechanism for saying you're in this community. And I think that kind of community, it's probably fake community, but it feels like community is certainly driving a lot of sort of the acceptance of propaganda from certain sectors. I think it's this combination of who do I trust, who do I distrust, and then just giving people a little bit of credit of managing their lives. But I think the media is an interesting, I'm not an expert in media at all. I think the interesting question here is, when is the media trusted and should be trusted, and when is the media actually part of propaganda, even if it doesn't want to be?
I just want to follow on this because we're surrounded by propaganda. And so we're talking here kind of about harmful propaganda and I think that the most important thing, and this is where we have a role in media literacy, is to be able to realize this is propaganda. We talked earlier about emotions. You need to be able to, even if it's propaganda that fits into your worldview, it's still propaganda. And you need to know what you're reading as propaganda, whether you like it and it's what you want to hear, you want more of it. And that's what we have here, yeah? They like it, they want more of it, even if we think, okay, this is disinformation and it's harmful for society. And we had this a lot in the pandemic with science, and we see it a lot in many, many spaces. Where do we trust the information? What institutions do we trust? But first of all, their propaganda isn't everything, and they're coming from everywhere. So we have to be able to first see the traits and the techniques that are used. It's not new, but I think that's what we're trying to build with the critical thinking and the skills within media literacy, is that even if it speaks to you, to your worldview, it's still propaganda. And we have this role.
The question of trust, a very difficult one. I do see where you're getting at, but on the other hand, it seems to me that this trust game or competition is also very problematic, because a lot of things that happen, we wouldn't say people believe propaganda, is people saying, well, you should not trust the authorities, yeah, because you should rather trust an alternative narrative because of this and that. So my approach is, and this might be unrealistic, is this distrust generally, but meaning that people understand everything is constructed and is coming from somewhere. So what I need is multiple perspectives, and the media that offer multiple perspectives and multiple takes are potentially more trustworthy. But misinformation, I mean, it goes back so far with all sorts of media that we find trustworthy. I've worked a lot with war photography, with 19th century photography, and lots of images that were constructed and entirely fake are still used in history books. Yeah, books on the American Civil War. There are so many photographs, they're just fictions, they're fake news, and we still teach them in our curricula and so on and so forth. So a healthy distrust or healthy understanding, then all media, all content, knowledge, truth are constructed. So we need multiple takes on this. That would be probably my suggestion, but it might be unrealistic, I don't know.
Is anything really unrealistic, or is it just unexplored?
And I fully agree with this. I don't think that the distrust counters out the trust in this, actually. I think you have to have distrust in order for trust to be gained and to be retained. And I think Vitor talked about authenticity. And that's what we want now. We want a transparency in what's happening in our media outlets, in the systems behind it. We want to know what's going on, want to understand it. And that's how you gain trust. That's why journalists have to show more how they work, how they got their story. And this is where we gain trust. Yeah.
And now, as we stand at the edge of this rabbit hole, we're going to bring this panel to a close. Thank you so much, speakers, for an excellent conversation. And I think the overarching thread I've seen is psychology plays a huge role. I haven't heard that word yet spoken, but I think psychology and sociology, understanding emotions, because a lot of what we believe is based off our emotions, what makes us feel good, what confirms what makes us angry, what makes us happy, what makes us feel something. We are feeling human beings. So I think psychology definitely will play a role in how society is influenced by misinformation, by information in general, whether you trust it or not. We are going to have something to eat now. So clap for the food. That's what's up. So as we go for lunch, please note that lunch is happening where we have breakfast in the hotel. So you go back across, and that's where lunch will be served. We meet back here at 1:30. So that means at 20 past, you will see
Okay.
And we're live. Welcome back everyone to our session. Welcome back to our viewers online. We're at the halfway mark through day one. And in the morning we had three excellent panels. Yeah? Three excellent panels, I think, that set the tone for the rest of our event. We are now going to go straight into the next panel because we're a little bit behind time. A gentle reminder that Slido is still available, even for you online. We're not seeing enough questions from those online. So if you're online, please visit www.slido.com. That's www.slido.com. And please use the code DCN Global. That's DCN Global. And you can have access to the platform, ask your questions, participate in the poll. Let us know which country you're watching from as well. And then also, bear in mind that we are taking our memes, and we've seen some really fantastic memes so far, especially in the participant group. So we might share it in the speakers group because I don't think all of you have seen the awesome memes. They're really great.
Yeah, they should not use the moderators as characters for the meme.
But you are a character in the meme.
I know.
And
this
it's
is
fantastic.
What I say. There should be a rule.
Use Alex. You can use me if you like, but it's up to you. And remember that you can online, you can do it too. Just take a screenshot of your screen and create a meme. It'll be so much fun. Or wherever you are, take a meme of your space, of you watching the live stream. We'd love to connect and enjoy your creativity. Alex, please let us know about our next panel.
Yeah, just 1 second before. This is the newest release from Chido Onuma, who is here with us, Remaking Nigeria. It can be read online. Always when I meet Chido, he delivers me 2 books that he wrote in the last year. It's unbelievable. I think he wrote like 40 books. This is hardcover. This is amazing, Chido. Congratulations, and you can read online. And I will call a friend of us to come here, which is, I like her so much, Diana Philemon, please, a DCN member, youth and communication expert, I must say. And Diana will moderate the next panel, which has an amazing theme. And also, Diana will talk about the project she runs on DCN with Gen Z. And Gen Z one is something amazing. Thanks so much, Diana.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to invite by my side our 2 speakers who are present here, Paul and Paolo. Please join me. And a round of applause. So first, I will just say a few words about myself and what puts me on this stage, and then we will move to our online speaker, Manisha from India, who will help us fulfill the target of this panel, because it's a very interesting topic, mixing media literacy and creative industries. And I somehow always draw the short straw when it comes to moderating DCN events, because I'm the one after lunch. But the good thing is that I think a week ago we were in Thessaloniki, and after lunch also implied after 40 degrees outside almost. So the struggle was definitely higher for me to keep the people focused and not go for a siesta, as you should at this temperature. And so this is a little lighter for me as a task to keep you focused. And also because I'm very happy that Alex gave me this challenge to moderate this panel, because I feel like so often we, the good guys in this fight in media literacy, tend to be less creative than the bad guys, and or at least not as visible when we are creative to the bad guys. And part of the word creative is what puts me here on this chair, because I started as a civic NGO person, activist in Romania many years ago, and then slowly I turned into, without any plans, into a media expert for young people, because we created some youth media projects in which we explain the news to young people in Romania, first of all, and in this case we reach around 3 million young people every month with our news. And just a few months ago, we launched the Eastern and Central European version of the project, which is in English and covers, I think, around 15 or 16 countries in the region, with correspondence from most of them. And if you feel like you want to dive deeper into Central and Eastern Europe, because as you know, we have a lot of problems there and a lot of interesting things happening, and you want to see the region through the eyes of young people, you can follow us on Instagram, Gen Z. You can search for it, and I will nag you and remind you about it at the end. But before moving to the next part, I would like to make sure that Manisha is online and she can join us. And if so, we will start with her because she's been waiting for some time while we were all eating our lunch, and she's supposed to enter. If not, perfect. Manisha, hello. Just a second to make sure that. When the guys say that it's okay, we can start. So can we give the floor to Manisha? You know, with this online, every time we have a challenge.
Hello? Hello? Hello, everyone. Great. Okay, so when I see all of you there, I really wish I were there in person with you. But nevertheless, I'm very happy to be here sharing my thoughts on MIL, which has been an area of passion for years for me. I would say that it's a complete myth, that MIL is for school students, consumers, and audiences. I believe that critical media production and content creation is required in every domain of creative industry, may it be cinema, OTT, gaming, commercials, and social media. So incorporating MIL in creative industries is very important, but it is also very tricky. Because one, the creative bunch does not like that, we impose any rules and regulations on them. They want complete freedom for their creativity. And two, the market forces have a powerful influence on creative work. And therefore, when it comes to MIL practices for the creative industries, we have to align them with the creative approach, right? The MIL practices and the creative approach have to be aligned. And these practices for creators have to be self-driven and self-regulated. And therefore, media literacy should be seen essentially as a philosophy, as a way of life, rather than, as something, say, like a matter of just compliance. So if we want that for creators, media literacy becomes a philosophy and a way of their regular practice, I think it is very important that we include two kinds of MIL practices. One is what we call reflective practices, and the other is what we call reflexive practices. So the creators, right from the beginning, have to be encouraged to be reflective, and that involves looking back. So they should constantly, look back and scrutinize what they've been doing, the way they've been thinking, producing, right? So that creates awareness about their own thought process. And then they also are taught to introspect. They learn to introspect about their own creative choices. And therefore, reflective practices are very important. The other set of practices is what we would call reflexive practices. Reflexive practices are an ongoing process. This is like a real-time checking. So they help with course correction, and also they help you being aware of the impact you have as a creator on people and the environment that you interact with. And if these two practices become an integral part of one's creative process right from the beginning, they can serve the content creators and managers throughout their professional career. So for the sake of convenience, I'm classifying the creative industries in two types. One, legacy media and corporate entities, and two, DIY and independent media. So one potential place to introduce MIL for legacy and entertainment businesses is where creators, at least a large number of them, begin their journey. Right? That is in institutions, universities, and training schools. I hardly know of any training program or any professional educational institution or any production course that even touch upon MIL while they are busy developing skills, teaching the craft, and honing the business insights of their students. I would go to an extent to claim that not just the content creators, but everybody in that chain, managers, decision makers in all these industries, they also have to be media literate. So MIL should become a core component in creative industry management programs. Even at MICA, we run, entertainment management program. And I think even this kind of management program can really do well with incorporating MIL. Now coming to the second category, MIL is equally important for DIY content creators and influencers. As the label influencer suggests, these content creators have public influence. I would say, in fact, huge public influence. And therefore, they also have equally huge public accountability. So while it has not been easy for young people to gain visibility as creators in the legacy media and large corporations and entertainment businesses, social media and digital storytelling have tremendously helped young people to express their voices. And this is an area of my interest, so I'll say something about that. There has also been, not only that, there has been an increasing possibility of their stories reaching beyond their national borders and geographic proximity. So this is also the moment in history where more and more youth with marginalized identities who did not have any voice in the global public sphere earlier have started finding their voice. So let's say like youth from the global South countries, from low-income families, girls, LGBTQ and refugee kids. So these kids are now telling their own stories through social media and digital media. And that is why in my work, I propose a framework called transcultural multiliteracies for these young people. So when I talk about transcultural multiliteracies, I must acknowledge the collaboration with my colleague, Dr. Kiran Bhatia. So in very brief, the concept of multiliteracies was used in the 1990s by the New London Group. And the idea was to broaden the scope of literacy beyond language. It's a theoretical approach to respond to the changing social environment of young people as well as teachers. So we have worked on this concept, and then drawing from this, we have introduced what we call transcultural multiliteracies, because we believe that it is a very effective concept for interrupting the one-way communication flows and creating an inclusive creative landscape, which the youth really needs these days. So what do these multiliteracies contain? So we think that 3 literacies are very important. One is historical literacy. The second is geopolitical literacy. And the third, of course, is critical media and information literacy. By historical literacy, I mean histories of colonization, conflict, and marginalization. How our current position in the world has evolved through years of conflict, collaborations, and exchanges. I think before you start creating something or start telling your stories, you have to be aware of this. The second is geopolitical literacy, because you cannot understand the sphere of media if you don't understand the global power dynamics and even the neo-colonialism. You have to understand the debates surrounding global communication and information flows. And you also have to pay attention to media ownership, because as content creators, this is very important part of, I would say, MIL for them. And then finally, when we say critical media and information literacy, we should address media representation, online safety, digital literacy, also practical skills in multimodal production and expression, storytelling, and public voice. It is also very important to learn to negotiate the cultural differences in the content creation and consumption when the creators are going global and your audiences are global. We have also observed in our past work that unless trained and guided, most young people are not predisposed to questioning power dynamics in mediated representation. So this is a skill that has to be cultivated. So then we come to the most important question, that who should take the responsibility for developing transcultural multiliteracies? Because we fully understand that this is not an easy task at all. Of course, while schools can certainly engage in developing these multiliteracies, we will need educators who are well versed with this information and also the pedagogical skills, because it's a very complex task. So, and it is beyond most parents to do full justice to it through, they can certainly support it, but we cannot put the entire responsibility on parents. So I would urge the platforms that use the labor, in large part, free labor of young people, to create and provide resources for multiliteracies. I would say that they should really support the DIY content creators with these resources. So it is high time that the creative industry and digital platforms take their ethical responsibility seriously. So I would like to end on a call for action to advocate participation of social media platforms in creative industry, including gaming, to understand their public accountability and not push the entire responsibility of MIL on schools, parents, and kids themselves. With that, on that note, I would end my talk, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you? Good. Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much, Manisha. I want to mention that Manisha is a professor, communication and digital platforms and strategies, co-chair at Center for Development, Management and Communication, and she's live with us from India. And before I pass the floor to the other speakers, I would just like to underline how much I like that she said that you said, Manisha, about accountability. And accountability, especially amongst DIY, as you said, content creators, because this is a huge problem that we only feel like we have to punish or draw the line for legacy media or for people who actually respect some rules and not for the others. And it's amazing that in 2024 there are so many people who are having such a huge impact in societies and still do not play by the rules, and they still do not understand that they are accountable for what they throw out there. But I think we can dive into the discussion further on. And now I would like to continue the conversation and to pass the floor to Paolo, who is a founding member and Secretary General at the European Association for Viewers' Interest. So as you see, it all connects very well in the discussion today. And please share with us your thoughts for today.
Thank you, Diana. I actually, before doing this slide, I have taken notes about everything that was said this morning, so I will change what I plan to say, but I will do it very quickly. So there will be just brief statements, and I hope that you will make sense of them. Can we go to the next slide, please? And then I will still cover what is about creativity and the bit, because this was the assignment that I was given, maybe because of what we did. But I will just, let me see that this looked, yeah. So the purpose of this slide at the beginning was just to show how good we are, how many things we do, but now we can use it to cover some of the things that you have mentioned this morning. I start from what Belinia said about the need of having practice and research in a debate, to certain conclusion in a way that are meaningful to, for instance, policymakers. We are in Brussels and we still have difficulties in explaining what media literacy is about. And we have done a lot of research in the past. Some of them are about definition. We did it on behalf of the European Commission, covering 27 countries. Those research are obviously still available. Most of those concepts are still valid. It is still the case that if you ask to 3 experts is a definition of media literacy, you get 4 different definitions, and then we create frameworks, conceptual map, and so forth. We have done 3 specific pieces of research on assessing media literacy levels, and although this was a few years ago and it needs update, some of those concepts they remain valid. Is qualitative and quantitative indicators, and not taking them all into a meaningful way. What can be assessed, the data that are available, what is not. In critical thinking can be assessed, when not really, in small groups and so forth. There are conclusions about all these things. Somebody mentioned about natural and digital environment. At TEAVI, we talk about is the art of living in the digital environment to indicate a broader concept, including we have talked in Brazil about consciousness and other life skills that now we talk about emotion, awareness, the capacity of observing our own behavior and so forth, which start from beyond the line of acquiring is technical and critical thinking. Somebody also mentioned the capacity of obviously to participate to society, our own community, and so forth. We start soon to work with the new European Parliament, and we are the European Commission has issued a number of relevant pieces of legislation. We are also part of the steering board and of the Council of Europe, the steering board of Information Society. Now, for the sake, I think Victor mentioned we are not in the information society, obviously, but we are not necessarily in the disinformation society neither. We are simply in a media society, and being pragmatic, what does this mean? We should be aware that the bad guys or the people in power, they are often media literate. So we should make sure that the consumer, the citizens, the parents they are as well, as much as possible. Long debate as well, the number of functional illiterate, how we do, I don't know, is somebody mention about the covers of Time, whether is people, I changed a bit the title, whether people will be relevant in 2045 because of the capacity of manipulating our mind. Shaping is the title of this conference in AI and so forth. So is also something interesting about all of these things. Need a conference on their own. We are talking about global, I think, is people and human beings are human beings wherever they have born. And I think that although educational, social, cultural aspects, they do differ, the common denominator is people and a civil society organization, not-for-profit, meaning that when we talk about public interest, as it was mentioned, this is the investment that we care about. Public interest and trust is we should start to see which are the intentions of beyond what is published of whoever is publishing them. The public service broadcaster, before there was Deutsche Welle, they have done a very interesting study about trust. But the strategy, and therefore deciding who are allies and who are the enemies, which are the weapons that can be used on one side, on the other, is also the variables that should be taken into account. It's difficult or it is easy to banalize or to simplify certain concepts, but having a global perspective it helps as well. This is for the part that is unstructured and has nothing to do with creativity. But now I go back to creativity. That is the previous thing. No. Yeah. So I assumption that the reason why is Alex and the organizer that, by the way, not by the way, but I should thank, is because of this opportunity and is always appreciate the fact that it is offer a space for debate and putting together is people opinion so I'm very grateful for that. I assume that we are quite a competent audience. So the point of departure is not to go to the basics, but a bit beyond is those concepts. Creativity. So creativity in all the things that I've mentioned before, they were direct in two so-called stakeholders, policymakers, researchers, and this is the main activity that we will continue to do from Brussels. But we have also taken into account the general public. And when we talk about the general public, in we like and we have experimented with the limited resources of EAVI. We are not, Leo was talking yesterday about the 8 million budget that CAVI has got, or 80 people. We are far from that. But still, we like to experiment things that are likely to be effective. And one thing is certainly exploring. We have done our short cartoons or campaigns, and creativity is the attitude to create. And he has this superpower. Is maybe some of you have seen the very first cartoon that we did. That it was called Jack, A Journey to Media Literacy, and it was the story of this young boy that was rowing to the media literacy island in encountering all sorts of obstacles and big and dangerous fishes and that kind of obstacles. And the cartoon has been translated in more than 20 languages. It's still used in training here and there, and this is something that has proven successful using metaphors, and this is one of the guidelines that we use. But we also wanted to be uplifting. We want to be not moralistic. We didn't want to be strictly educational. So is our editorial is, am I boring? Are you still following me? No. Is to be able to create entertaining kind of content, which is not boring, but at the end, when you have watched it, this is the objective, it should enhance some reflection. We know, and this is a mistake that we all often do, and I like to have a conference about shaping people's mind, actually, literally, because people don't change mind. Unless they convince themselves about certain things. No, none of us has changed his football team or even politically. Is very deep. I have in contact very few people that move from left to right and right to left, and I think that the strategy of saying and polarization falls into this, of pushing people saying, well, you are wrong, is certainly not a very clever strategy. It doesn't work. We have also played with humor. Humor was another key word that humor is. I see that Tapio is, what did I say? Humor, English humor. And we think that one thing that works is to have excellent quality in the text, in the video, we play with food. We have a campaign that is called the media food. So is again, some of you mentioned about content that could be toxic. Is media content, what is healthy for us, what is not, and we have done a campaign on that. A very successful campaign now that has reached 61,000 views is the digital well-being campaign, in which we have all of these things are available on our website, the resources and the guide and the free books to download on various things, parenting, media coach, and so forth. The cut of EAVI has been very good, because we have used the frame of love is. Do you remember the campaign? Love is to hug each other, love is blah, 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 blah. And we have done it with digital well-being. Digital well-being, and the main character of that is this EAVI cat. Connected to yourself first, but I'm not going to talk about the next ones. It is a way in which we want to underline the importance of is connecting to yourself and to your emotion, or being capable of observing your own behavior. Well, I have been on TikTok for 2 hours now. This simple fact raises awareness. And is much more effective to nurture and to feed and to cultivate those skills rather than saying, well, you have been on social media for 3 hours. Is because mind and brains, they work in a way that they would resist, and our children, we know how they do when we talk about those things. So evidently, the pedagogy and the common sense, I would say, that should apply to media literacy as in too many other subjects, it still applies to it. I just conclude with it seems that is the last one. Okay, so I think that is we would dream to do something that is larger than EAVI. This is a bit our limit of what we could do, but there is so much potential in creating and in producing content that could be engaging and I think is we are dim to be successful somehow. It's a matter of putting together these 3 ingredients that we are aware of, and then finding producers or somebody that understand even the commercial is a return of those things. So we are discussing this with some broadcaster of the EBU, the public service broadcaster, but we would love to do something on these lines too. Obviously, all of this has to be based and to be authoritative, meaning is based on the funding of international research, and it cannot be otherwise. You don't reach the educational objective. It's not exactly a conclusion, but I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I have some questions, but I will get back after we finish the round. And I will invite now Paul to continue. And he's a lawyer, media activist, and artist designer. He's from the US, but I think he's. Are you based still there or?
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires.
In fact, I was kind of surprised. Is it on now?
Yes, it's on.
Okay. I thought I would have a double on my badge, have Argentina and the States, because I'm working with an Argentine crew largely. Shall I start?
Yeah, please do.
We won't show it yet. Instead of doing slides, I simply turned the slides into a 5-minute video. I thought it would be a little easier to simply play the video, and then I would describe my praxis, how it relates to MIL. So why don't we set up the video, but don't start it till I nod, all right? Since the audio begins immediately. And I was, right before, I had one quote planned right before the video started. And I'm going to introduce another, I'm going to now introduce 2. The one quote that I think is so critical to any sort of critical discourse today in our world of flux is this: there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. And that, of course, is Machiavelli from El Principe, all right? And then I was going to start the video, but sitting in the audience today, one of our presenters, Mariette, addressed something that I had not intended to initially include in this presentation. And I had to go back to my computer to pull out the quote. But I think it's so important and so critical that it needed to be included, and it needed to be read before the video, and I think it then offers the basis for a discussion after the video. And the quote is from Eric Holmesbaum, probably the most brilliant historian of the last 100 years. and its final book, which was The Age of Extremes. And here it is. Why brilliant fashion designers, a notoriously non-analytic breed, sometimes succeed in anticipating the show of things to come better than professional predictors is one of the most obscure questions in history, and for the historian of culture, one of the most central. That's the second quote. If we could begin the video, shall we?
The dancer who danced in the maelstrom. The story of the dance in the maelstrom is found in a dossier. It is in the dossier's crudely blotted microfiche memos, telegrams, newspaper clippings, and photos of me. The dossier is my Federal Bureau of Investigation file.
The last 100 years of St. Louis. This big arch story tells who came on the left, who left something that fell down, and who launched something that's everywhere. Media guru Marshall McLuhan came to St. Louis. He left a rough map into a digital net world.
This is Aldous Huxley, and these are the sounds of the brave new world, of test tube and decanter, of hissing injectors and gurgling blood substitute. We are inside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre. This is the fertilizing room.
What you just heard is what I recorded in 1956. It was for the CBS radio workshop broadcast of my novel Brave New World. The broadcast featured me, Aldous Huxley, as the narrator. Brave New World is set in the year AF 632, 600 years after Henry Ford introduced his auto assembly line and his Model T. In my novel, science and efficiency reign supreme. Brave New World is a world that deifies Henry Ford as our Lord Ford. Citizens in my dystopian fiction are produced artificially, conditioned to belong to specific castes, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, or epsilon, and taught through hypnopedia, sleep learning methods. Themes of individuality, freedom, and the dehumanizing effects of a controlled, pleasure-driven culture are explored in this hellscape story of mine. I trace my novel to another novel and to another man. The man was the New Zealand sheep farmer Samuel Butler, and the novel was Erewhon.
Chronology of men and machines. 1863, the New Zealand sheep farmer publishes an article in the Christchurch newspaper. The author is Samuel Butler. Darwin Among Machines is the title of the Shepherd's article. Samuel Butler believed Charles Darwin's big idea would not end with us and our natural world, but something different, quite different. Butler raises the possibility that machines are a kind of mechanical life undergoing constant evolution, and that eventually machines will replace humans as a dominant species.
In the descent of the maelstrom, Poe imagines the situation in which a sailor who has gone out on a fishing expedition is caught by not watching the turn of the tide in a huge maelstrom or whirlpool, and he sees that his boat will be sucked down into this thing. He begins to study the action of the storm. By studying the things that reappear, to which the attaches himself to one of these, he saves himself.
Okay, now I will try to connect some dots, all right? And I'll just say, the dots all lead up to a climbing wall. The purpose, this is a series of projects, but in the end, the value of these projects are to what extent we can create climbing walls, where we begin to look at this flow of information and how it's covering us and how we're changing it. What is the costuming? What are we wearing? So I've done a number of projects over many, many years. I've been parts of boards involving wireless spectrum and mill boards. But the focus has always been in the design of a climbing wall. Where are we going to put the climbing wall? And how do we bring in the posses to work with us in the projects. So you know these are avatars. Of course, that's a Josephine Baker avatar, that's a Judy Garland avatar, and the Huxley, the original voice is Aldis's voice, and then when you see the face moving, that is a Huxley avatar. Let me just briefly, describe why these three characters are there, and then at the end, I wish to talk about Imran Khan and that final slide. First of all, my attempt to well, I've been involved in many things. I had a media nightclub in 1996. I worked with a series of programmers in a building next door to the building where Jack Dorsey was doing his original programming, which then, of course, led to Twitter. So I've had this sort of exposure, and of course the work was done in St. Louis. At the same time, I was actually working on a project with McLuhan's first doctoral student. I was in my 30s, he was in his late 80s. Fascinating exposure and a crossover. But also from St. Louis is Josephine Baker. And in order to build that climbing wall and to expose the community, it was not really appropriate to deal with McLuhan at that time, more so Baker. And so we put together a series of, it ran on for 4 years, playing in the US and in Scotland, a series of media projects involving Josephine Baker and using her as myth. You saw the last slide, which of course focused on one of the ultimate myths, the labyrinth of Theseus, Ariadne, and the Minotaur. The climbing wall requires the myth, the mythos. And Josephine Baker, I can't go into all detail, but Josephine Baker's career was cut short in the United States because of a battle with two people, Walter Winchell and J. Edgar Hoover. So we're dealing with a trinity that suggests the nature of an emerging media myth. Walter Winchell is the father of a gossip. He's probably the most significant cultural figure of the 20th century in the US. And of course, all of you probably know who J. Edgar Hoover was. He is the father of surveillance, not just in the US, but around the world. So we took the FBI files of Baker, Hoover, and Winchell and generated nightclub acts, plays, music pieces, involved around 50 people. Again, that was an MIL process that exposed people to these ideas of myth and climbing walls. Judy Garland, I won't go into all the details of that, but that involves the attempt to have created a heritage site in St. Louis involving Marshall McLuhan. It also involved about $500,000 in legal fees. That's another subject, but that goes back to I will mispronounce your name, Manishiba's presentation, how we create access to these ideas, all right? That is so important. We need the public space. We need the finances to create that climbing wall. And that's where the Garland piece shows up. And most of you probably know that there was a movie called Meet Me in St. Louis, and Judy Garland was the star of it. I think it happened right after The Wizard of Oz. So we're playing with some of those hooks, ideas, to build upon those ideas. Then finally, the Huxley piece is the piece I'm working on right now. And you saw the swirling stage, which is under design right now. And my partner on that is married to Aldous Huxley's daughter. excuse me, not daughter, her niece, his niece. The Huxley family was an extended family involving, there were over 25 years in terms of the time between Aldis's birth and his brother's birth. So I've had the opportunity to address some of these issues with the Huxley family, and I'm working on that right now. And obviously, you may not be familiar with Samuel Butler, but his tale of Man and Machines is a tale that directly involves Charles Darwin, and it's a fascinating tale, and we're trying to work on that and put together a tale. Again, this is myth. We desperately need these myths, and we need the structure to tell these myths if we're going to respond to an arena of media that I don't think any of us can rationally understand or rationally predict. It exceeds where we can go, so we use the myths to do it. Finally, I wanted to show the last piece, and the last piece ties into Leo's final comments yesterday about war. I was the agent for the Indian musician you saw for 3 years, and the author of his unpublished manuscript. That was Imrat Khan. Imrat Khan was the brother of Vilayat Khan, and there are many books that describe the 50-year sort of rivalry between Vilayat Khan and Ravi Shankar. It's a fascinating tale about creativity and about the role of competition in upping the game of creatives and artists. And the Imrat Khan tale is the witness to that rivalry between Shankar and his brother. And it also is the tale of how Shankar became who he became and how he influenced George Harrison and the Beatles. So these are just dots. These are pieces that begin, I think, to be potential material to be used. Now, the Imrat Khan, you saw the piece there that referenced Ariadne and the thread. Again, you're using myth. That was presented in Buenos Aires at the Central Cultural Kirchner, which is the main cultural center in Argentina. They put together a few days on the blockchain, and you were trying to present the blockchain as something other than programming, but tie it into culture. Obviously, the ultimate blockchain was the thread in the tale of the Minotaur. Also, if you have a little background in classical Hindustani music, the Gharana system, which is the family system, is based upon memory and code. So we were attempting to humanize the blockchain, which is a coding math system, based upon this ancient system of memory, which passed it on to family. Again, I know I'm covering a number of things, but I don't think we can address the unknowable, which is AI, unless we have these tools and we have these platforms to deal with this. So all of these are multiple tools, multiple platforms, multiple people, and multiple stories, and take it for what you wish.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. And now, I don't know if my colleagues can share the Slido. If you already put some questions there, I'd be happy to read them. If you feel like you want to ask some questions, please feel free to raise a hand, old school style. And until then, I would start with the question for Paolo. And I like to ask if you would have a magic wand. Especially because you talked about the European legislation, European Parliament, the new people who will come in and take decisions for us. If you would have a magic wand on one decision that they could take, or something you could make happen around social media and the consumption that we have, do you have it in your mind? Do you know what you would do?
We truly have a magic wand. It's just that we are losing our perception of reality as well. There are magnificent young people that would have, if they are given the opportunity, describe a world of media which could be different or more positive in certain aspects, and we should give the opportunities is not just to talk about young people, but is for them to talk about themselves. We have a magic wand, I don't know what is the right pronunciation. My partner is British and she will correct me in any case, even if I will be right. With all these resources that are already available, we have a magic wand because we are the great majority. People are, when I'm talking about Europe, we are 500 million inhabitants, and the bad guys are just a few. We have an enormous power if we just join forces and we have good intention, and people are good. People are good. If there is a problem, we help each other. But the media, they portray the media is a generalization because there are public service media and there are other media that obviously, as he has been saying, who do you trust? No, they deserve and they are more authoritative. So people. And the media as well, and journalists, they would deserve to be judged for what they have done in the past, not just on the basis of promises, blah, blah, blah. We have some or many good politicians. It's not true that all politicians are bad, that all media are bad, but we have to be a bit selective. I think that it is a matter of seeing things as they are, and things are pretty good, I would have to say. Let's not convince ourselves of the positive. I love when we talk about integrity, values, we were talking about information. There is a human right of access to information. It's not just the possibility of saying whatever we want. This exists since 49, when is it? Is 50, 70 years ago. But we have to empower it because it's obviously when they were thinking about this right of people to have to receive the correct or the truth information it needs a bit of update, but we should make an effort. We should have our opinion, we should speak out. We should go beyond our rhetoric. And this is also a responsibility that each of us, especially if you have a position of power in education, in government, in politics, as a parent even, let's do it, because I have been in this kind of debates for 20 years, and most of them, 90% of these debates are pretty much the same. But then there is some that is a bit enlightened or wiser or a bit more revolutionary or brave. No, we told Hannah Arendt was talking about going outside of our comfort zone, try to be brave. What does it mean participation? So when you are talking about putting together the dots, who are these people? Maybe in this room there are 3. Well, which 3? And then in another event there are 2 more. Let's join these forces because it is also a responsibility about age. There are very wise people. With José Manuel, we were at the Senate of Madrid when 15 years ago. 20 years ago. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There is a lot. It's just a matter of, I would say, common sense, even more than anything else.
Thank you. So the conclusion is we have the magic wand already. We just don't know how to use it yet.
We will. Let's listen, not just speak. The most difficult thing to be done at a conference is listening. It's not speaking. Speaking is easy. I appreciate people that during the conference are present, they took notes, and they continue this journey. I mean, it's legitimate to say how good we are. Okay, we are good and fine. But then is the community of media literacy has this great privilege of selecting good people. We are not in, I don't want to say the fisheries, they have bad people, but whichever. We have something that is a kind of militant or civic role, if you want. We do care. Caring is something that is difficult to teach, but is a precondition to do anything meaningful. We have to care. We have to go in, and then that's what a parent does with his children. I do care for you. I'm not so. Let's try to find a way that could be meaningful, not only from a rational, logical point of view. Logic has great and critical thinking, great limits. Obviously, it's important. Obviously, is the core of media literacy. But per se, social media know exactly how our emotion and brain work. That's how they make a lot of money. I mean, we do know it as well. So let's do something about it. That is why, and I conclude, thank you for the question, we have to put together in a pragmatic way those that have the power, those that have the knowledge, those that have the funds, those that the impact of broadcasting or in whichever other way, content or social media. We should form this kind of alliance. And then there was my meditation is a master that was saying, we are dim to be successful.
Thank you so much. And the very quick last question, I will go to Paul and adapt the one that we received from the audience. I think in this age of info, how can we make the right info highlight, for example, climate change or overall development sector content to influence or mobilize masses? And I would reach out to you in a different way also, including this question. How do we get to more people? Because what you showed is incredible, and how do you think we could get to more people and influence?
Well, I think I think there's some really structural problems. I referenced McLuhan, and McLuhan had the statement, the artists are the radar of the ages. Okay, well it hasn't worked out that way. I mean, at some point, I know this sounds somewhat cynical. I think the last 30 years have been a bit of a disaster. And we have to recognize that. It's almost like we have to give witness why we haven't been able to put together the creative tool sets to deal with these issues. And people just don't talk about that. So many conferences, so many places, the anodyne celebration of creativity is just thrown in my face again and again and again. And I guess because I'm a lawyer and I've dealt with litigation for so much of my life, I don't accept that. The Josephine Baker project was based upon the idea that she is a trickster. I tied her to McLuhan because McLuhan was a trickster. And I think the only way we're going to deal with some of these broader ecological issues is to recognize that we need to bring the trickster back on the stage if we're going to have any effect with this. Some people might not feel comfortable with it. The only other piece I wanted to add to this, which I failed to do, which I think is really important, is there will never be in India a Vilayat and a Ravi world any longer. That level of creativity that created the next level of the Beatles only happened because we were still living in the world of Jawaharlal Nehru and India when it was no longer a Hindu nationalist state. And if you take anything out of my presentation today, please remember that. That's over. And that is one of the great tragedies of our lives. And the purpose of MIL is to prevent that from happening over and over and over.
Thank you so much. And our time is up, and we are due to have another coffee break. But I will leave you on something I put down from what you said, because it haunted me. And also bringing here Huxley and Brave New World, it took the level to a deeper one than we expected, let's say, because it's funny how they still haunt us, these ideas. good or bad. And I like to say the quote that you said, and I think it's good to wrap up. Like, caring is difficult to teach. And yeah, I think basically that's what we all here are doing in a way or another, to teach people how to care about what they read and what they see and how they shape their opinions and how they also shape our brave new world.
Thank you. Can I just say one thing? We are organizing the European Festival of Journalism and Media Literacy. The first edition took place in Florence last March. Next edition will take place in Zagreb, February 2025. We also give media literacy awards. So each of you, if you want to participate, the conditions of €1,000 each are the awards, and journalism awards as well. And again, all information are online. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee, and thank you. Round of applause for our speakers. No? I'm said no coffee. I'm
sorry, not coffee yet. Not yet. There's one more panel. There's one more panel, then coffee. Alex.
I was concerned. I just wrote in the group.
No coffee. Now you're more awake because you know coffee is coming? Okay. Alex, please, can you introduce the next panel? Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Hello. Let's sit.
All right, everybody, please, could we kindly settle down?
Sorry, I was not so kind in the group. I said no coffee break, stay seated. But it's just for you to do not disappear in front of me. This relation between the next session we're gonna have now, there's a topic that we've been talking since the first session. It's about journalism, yes, which is very important for this ecosystem of media literacy. There are two aspects of this. One is to value the professional journalism and how it's related to media literacy. But there's another one that touches regulation sometimes. And it makes some people weird with this feeling of regulation in a sense. So that's why we're going to talk now with these dear colleagues and friends that I will call here to be part of this session, which is journalism and media literacy, regulatory and practical challenges and the relations to freedom of the press. Just remember that in 2021 was the first time that the International Day for Freedom of the Press had a specific session of media and information literacy hosted by the UN. And was the first opportunity that media literacy was official by the UN connected to journalism, to freedom of the press. It was 3 years ago. It's a brand new relation. We need to go depth on this. So I'll start calling here to join this table. First, Professor Nikos Panagiotou, which is the president of DCN Global, Greece, and also professor of the Aristotle University in Greece. Welcome, Nikos. Professor Sami Tai, director of the Faculty of Mass Communication, University of Cairo, Egypt. Thank you. And Professor José Manuel Pérez Tornero from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. Hello. Nikos, do you want to start? Okay, I realize you already. Yeah, because I think it's important for us to relate three themes here that you can address very well: safety of journalism, MIL, and freedom of expression. How can you put these 2 points together? Is it a good question? You're looking.
No. I'm looking for many things. No, I thought Okay. I just have some main points actually in order to show you, because initially what it has been thought, or how the issue has been approached, it is what I consider to be the main, let's say, issue that we need to address. And what is this issue? That we tend to approach media literacy or any other interventions related with communication and media through an isolated approach, which I think that does not address the real question and the real problem. So the main points that I would like to highlight, it is actually the importance of linking press freedom with media literacy. Why there is this necessity? Because actually we need to approach the issue that both of them are actually referring in order how to fortify our democracies, and secondly, how to build upon an informed citizenry. So we shouldn't actually approach the issue by breaking it down into digital literacy, the other literacy, or etc., but it should be part of a wider effort that will lead actually to an informed citizenry. I think that this is a necessity that relates a lot and addresses three main things that we are having. One is the loss of trust in journalism and media. All across the Western world, what we're witnessing is there is a loss of trust. So unless we rebuild this trust, we will never be able actually to address the issue of press freedom. Based on a cross-border research that we have done regarding hate speech against journalists, in Greece, in Bulgaria, in Kosovo, in North Macedonia, and in Serbia, what we have witnessed it is that hate speech that limits actually press freedom, it is justified because people don't trust the media. They have been alienated of that. The second thing, it is actually that freedom of the press as seen as a way actually of the necessity of a regulation in order to be able who is the professional journalist and who is not. Unfortunately, in journalism and with no other science, we're witnessing an issue where someone that has a mobile phone or whatever, he claims to be a journalist, which is not the case. He's not bound by any rule, by any code or nothing. And we tend actually not only to adopt that, but actually to endorse that. Does this mean that we should abolish these efforts? No. But I think that we need to contextualize them. Otherwise, I think that we will end up in the situation that we are seeing today, deterioration of the media environment and the press. I will be on time, okay?
No problem.
I think this is the agony of every moderator. No. When will he stop?
You are
okay, no. The major question is, is media literacy connected with press freedom? I suggest that yes, it does connect because it is totally related with the foundation element that it is needed. Firstly, to understand the necessity to have a professional way of, let's say, creating, consuming and understanding news. And secondly, with the necessity actually to move beyond and build upon a concrete level of knowledge that it is needed in order to make the most out of political participation. So this actually means that a very important element in this approach, it is that media literacy, if we approach it as a way that addresses or relates with a technical capacity of how actually to consume content from every platform, you might say that it is not related with press freedom. But if you approach media literacy emphasizing mostly through news literacy, I think that we will understand the necessity actually of preserving actually the freedom of the press, the freedom of expression, the safety of journalists into a democratic environment that will flourish these events. Actually, I think that unless we adopt a mutual reinforcement, meaning that from the media and journalists, what it is needed is actually to understand their audience. this distinction and this isolation of I'm writing because this is what I have been taught, or this is how I got used in writing, does not exist anymore. This is addressed actually through interconnected newsroom, that I think it is one of the solutions, but among the others it is actually to create the text or the information or the video, understanding the educational capacity of it. If we don't understand the educational capacity and the educational prospects of what we actually write and create, we will not be able to link press freedom and the media. And also what my policy proposals are. Firstly, is we have to move beyond the technical approach of the issue. Fact-checking, yes, it helps a lot, but it's not enough, because it just deals with one segment of the problem. So if I fact-check something, does it mean that the audience will read it? No. So I need actually to include it in a wider perspective, that it means that it will be part of an educational approach, a proactive approach, where I will actually motivate the public in order to stand more critical on what they consume, the platforms that they use, the content they consume. How can the importance of the source? Sourcing, I think it should be the flagship of every news or media literacy initiative, in order to be able actually to distinguish the source, the professional, from the non-professional, from the non-accountable person. Because journalists, professionals, in every profession, they're accountable. Someone that claims to be something and he's not a professional, he's not accountable. So how can we preserve press freedom unless we put it into a specific code of ethics, of a code of conduct of a professional environment? And what I suggest that media literacy would greatly contribute, so the audience will understand the importance of having a vibrant media environment, that it will be equally economically sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nikos. This matter popped up in UNESCO like probably 4 years ago. In a way, it's tricky, because the question was, there is a subtext in this question, that is possible that a non-democratic country develop MIL? This is the real question. Can a non-democratic country develop MIL? This is a tricky question, and there was divided in two groups. One said no, because there's no press freedom. How can you develop MIL in a country where there's no freedom of the press? But the second group said, and this was based on a research, MIL can increase the level of the press freedom and can increase in the population the perception and the value of the freedom of expression. So the answer is still blowing the wind. I mean, there's nothing concrete on that, but the fact is we are developing inequally in the world those two things. And this is the tricky question beyond what Nikos brought, and we need to address. Sami, I think, Professor Sami, I think you have such an experience, almost more than 10 years in the Arabic Spring, yeah? Or almost 10 years of the Arabic Spring. Yeah, 20, sorry, yeah, 20, yeah. I'm getting old and I lost the notion of time. 20 years. You had there in Egypt the Tahrir Square, when they raised this movement based on social media, and then you have the professional press. How was that there? And please, the floor is yours for whatever you want to talk. But as an Egyptian, I need to ask you this, because I think it's very important for us to understand.
Yes, maybe I'll come to your question later.
Yeah, of course.
Initially, I'd like to thank you and thank the organizers for inviting me to this beautiful country. And it's not only my first visit to Finland. I was here for maybe 10 or 11 times. I was involved in a global project with Tampere University about young people's use of media. And we conducted this project for about 2 years, and we managed to publish a few articles out of this project. Special thanks for you, Alex, for inviting me here. You are my young brother. Yes. Yes. I think nowadays we live in a world full of problems, you know. Violence, wars, terrorism. We have problems everywhere, in Latin America, North America, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe. Everywhere we have problems, right? We have problems everywhere, and at the same time we have social media or digital media which are backed with negative stereotypes about each other. We seem to see each other in such a negative way. We have very negative stereotypes about each other, whether in the south or in the north. At the same time, we seem, according to these stereotypes, to politicize religion. Therefore, we see each other, whether we are Muslims or Christians or Jews, in different manners. But what I would like to say here, that we are all, for peace and for love. Therefore, there is no distinguish between, Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. We are all the same. We belong to the same roots, right? And in addition to that, I think, what should we do? What should we do about these, terrifying world we live in? Wars, terrorism, violence everywhere, and then hate speech, a lot of misinformation and disinformation about each other. What would be the solution? I think our solution is, together with José Manuel, we have an approach of 2 tracks. We are mainly concerned with what we call the intercultural dialogue. That's number 1. And then the second track is through media literacy and media education. For the first track about, about intercultural dialogue, I think we were very active. Every year we organize some kind of summer school in Barcelona. For the last 20 years, every year we invite young people coming from different countries, and they stay in Autonomous University of Barcelona for about 2 weeks, and we teach them about, intercultural dialogue, media literacy, and this and that. And we try to persuade them that we don't have any kind of clash of civilization, because we all belong to one human civilization. And within this human civilization, we may have some kind of different cultures, and these different cultures, they may help to enrich this human civilization. So to start with, we try to teach these young people that we all belong to the same root. We may have some differences in religion, in skin color, in culture, whatever, but in the end of the day, all these differences, they may enrich our human civilization. Also, in addition to that, we organize some kind of events from time to time. We organize events here and there so that we can bring people together. And I think one of these events was in Madrid 2 years ago with the help and support of José Manuel, who was at this time the president of the Spanish Radio and TV Corporation. And this forum or conference was hosted by the Spanish king. In the end of the conference, he hosted us, and we have a kind of open discussion with him for about 2 hours, which was very good. And it also shows that some of these politicians, they are believers in intercultural dialogue and the only one human civilization. If we turn to media education, I think we have done quite a few in this respect as well. We started more than 30 years ago with UNESCO, and with UNESCO, that was during the early 90s, and the main target at this point of time was young people, high school students, and we were mainly concerned with training of teachers, and we conducted quite a few training workshops for teachers in all around the Mediterranean countries, in Egypt, in Turkey, in Tunisia, in Morocco. That was one of the activities which we were taking part in. Also, in addition to that, we organized for the first time, the first ever conference on media education in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And that was a big conference which was attended by 1,500 participants from different countries. More than 60 delegations from different geographical areas came to Saudi Arabia. And at this point of time, Saudi Arabia was a closed society, but we managed to do that because the king was supporting this initiative. In 2009, UNESCO also organized what we call UNITWIN. And UNITWIN is a kind of network of universities. 13 universities, they gather together and they form what we call the UNITWIN, a network of universities for collaboration. And I think now they have more than 100 or 150 universities now. And after that, in 2013, we, in collaboration with UNESCO as well, we were the initial founders of what we call Media and Information Literacy Alliance. And that was also supported and organized by UNESCO. Later on and after that, we, and according to a feasibility study, which was conducted by a group of experts led by Dr. Jose Manuel, we managed to establish what we call the international media, using the right. We managed to found what we call the International Media and anyway, let me talk. Never mind.
It's coming back.
Yeah. Okay. According to a feasibility study, we managed to found or establish what we call the International the International Media and Information Literacy Institute. And this institute was established according to an agreement which was signed by 12 universities, in addition to some NGOs. And these are the most important universities on earth. I think one university from the States, Temple University, another one from Canada, from Africa, from Asia, and from Europe. And this institute is actually was launched 2 years ago by the Assistant Director of UNESCO in Barcelona with the help and support of many participants from different countries. And I think there was also some ministers and some VIPs from different countries. This institute now is in existence, and the first event or the first forum which was organized by the institute was an important conference which was organized in Cairo last April, entitled Media and Information Literacy and Global Understanding, Peace for All. And this conference was also supported by League of the Arab States, which is a kind of intergovernmental body in the Arab world. And this conference also was attended by people from different countries. More than 25 delegations come from different geographical areas and attend this important meeting. I think now we are in the process of fostering our collaboration, fostering the intercultural dialogue, and I think by the end of November we plan to have a kind of interfaith dialogue forum, which means that we are going to invite religious people from Judaism, from Christianity, and from Islam. They will come together either in Barcelona or talk together about how can we combine our efforts, how can we find some kind of common ground to work together for the sake of humanity and for the sake of peace. Let me conclude my intervention by an important finding from a report entitled High Risk Report, which was issued by the late Global Economic Forum in Davos. And according to this report, they said that misinformation is the most serious problem which faces the world nowadays. And it was also indicated that media education would be one of the most important tool or mechanism in order to counter this misinformation. And I conclude here. Thank you for your attention.
Jose Manuel, there's another actor that appeared here already. I think Vitor Tomé brought the importance of MIL to journalism, and then Rosalind with Dutchwell brought make it broad and brought the public broadcast service as one important actor here. Annabelle tomorrow will do the same for sure for ABC Australia. And José Manuel, beyond being professor at University Autónoma of Barcelona, has been president of the RTE Spain, with the radio television public broadcast of Spain. I don't know what you prepare, but I'd like to ask you to say, when you were president of RTE, what was the challenges that faces MIL and journalism, beside all the political challenges that I know that you had by that time too, because it's important to share with us this perspective too of the public broadcasting services.
Okay, please let me show the same presentation of before, because I have some slide. But in any case, I try to answer, but before let me present myself. Because when I was young, I was very critical with media and with the power of the media. I studied after the 78 year in Paris with semiology as Greimas, Umberto Eco, Foucault, etc., etc. And I was against the power. And with Foucault, we learned that there is micropower. It's not only the big power and the micropower. And then when my critical study about propaganda, about advertising, about marketing, was my first occasion to develop media literacy. Because there is a rhetoric, as Aristotle knows, you are in the Aristotle University, always a kind of learning how to manipulate the discourse. And then media literacy is like a grammar against manipulation, always. And then the manipulation is possible through fiction, through propaganda, through literature, through show, through marketing. Then we need, as person and citizen, to be able to defend against this manipulation. This is the first reason. Second, I was teacher. I conducted research about media, and I teach policy media too. You asked before, freedom of express need regulation. It's a hard question. I prefer no regulation, but I think that the public sphere need regulation, need rules. Freedom of expression don't need regulation because at this moment, but the right of information need regulation. The dialogue, the cultural dialogue need regulation. The democratic approach to public sphere needs some kind of regulation. But which kind of regulation? A philosopher, Peirce, an American philosopher, talk about mind, matters, and evolution. That means ideas, events, objects, and after evolution, rules. This is the kind of regulation I understand is important. But answering your question, when during 2 years I left my post of the university, where I'm very happy, and I was to conduct a company with 6,000 people and 2,000 journalists. And I had the chance to manage the Ukrainian crisis, the summit of the NATO in Madrid, the competition of football, for instance, the Euro champion. I bought the right of information about the football, an Eurofestival contest song, you know. My impression, and I will resume into, media is not only journalism, but journalism is very important for media. Media today is the message is the media, as McLuhan said, but McLuhan said also that media is the message. Football is a message. Show is a message. The problem is where in our body is done this message and which kind of objectives. For instance, we can use the football to create union, to foster it, a European Union, and to foster the unity in Spain. We must, and yesterday I was all my countries celebrating together the champion. It's not easy to create some ritual for union, but it's very important. When I was organizing the festival contest in Spain, it was important to lift the industry of music and to foster, after the COVID, the singer and the music. It was a popular action done by media. And after, when Ukraine and Palestinian war, and I feel, we can feel the precarity of journalists. I phone every day for my correspondents in Ukraine, and because they were afraid. They are leaving the world. I defend the women journalists in my newsroom because they have afraid to be in an election because they suffer bullying from parties, from for people, and then the precarity of journalists today is very important. It's a personal precarity, it's an industrial precarity, and then how to engage in new relation between journalists and people. I think sharing the same methodology. The people need solve problems, need critical thinking to live. The journalists promote the methodology of journalists solve problems to the people, looking for answers, contrasting information, contrasting source. Then we can share the same methodology as a doctor or as a detective or as human being. And then we have a lot of solutions. I feel that we need to understand that the media are very important, not only in journalists, but the journalist is an essential pillar of democracy, of freedom of expression, of the right of information, and the public sphere as dialogue. In this sense, I agree totally with Sami and you when you say polarization, the loss of democracy, the beginning of a state of war around the world is our big problem today. And then I think the journalism and the engagement of media literacy people in this new movement that you are promoting, and I congratulate you, I thank you for, is very important for countries with democracy and even for countries without democracy. But I cannot see any solution for our world if we are not able to create a global understanding and a new effort for the peace. And then this is the reason I'm very happy to see here people as Tapio Varis, Paolo Celot, Caroline, and you and all my friends and colleagues, because we need a new movement, a new objective, because we reinvent the media. And then without media literacy, it's impossible to do it.
Thank you. Are you going to use this? Okay. So I'll just ask everyone who wants to type the questions at slido.com, and the password is DCN Global. Let's check it out if we have some questions online. Otherwise, I will start here. Sami, do you want to tell me a little bit just that question I did before? Because you lived the Arabic Spring as a professor, as an Egyptian, as a citizen? What's your balance? Because nowadays we can define that there is this concept of public common, like the square. And by that time, the social media was a public common too. And now we see that the social media is a private space. We are doing public protests in private space and giving our data to everyone. How do you see this switch of power?
Let me tell you that, the whole thing started on social media. Yes. One man was arrested by the police, and apparently he was harassed and he was beaten up by the police. And then some of his friends, they start to write something about this man, that he was beaten and this and that. And the whole thing started by social media. Yeah. And you can say that it was a kind of, social media revolution. Yeah, how it started. And then I think, let me tell you something. I think before the 2011 events, the country was in a better shape than it is now. Why? Because nowadays we have a lot of problems, with the devaluation of our money, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the Palestine war and everything. Our economy before the 2011 was a stable kind of economy. But, what's happening now is like a kind of a nightmare. We don't know whether it was the right decision to go for this revolution or was it wrong. Our money was, had a very good value before 2011. And now you can say that, it's devaluated by nearly, 500%. So I don't know whether it was the right decision to go for these events and create a kind of chaotic situation in the country. But we still don't have what we may call the democracy. Yeah, it was the military who controlled the country, and it was safe for everyone. We were living in a kind of a safety society, but at the same time, we cannot see any sign of democracy now. And that's why I said to you, before 2011, the situation of the country, especially the economic situation, was much better than it is now. And of course, it's sad to say that, but that's how it is, as an Egyptian and as a media professor. Yeah. Sorry to say that, And, I think all over the Arab world, all these Arab Spring, I think they were some kind of fabricated movements. I don't know who decided to fabricate this movement. But if you look to Libya, look to Yemen, look to Syria, they are all in a very kind of, bad situations. So I don't consider what we may call the spring movements as a kind of calls or movements for democracy. No, I think the whole thing is spoiled. We are living in a kind of very chaotic situations. If you look at Libya, if you look to Yemen, if you look to to Syria, it's bad. So that's how it is. Was it wrong? I think, was it correct to stay as we were? Or this spring movement lost its way and went to another direction? Yeah.
Surprised. Surprised. I think there were more two questions that I cannot see now disappeared. But Arthur, where's Arthur? Hi, Arthur. Have a great one here. But there were two before that they disappeared. But I will start with Arthur one. So, okay, because there was one specific to Nikos there, and then one for everyone. But I think it was not on the frame. It's somewhere behind. But let's start with that. Imagine if you are all superheroes who can fix the modern media landscape. What would you fix there first and why? That's a good one.
Answer.
Use the microphone.
If I am a superhero, I will change immediately. I will empower the people to be superhero. My first action.
You give up?
Yes, because to be superhero in this landscape is not democratic.
I think, for in the Arab world, we have been training media professionals for many, many years. But as you know, media professionals, they usually abide by the editorial lines. I mean, we teach students at the undergrad level that they have to abide by the news values and ethics and that. But when they go to the real life, they receive some other kind of professional socialization. And unfortunately, as I agree with Jose Manuel, I think the only way around it is to go to the other part, the other side of the communication process, to go to the audience and try to teach them, try to empower them, so that when they see something in the media, they should have some kind of critical thinking, and they should be able to judge whether it is good or bad. They can also approach different sources, So I think, the main thing here is to empower people with media literacy, of course, yeah. And also we try to counter these stereotypes by creating this movement. Now we have, according to the Cairo conference, which we had last April, we created a new initiative which is called Young Peace Ambassadors. And these Young Peace Ambassadors movement, we are going to pick up some of the students of media from different countries, from Europe, from Latin America, from the Middle East, from Africa, from Asia. And then we are trying to build a kind of platform for these guys. Because young people, they are the future. And we have to empower them, and we have to guide them to the right direction. So I hope that we can, make some kind of promotion for these young peace ambassadors. Young people would be welcome to join this movement. And I think in November or in December, we are going to organize a very special workshop for these young people. We are going to invite a sample of young ambassadors from different geographical areas. They will come to Barcelona or Madrid, and then we are going to give them some kind of classes about diplomacy, about how to be promoters, how to be advocates of peace and everything.
Yes, responding to the question, I think that what I would change or emphasize it would be trust. It's not, I think that we shouldn't actually isolate the issue only in media. The media crisis is a symptom, actually. The real crisis is the loss of trust. That's why we resort in violence. That's why we resort in polarization. There is a loss of trust in representation. There is a loss of trust in our institutions. Media is a part of it. I think that we are making wrong only isolating media and say that people don't trust media. It's not that people don't trust media. It's rather that they don't trust actually the elites. They don't trust their parliaments. They don't trust their representatives. Up until now, most of the discussion has been only focused around media, which is not the case. So I think that it would be in trust. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Something. Yes, I agree totally, because for me, credibility is not, we cannot lose credibility. The credibility is like energy. It's in a place or in another place. And then look at around the world, the media are credibility, but the social media. And the narcissism promoted by the social media. And then who has lost credibility? The classic media, the journalist media. But the problem is this situation is creating a kind of, I say briefly, manipulation. Because there is a chaotic information, the people have only few seconds to read the text or to see an image, and a lot of information is not knowledge. And then we must try to balance the situation, to create a new credibility and a new source of knowledge with references. The problem is that now the people has no references, only narcissistic reference, only individualistic references. And then we need a new sociality, including technology, but the new sociality, more sharing the common, sharing the equal rights, and a new approach to that.
Yes, if I may say so, I think that there are two things that I want to mention. One, and underline. One, it is the case of X. Does X promotes freedom of speech, especially with communities, comments, etc.? No, because it became a totally unregulated field. So I think that it represents the necessity to totally change the perspective with which we actually approach these media conglomerates, that they have a very big and specific portion of the public sphere, through actually very specific policy initiatives that we will able actually to regulate, because they are not private companies anymore. The second thing is that media have a big share of responsibility for this type of situation, because what they lost, they lost being storytellers. They just stayed in their glass castle, etc., considering that I'm there and no one will touch me, everyone will respect me. And this is why we ended up in using the terms legacy media, fake news, etc., and all this kind of stuff. So what we have been taught through the social media, especially these new forms of expression from young people, from other initiatives, it is the necessity actually to interact with the audience, that the professional media, this is the right word that I think we should emphasize, that these are professional media. There are people that have been practicing that as a profession, not as a hobby, not because they have free time to do so. So if we actually approach from both sides and acknowledge what mass media missed and what actually we should sit before, I think that it will leads us to what it is my main argument, that media literacy is part of a wider effort and not just a technical effort, that we will try actually to be reactive rather than proactive. Thank you.
Yeah, there is one question for Nikos, but I would like to extend for the three of you. I think Sami has touched this somehow, but it's hard. But Paul asked, in the year of disinformation, how can the average
It disappeared.
Yeah. Well, but I remember. Yeah. How the average citizen can distinguish or can separate what Paul called the ethical media from the controlled media. Why can I don't know exactly how can understand that I could believe in an editorialized media, as you mentioned before, and a free media. I don't know, but I like to address in this sense.
I think again we have to stick to media literacy. You know, we have to bring these people from the virtual world to the real world. I think also we have. I had a very good experience which I did in Jordan, in Amman. And we created in schools what we call media education clubs. And it was a project supported by UNESCO for about a year or so. And what happened, you know, we trained teachers first. And we educate them about media education and this and that. And then we asked them to create what we call media education clubs at schools, so that they would discuss with their children how should they use the media and what are the benefits and how can we do with the, you know, with the fake news or hate speech or whatsoever. So I think, you know, the main thing is to try to empower young people and media literacy again.
Thank you. Okay, this discussion is actually the foundation that led actually to demolishing media accreditation among the people, that media are controlled by the elites that dictate them what to say, etc. So I think that the response in that, it is firstly from a general acknowledgement, okay, if a professional is controlled, what about a non-professional that I don't know where he is, what he is, and what he represents? Am I free? This is actually the foundation upon which actually this information has been based upon. Presented myself as being a freedom fighter, etc., with no one being able to justify where I am, where I'm based, and then being able to claim whatever I want. Am I bound for anything? No, because I am a so-called journalist. So I think that we should move away from this, let's say, narrative that it is upon which actually all this major propaganda has been built in order to go against the mainstream professional media and downgrade the reputation. Did they lose their reputation? Yes. Why they lost it? Because they didn't pay much attention to code of ethics. Plus the storytelling, plus that in order to be a journalist, you needed to be around in my age, 50s. And if there was a young person like 20, 25 that had new ideas, fresh ideas to present the news through a different perspective, would never be able actually to be a journalist in a major news media outlet, because they were living in a castle. So I think that what it is needed, it is to actually understand that all this communication field cannot go unregulated. What I mean regulation is actually protecting the right of freedom of speech, and especially the freedom to access to reliable information. Why do we send to abolish it? Thank you. Thank you very much, Fred.
I would like to be realistic, because I agree with you, but to be realistic for me is impossible to regulate today the technology. Only if you live in a country where there is no democracy, you can regulate, because you forbid.
I disagree with that. The European Union actually initiatives, yes.
Yes, yes. No, I go. No, but Chinese regulate very well. European try to create some transparency, pluralism, support to media. I agree with this kind of regulation, but I am afraid when whatever we want, the government decide this is a pseudo media, this is not a pseudo media, this is good, this is bad, this is a reasonable source of information, this one is not. I think it's very difficult to conduct a good reform in this way. The problem is information is necessary. To be open to information is a progress always. Disinformation is distraction, is propaganda, is against information, and then disinformation is an obstacle to open society. But the problem is the mind of people. The mind of people sometimes with a lot of information has confusion. We need some kind of mapping the reality. And then we can talk about media that are able to map the reality, are objective, they are pluralistic, and the others. But the problem is not information and disinformation, the problem is mind of the people. How to influence in the mind of the people is very difficult. But I think we must demand the action of the families, of teachers, education, institutions, politicians, etc., because it's a big task, but it's a civilization task today. Our digital world is not civilized still. We must try to civilize. And then it's a good effort, depending on the country, depending on the social situation, depending on the continents, we must employ different strategies. I agree the policy of the European Commission, but it depending of in which way, sometimes we can change the strategy. But this is important now, and this moment we need global actions, as you are promoting, global discussion, create networking of networking, and share experience. This is more important for me.
Great. Excellent debate, good ideas shared, inspiring event for those who have been raising the MIL flag for years. Those who have been raising the MIL flags for years. There is one question that I think it's very important here. I don't know if it's still here. It's not, but I remember too, because I remember, Daniel, are you there? Daniel Newbazi, yeah. We were in Gothenburg some years ago, and we talk about MIL should be the next Coca-Cola. I mean, next to have appeal, needs to be sexy. And I remember you tweeted that by that time. And until now, I don't see it so sexy, because the question was, some private and public houses do not promote MIL, do not fund MIL projects. Televisions, for example. I run a TV show in Brazil that I think I try to make MIL more appealing for the audience. Don't you think this is an issue? How to make MIL more sexier and appealing for the general audience, not only for these privileged people who are here listening and are already experts on that?
I think, for instance, I think in order to promote the Me Too movement, we have seen beautiful films. They are media literacy films because they are films about how the journalists discover the problem. Think about Pegasus. Pegasus is a software that spyware that infected the smartphone of Macron in France, my president of the government, and a lot of activists and ONG around the world.
But not your football team.
Including my football team too. No, because there are some but creating a story about how Pegasus is created, by whom, for what, and how the journalist, a consortium of journalists, has discovered the conspiration of Pegasus is very instructive for all people. And this can be produced as a Netflix series. This is the appeal of media literacy. I think it's very important to work on this line.
I think I would add something else about policymakers. Yeah? I think you should think at one point to organize, as we try to raise awareness of young people about media literacy, I think we should organize some kind of workshops for policy makers to teach them and let them know about
Okay, I think that we as DCN, we have a specific approach on that. We are creating a documentary. Alex is leading it because it is about finding new ways to approach the public. So this is what we suggest. Secondly, it is all this prestigious work that you as member of a wider community that I very well know that you have for years worked on media literacy. Actually, this is the time and now to capitalize your work. Because in the recent years, what we have witnessed it is that I'm an expert in media literacy. Wherever you turn out, everyone is working with media literacy. So we have a group of experts that they have been working over 15 years. I met you like before 10 years, actually, and I admired your work. So you have actually to defend what you have built upon. Why not listen to the real experts than from the experts to be? Yesterday, they were experts on COVID, then they were experts on MIL, today they're experts on AI, and the story goes on. So this is the initiative. This is why, as DCN Global, we actually created this forum, in order actually to fortify, promote all this hard work that has been done, in order actually to give it a push in the terms that to suggest that these are the experts, okay? And this is what DCN Global does, bringing us all together in order actually to promote it. Plus the initiatives that I just mentioned as the documentary, as well as the ones that they will follow up, and we will have the opportunity to present tomorrow. Thank you.
No problem. There are a lot of questions here, but I will save for later. Break. Yeah, because we need the coffee break, and this coffee break will be shorter a little bit. But don't leave, because this will be the next meme. Don't leave, because the last session of today is very important. It's focused on AI, and it's going to be led by people who are really AI specialists. I know Dora Kaufman is here, one of the leaders. The leader of AI in Latin America, and Ibrahim Kuchu is here in Europe. And Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure you will. I'm sure we will. So Enora will be our dear moderator for the next one. So please, 15 minutes coffee break. We have just lunch. We don't need more than a cup of coffee, and then we come back. Thank you very much for you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our guests online. And we are in our final session of the day. Round of applause for yourselves for making it this far. You don't love yourselves? No round of applause, no? Okay. I have the absolute privilege to moderate this session. And I've been really excited about this session because it's a topic I'm very passionate about. And I have a lot of curiosity, so I apologize in advance to Dora and Ibrahim for the million of questions that I will ask. But we're going to be talking about the challenge of AI and other emerging technologies to media literacy and civic education. And joining me on stage, we have Dora Kaufman, who's a professor at Pontifical Catholic University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And we have, yes, thank you. And we also have Ibrahim Kuşçu, who's the founder and CEO of the Next Minds in the UK. A round of applause. You will start, Dora. Yes, you. So the purpose of this conversation is obviously to unpack the elephant in the room. And before we start, there was a question that was listed in Slido a bit earlier on in the day. And I want to ask that question first before you give your presentation. Okay, so the question was, are you techno-pessimist or optimist? Are you... Thanks. Are you techno-pessimist or are you techno-optimist, especially then in the context of media information literacy?
Thank you very much. I'm outsider from this community, and I will ask you. I will answer. Give me a minute. But where is Alex? He's not here.
He's in a meeting.
Yes, I think Alex to invite me because it's an opportunity to learn a little about this very important, critical subject today. And answer your question. I think I don't like this question, in fact, because I'm not I'm a realist. No, I think yes. I think AI is something that is now in our life, and I try to understand, to follow, but I think and prepare myself and contribute for the society to prepare the society for the future or the present with the AI. Is that? But I continue, or you will?
Let me ask him to answer very quickly, and then you'll continue, Ibrahim.
Is this working? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I agree with you, and this question is a little bit absurd. Technology is neutral, so it's not. It doesn't make sense to be techno-optimist or pessimist. I am techno-activist. So techno-activist is very important. What does that mean? Is you have to have this position of being activist, where you look at those people who has the data and the funds and the technology, how they are creating AI products. So we are trying to influence those AI producers, AI influencers, AI policymakers, so that the influence of AI on MIL, on people, on the planet is positive. So therefore we are techno-activists.
Not necessarily is positive. Depends, no?
Yeah, I mean...
It's not neutral. I don't agree that it's neutral, but it depends on the woman will do with the AI. Can be positive or negative or...
Yeah, the technology itself is neutral.
I
but
don't
then
agree.
Those people who... Okay, it's good that we don't agree with each other. It creates a way for creativity. But what do I mean is it's like a knife. Knife is neutral, but you can use the knife to make a salad or some other purposes, some negative purposes. So technology by itself is neutral. But those people who holds the influence the production of technology and the uses of technology makes it either bad or good.
Well, That's can I?
Yes,
sorry, okay.
that's a good segue.
To introduce myself, 8 years ago, I changed the subject of my research subject and to AI. And I had, for a couple of years, I had a relatively comfortable life. And then ChatGPT put in the AI in the agenda. It changed completely my life. And now I'm involved in so many things in Brazil concerning AI as the AI regulation process that's going on in the Congress in Brazil. I'm in charge of two empirical research. One is for the Public Companies Association that represent a little more than 230% of the GPD in Brazil. And this research is the main focus of this research is build some concept of AI governance. And we started the investigation how the companies in Brazil, the public companies, but I think the conclusion you can generalize is developing using AI in Brazil, and supported by 5 leader companies. One of them, the master support, is Accenture, that have been our partner in this research. The other research, it's international competition. Support is a grant from Tides Foundation and Google. That is in the academy. The subject is more or less the same, but the way and the methodology of the research is totally different. As I think, I consider that as my mission, or one of my mission, is contribute for the public awareness about AI. I have a columnist in Brazilian magazine, Época Negócios. I contribute for 2 newspapers, that's o Globo e Valor Econômico. Bom, and I do a lot of other things that. But I like this. It's better than before that nobody knows about what AI, what I was researching. Well, and starting because of or based on this all this experience, I think for me the AI will not change everything, change the world. I think AI had already changed the world. Of course, I am aware that in general, the media I forgot the word that I wanted to say, even in Portuguese. The media exaggerate the hype. Recently, I published an article based in 4 research from very respected institution that show, for example, that 53% of the American adults are not unaware of AI, and show that around 50% of the population is some significant numbers of country access only 50% access ChatGPT. Among the 50%, only 1 or 2 times. Then the hype is not as the media sometimes, or the media in general says. But on the other and that is very important. That for me, it's a significant indication that now all the core of the platform that is mediation, our communication, our sociability, have AR. The core of the digital transformation for the established company are AR. The core of the tech government are AR, and this is even the people they are not so using or aware about AI, but the AI is fundamental for all part of our lives. And then well, the subject of this panel is deserve in at least 2 different seminars because it's AI in education, AI in media literacy. I'm not capable of talking in 20 minutes about some subject so complex. But I will try to share some thoughts, even some thoughts. First of all, I would like to talk about some issues that, for me, address the discussion about AI. That's fundamental to share. I'm not here to teach anything, of course, but only to share ideas that I think is very, very important for the discussion about AI. First, the field of AI has no unifying theory. That is very important to think about, because when you have a theory, you can predict exactly what will happen. In this case, we don't have. Even the people, for example, involved in build this innovation solution, AI solution, as ChatGPT, Gemini, or all of them, they don't have the control how this solution will behave. This, in technology, we call that is beta. We have the field is advanced, is developed by empirical models. We create something for some proposal, and we experiment, and the result is good or not. This is one point. The other one is, for me to make, the 3 that I will comment is, for me, it's very important. With the AI, we have a shift from a word, from programmed machine for probabilistic machine. And in this research that I mentioned before about how the market, the companies have been using AI, it's very clear, this challenge. Because when you have a programmed machine, if the programmer do everything perfect without any problem, you still continue with the same thing. When you have a probabilistic machine or a probability system, as when you have a system with AI, it will change all the time. When you put more, for example, when you put more data, they will change. And then when you talk about identification and monitoring the risk, it's much more complicated. The other thing is, I think now we have an unprecedented relationship between sociability and efficiency. Because part of now it's not dominated, but I think in, I don't know, 3, 5, 4 years will be very strong in the market in general, use of data to develop product, services, communication, and then if you have, when you have now a strategy, for example, a marketing strategy, it's very important to include the channels or platform that you have interaction with your target. Because when you have that, they produce data and you can know them better. And then it's for me, it's something this is different than you have before. But I'm talking in general in the education. As I said, there are many impacts in education, AI, but positive and negative or challenges in general. But I would like to emphasize 2 points. There are the contribution of AI for critical thinking and for creativity. This is some subject that I have been interested in and study with my students. Well, the creativity things is the book of Alex. They published last year. It's exactly about that, the relationship between how artificial intelligence can contribute for the developer or critical thinking. And the other, in terms of relationship between human creativity, I don't know if you know this guy. Recently I have started following this group of research from Cambridge, and they are focused on this discussion: what is creativity? What is the in general the argument, and I agree 100% that the technology, the AI now today, is not creative, and the creativity is concerned something concerned to human, but AI has the potential to expand human creativity. That's something. In my opinion, in my perspective, the most important contribution for AI for education is the capability or the possibility to personalize the learning. In Brazil, as I know, as we research with all of my students that is focused in education, no experience, in fact, that delivered the personalized learning. But that is, I know that there are other countries, maybe in your countries, that have this experience, positive experience in this. But the subject that I want to share with you is this, the media literacy and artificial intelligence. Here it's not easy to talk about that, first of all, because it's something, it's a new thought that I recently started talking about that, thinking about that. And second, because if unfortunately I can explain in Portuguese, because for me it will be much, much, much easier. And then, but I will say something about the three issues, and hope that you can help me to develop this point, to maybe make some research about that, because I think it's can give you a very important contribution. First is misinformation. Of course, everybody here knows deeply about the misinformation. My point is that there is, because misinformation is not something new. We people, we produce and share misinformation and fake news all the time for all our lives. What's the challenge for me is identify if there is a difference in natural, and what is the difference between misinformation produced by AI and synthetic misinformation or human misinformation. That is something, for me, it's the challenge. It's different, and how is different? What's the difference of characteristics and the difference of the impact? The second one is the synthetic data. I'm not sure about the number, but there are a lot of research and articles saying that more or less now you have 50-60% of the data in the internet, in the web, is synthetic. That is a point to go deeply, because it's the same thing. It's different, make difference in terms of the contribution when you have data produced for human or synthetic data. What's the difference between both? What's the different impact of both? And this is another challenge. And then the third is the impact of in culture. When you talk about, of course no, but we have now, it's mostly of the producer of AI came from the American big techs, and it's in the language it's in English, and make difference for us that's not English speakers to interact with all the solution. But this is a point here is that language is not only a way to communicate. Through language, you have the culture, and then what's the impact of that? Because, for example, in ChatGPT, if you ask ChatGPT about some popular culture, Brazilian popular culture, ChatGPT doesn't know anything about that. And then, this is the point. The 3 points: misinformation, synthetic data, culture. What's the difference when you're talking about this produced by AI or produced by human? And if you think today, when you are talking about media literacy, you are talking about information, of course. Information is data. And data now you have the only statistical system to lead to capable of deal with big data is the statistical probability models from AI. And then you are talking about that information data. If data is the raw material of AI drive economy, is a critical issue, and then you have to think about that also. All the data produced by AI, as I said, synthetic data, or the use of data, everything will impact totally all the discussion, in my view, that's I'm sharing with you about the media literacy studies. And the last thing that I want to share is about hyper persuasion with AI. I think I have following a lot of, especially the election process in different countries, and I think we have a different instrument, persuasion instrument, that I call it high persuasion. And I will give you an example. The recently election in India. There, as I know, as I follow and I read, the fake news was not very, very important because it was not allowed. It was prohibited fake news. But they have this. They use AI very intensively to produce I call it the hype persuasion. And for example, fake and personalized phone calls with the candidate. And for people that doesn't know that is possible to reproduce the voice of the candidate, they think they are talking directly in the phone with the candidate. That is impact, emotional impact can be very strong. And decide the vote of the person. But on the other hand, it's interesting to think about, because in my opinion, even the last many years, all the process, election process are fake news for me. What the candidates say in Brazil, no doubt. The candidates say on television, radio, and there is a difference between, in terms of influence the vote of the person, if it's the candidate saying something that is not true, or a simulator of the candidate saying that. This is what's the difference. There is a difference in terms of impact or change the vote of the person. The second is a surrogate charismatic politician support candidate. Happened a lot this in India. Not a lot, but happened in significant situation. And because it's different when you have the photo of somebody important person that supporting the candidate, or when you reproduce a situation that it seems to be real. That the fact the charismatic person is supporting this candidate. And the last, only examples that happened recently in this election is the candidate holograms at trailers. And this is because the fake news in the election process is on the debate in all the countries. In Brazil, the Supreme Supreme Tribunal, the organism responsible for control the election, prohibited the fake news. And there are a lot of rules in terms of this election for this year, but I didn't see, I haven't seen this discussion. That's not fake news only, but the possibility, the potential for hyper, what I call it? Persuasion. And that is, yes, I think I finished.
Fascinating, fascinating perspective. I think before we unpack questions, Ibrahim, please, if you could share your presentation.
Working?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you to DCN and Alex and the organizers for giving this opportunity to talk to you about artificial intelligence. And also I have a privilege being next to Professor Dora, who made really a wonderful conceptual introduction. And
together in 19?
Yes, in
19,
some 4 years.
2019,
yeah.
I think.
Yes, about 4 or 5 years ago, yes. Thank you very much again. So I'm Ibrahim Kuşçu, and I am running a company called The Next Minds. I am an artificial intelligence dinosaur. I did my PhD in 1997. So artificial intelligence is real expertise for many years. Just earlier, I was talking to a young gentleman, and we were talking about artificial intelligence, and he told me about this programming language called Python. And I know that he's 18 years old, and he writes only 5 lines of command, and then he creates neural networks, and then he tests some models and blah, blah. But at my time, we used to write, behind that 5 lines, there are libraries, which are thousands of lines. So if I salute you with my hat, you will see that I have spent a lot of effort and energy to write those 1,000 lines in 97. So we were very happy at the time. If we had 100 rows of data, we would say, hey, I have a large number of data that my model will be working. But now the data sets are millions, and they are pictures, and they are videos. So artificial intelligence has been for a long time, and the techniques and tools that AI uses has been around for many, many years. And that area of scientific study has been, really very established. But we know artificial intelligence nowadays with ChatGPT. For us AI experts, it's just a little part of all the AI that we have studied. With the Next Minds, what I'm doing is I am doing consultancy and training in artificial intelligence for governments and nonprofits and industry. But I have also, at the moment, been very busy in Turkey. I'm Turkish, and I established an organization, a non-profit, an association called Turkish Association of Artificial Intelligence. And the purpose of this association is to help artificial intelligence ecosystem, all the individuals and organizations, to keep up with the international developments. Because there is an unfair competition now. AI investments are very large, in billions. And technology is very expensive, and the data is in the hands of certain, there's a concentration of data like tech giants. So countries like Turkey are disadvantaged. So the purpose of this organization is to help countries like Turkey to keep up with the competition in the international developments of AI, but also whatever is gained, financial or otherwise, to help to the underserved members of the population in the country. So I'm very busy with that as well. And we are looking for collaborations in other countries with this AI association. And on the 12th of 12th, we are starting a campaign called the Day of Artificial Intelligence for Life. So that as a technology activist, we want artificial intelligence to support life forms, human beings, plants, and animals. So it's important that we are very aware of how AI will influence, because this is the technology, unlike all other technologies, that will influence the life on the planet, because you can control, all these technologies like nuclear power and others, because there's a button, there's a person. But if AI develops and not regulated properly, it may be out of control because of the self-replication character of the software. Now, today, I want to talk to you about a little bit about practice and the frontiers of artificial intelligence. Because the job of professionals like us is to help domain experts in the media literacy, for example, so that they can use artificial intelligence in a correct way. Because as Professor Doris mentioned, there are lots of hypes, or persuasion. And so it is important that we are very careful who we are working with and what are the suggested applications in your domain. So today I want to present some ideas where it can help you, where you can take your position, how to shape your applications in your own expertise area, domain of expertise. So let me start with the first slide. So yeah, I think you might recognize this book. This was after a training in 1919 in Serbia. We created with UNESCO this book about artificial intelligence and media and information literacy and freedom of expression. And in that book, we defined artificial intelligence as a hungry monster for data. AI is working as a hungry monster, looking out data and eating and processing data. But at the same time, it's a gentle tailor. After it collects all this data, it creates a personalized delivery of content. So it works as a gentle tailor. But since then, lots of things changed. So here, I present you some of the examples. I'm not going to go all the details. I'm just giving you an idea that there are lots of things being influenced by artificial intelligence. So there are orchestrated developments with artificial intelligence. All these technologies. It's not only AI tools and techniques, but metaverse, for example, virtual reality, augmented reality, telecom technologies, because it's helping us. It's going to be, there will be so many wireless communications that there will be nano robots swimming in your blood. This is possible now. We can do little robots that can exchange, communicate data from within your body to the outside through these wireless communications. So there is an orchestrated development of lots of different technologies which are really making, this argument about shall we stop AI or shall we, wait and slow down. It's not possible because there's lots of other technologies which are all feeding it to each other. So among all these technologies, I want to mention to you three most interesting ones. One of them is called brain-machine interfaces or brain-body interfaces. You've heard this from Elon Musk's experiments. He made experiments with animals and collecting signals from the brain and processing this through artificial intelligence. And it was possible to see how this animal will move his leg before actually the animal moves the leg. Like they could know that the pig is going to move the right back leg, but before it moves, it can be seen on the screen. So there is a lot of influence about free will. And free will, if you influence the free will with these technologies, lots of applications in the media and information literacy and education will be influenced, right? And the other technology is intelligent. There is an IoT, like Internet of Things, but I wrote there intelligent Internet of Everything. So what does that mean is, there is a field called Internet of Things, maybe you've heard of it. They are ambitious to say that we are going to connect all the objects in the world, billions of objects. You know, this water jar will say, oh, I'm almost still full, you know, I don't need more water. You know, the lighting system here, the cooling system, they will all talk to each other, and there will be an intelligent environment. You know, all these are already present around us. But in the near future, what will happen is that all these, not only objects, but animals, plants, and the human beings can be connected to each other. With those brain and machine interfaces, what's happening is that we are able to communicate just through brain signals between three people. You know, this experiment was done in 2017 in University of Washington. There was, all these three subjects were in different locations, and nobody could see each other. Nobody could talk to each other. They were only connected with the brain signals. And one of the person was not able to play a video game. But those other two knew how to play it. So those two ones, by just communicating with brain signals, they could choose what kind of command to send, what kind of information to send to the third person so that he would be able to play the game. Without speaking, without any signals, only through the brain signals, as you can see in this picture down there, through the brain signals, non-intrusive brain signals, they could help the third person to play the game successfully. So the technology has been there. You know, Elon Musk is doing it much more efficiently, but the technology has been there for many years. Actually, a Brazilian professor has started in the late 90s and 2000. And now Elon Musk is doing this with, you know, up to now there was about 100 neurons. You could collect signals from 100 neurons, but Elon Musk's project is collecting data from more than 2,000 neurons. And now he's doing human experiments in an intrusive way. So he's actually injecting all these electrodes to the human brain. And then, so there is a communication from brain to brain, and you can also take out signals from brains, but you can also send signals to the brains. This is very, very important if you remember this experiment about the free will. So we can influence people's behavior and possibly the knowledge as well, information that they are holding in their brain. So the other technology is about metaverse and augmented reality and the virtual reality. All these technologies, when they get together, they influence the platforms, right? So my colleague from Greece, they are already working in that successfully. I hear about that, and which is very pleasing. So all these technologies will influence what kind of content you will be developing, how are you going to deliver that content, and how that content will be used, and under which platform. So, so when you know about all these technologies, you will know, you will look at your area of expertise in media literacy and education, and then you say, okay, oh, I want to concentrate on this and I want to concentrate in that way. But if you do it as a professional of this field, if you do it, if you use technology, artificial intelligence and related technologies only in the way that you know your expertise, and just try to get a little support from the technology, you will not develop marginally, okay? So your influence, your effect in changing your technology will be minimal. So you have to have really a different mindset. that the technology is not just a supporting tool. So I'm just summarizing what's in the previous slide, but that summary is made very carefully. And please read that sentence very carefully, because that sentence is very, very important. So it says, personalized content on demand, that means the user has a control, driven interactively, the user still has a control, by brain signals. It's not pushing any buttons or anything. To the audience, delivered to their virtual platform that they prefer. So what does that mean? That means that someone is trying to learn a subject. That person is just thinking about it. And when this person is thinking about it, that information, that knowledge is coming to a platform that he or she prefers, like in an intelligent glass, other virtual reality devices, a hologram, and then that person can change his or her mind, could want to go to a deeper, for example, on something. If there is a news, the person might want to have a different perspective on the same news, while just getting that information to his or her brain. And so there's an influence of the user. So how are you going to create that content? It's important, right? In the Black Mirror, there are, in the Netflix, there are some movies, very simple versions of this. While you're watching a movie, you are changing the possibilities, right? If you choose a character doing this, and a different story happens, that's very, very simple. So the technology is possible now, although in a limited scale, to influence brain signals from one brain to other. So having this knowledge and the frontiers of the technology is very important. So we don't want to look at artificial intelligence and related technologies just as a supporting tool, as an expert in this area. If you are going to learn about the frontiers of this technology, that's brilliant. But you must at least work with someone who doesn't have an over-persuasion, who doesn't have a hype, who can help you with the realities of artificial intelligence and related technologies. Because, because as AI experts, we are spending most of our time to really help people to calm down, and because this area is overhyped, and we don't have sufficient experts because the area is changing so fast. So some of our job is really to help with the hype that exists. So as a professional, we want to work with experts who are actually aware of the frontiers of the technology. So lots of recommendations, but actually I have a summary of this as well. So I'm not going to go into details. So when you know the frontiers of this technology, you will go back to your domain of expertise, and this time you will want to use artificial intelligence or other technologies in much more efficient way or effective way. Instead of just saying, oh, okay, I can use this AI to collect some personalized data, you say, oh, why AI is not doing all of this? I don't get interfered. But the summary, the real message from here is this. Please move away from just being a passive expert who's using the technology, but to become proactive and working at the frontiers of AI and relevant technologies. And, earlier in this conference at the beginning, Caroline and others, everybody was, and yesterday as well, we were talking, media and information literacy education is not the end of the story, because we want to create a beautiful life for people. We want to help underserved communities. We want to create a life that's good for all of us. So how we are going to approach the ultimate goals of media and information literacies will be definitely not only influenced but reinvented by these new technologies. So you must have a different head and different set of mind when you're using these technologies. Thank you.
Of course.
I would like to give an answer for my question about what's the difference from the nature of the phenomenon produced by AI, produced by human. I think one of the answer is the scale. The scale is different, and when you have a different scale, you change the natural of the phenomenon. And in all this example that I gave about the election or about the synthetical data or everything, you have a different scale, and that is for me it's one of the answers. But only to start. To investigate more deeply this changement. But the scale is a point of start for me.
Mm. This is a fascinating conversation. I have too many questions. I'll start with the first one, which is very simple. It's a little bit removed from both your presentations, but I think it'll help build a stronger foundation for the next question. So my question is, you both started, delved into this world of artificial intelligence well before the hype. Why? Why? What was it about artificial intelligence? Because right now, most people who are into artificial intelligence, myself included, we were captured by the hype. The hype of it all, and oh my gosh, AI is taking over the world. So what was your reasoning when you kind of went down that path before it became super popular?
Well, I'm not I'm not in the technological person. I follow and I study the technology to understand better the reflection, ethical and social reflection. 80 years ago, I can't remember what I thought, what made me think about that AI will change the world, would change the world.
Did you think it would, or you were just curious?
No, 80 years ago, I can't remember what happened that one day I said, come on, AI will change the world, and I want to be, to know, to study, and then I started, and all my life now, what I read, talk, write, everything, it's about AI, but it's an observation, because technology, that's, sorry, because I said I wasn't polite, but I think it's not neutral. This is not a concept, a new concept. McLuhan said that many decades before, that doesn't mean that the technology is autonomous. It's not autonomous, but it's not neutral. It change the way that we communicate, we socialize, everything. And then is what's going on in terms of AI. It's changed, as I said, had already changed our life. And in all the fundamental aspects. But this is the story. I remember, and I have a very close friend. He have been living in the United States for more than 40 years, and he has computer science AI. I remember that I called him, said, "Come on, help me to be into this field." And I went to New York for an event, ethical event of AI, very important, and then yes, in the beginning, 80 years ago. I don't know in your country, but in Brazil, practically nobody knows about AI or talk about AI or something. But I have the feeling, a strong feeling that would change the world. In fact, that is the reality.
Amazing. Ibrahim?
For me, it was very simple. I was studying business as first degree. And in all the class, most of the class were talking us about maximize the profit, and my mind was in arts. I was in the theater club, I was writing poetry and everything, so I didn't like this concept of maximizing the profit and being rich and having big cars and blah, blah. That kind of promise wasn't good for me. So one day, I was good at programming languages. So one day I saw a book in the bookshelf of my professor called The Mind. It was a photocopy because he couldn't afford to buy that book. It was very expensive at that time in Turkey. So I just, read that book very fast and I loved. So I was just curious. I wanted to see how the mind is working. And to do that, one way was to study artificial intelligence so that by studying artificial intelligence, I could also understand how the mind works.
I see. Okay, so
1984, by the way.
So 1994.
1984.
84. I was not born. I feel very humbled in this moment. Okay, I've heard almost, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like there's two schools of thought here. There's AI as, for lack of a better word, forgive me, not a great thing, a little bit negative, as a threat, as a challenge, as something that could spiral out of control if not reined in. And then there's also the immediate parallel of AI as something that could actually be really beautiful, right? That could, I think you put it as, could assist life, not just life forms, not necessarily just humans, but plants, animals, etc. And then I couldn't help but think about how media, there's a threat of AI causing misinformation, but then the misinformation about AI itself. And you look at things like movies, right? You watch movies, you watch series, and you see the way they portray AI. There's a movie like The Creator that came out recently. I don't know if anyone's watched it. It's a bit spooky, And what do we do in terms of? I know you've already touched on it, but how do we manage that? Striking that balance between AI being something to fear as a threat to the work that we're doing in media and information literacy and civic education, and AI as an opportunity. Where do you find that balance between the two?
That is the big challenge for the society, because as I said, AI, as all the technology, are not neutral, depend on how you use this, how you develop. I think one of the mission for everybody now is guarantee that development of AI, sustainable AI, and AI that for the benefits for the majority of the people. I think because each domain of implementation has a different specificity, different ethical and social impact. It's very difficult for me when you generalize. You are treating the impact as superficial, because it's different when you talk about AI in education, AI in health, and AI in security. It's different, the problems. But in all of them, we have a way to develop and to implement AI for the benefits of everybody or not. Depend of the use, because of that I'm strong in favor of regulation. I think I'm involved in Brazil deeply, and I think it's not easy regulate the AI. Even in Europe, they have you have here a law, AI law, but it's very, very complicated, and nobody, as I know, the people that I have a contact that involved totally in the regulation, AI regulation process in Europe, the challenge is how to implement that. That's so complicated, so complex law. AI law that was voted in March for the European Parliament. But we have to weigh one form, a way. We have to find a way to to protect the society and to explore the benefits and minimize or mitigate the negative impact. But because I think AI is if you think, as I said before, if you think about that in the core business of all the platforms that you use in nowadays, lives are AI. This is if you think only about that, there are a lot of thousands of other benefits. But if you think only this platform that facilitate our life, the business model is based in AI. That's justify the fact, the hype, the fact that you are discussing about, talk about AI. Yes, and there are one of the impact that for me, social impact, the most important maybe is in the job. That in all the sectors and the job, because the AI are expanding the automation that was have been in process, expanding for new functional new tasks, and then what was going on, what will happen with people that are replaced by AI systems. This is, I think it's maybe for me it's the most important challenge in terms of social, because and the new sometimes, especially people from the big techs, they said that no, but there are a new function that is. But first, the new function is in terms of volume in numbers is not compared with the function that have been automated. And second, that we need new skills for this new. It's not something that the people that was displaced in old function will automatically assume the new function. It's not the reality. And yes, but. Yes, it's
an existential question.
Yes, it's very. We have to analyze each domain and try to understand what's the positive aspect and mitigate the negative aspects. There's no. I can't see another way to lead with this challenge.
Do you have?
Artificial intelligence tools and technologies since 90s has not changed much. It has not changed radically. So the success of artificial intelligence is not because AI researchers has done radically good techniques. What has changed is our ability to process large amount of data and also our processing power. So why AI is strong and good, or a good problem solver now is depends on the data that you use. So the data makes the AI stronger. So whatever the data you give to the AI, you will get a solution based on your data. For example, if you have, I know that for these brain signals, for example, there has been a very good use where there was this lady who has problems with her arms. So who was not able to feed herself for 15 years. After 15 years, she was able to control a robot arm and that robot arm would hold a drink and would serve her. This was an amazing beneficial use of AI. But if you use artificial intelligence, I don't know, I don't want to go to weapons and things like that, but I'll give you a more commercial example. If you use these brain signals when you are in one of the richest part of a city where there are brand names, and when you receive a brain signal while you're going in front of this big brand, you won't check your credit card, believe me. You will just walk in there and you will do what you're told. You'll purchase that bag, you'll purchase that shoes. So these are the cases where brain signals, artificial intelligence tools, they are all neutral, but how you're using it depends whether they are going to be harmful or not. So as professionals in this field, we will have to be technology activists to promote potential good uses. Just to give you a real example, please, Google is one of the tech giants and has to be really, really responsible, right? And has a lot of data under his own. Just now, please type I, the English word I, in your search. And do a search and check the images. Just write I, E-Y-E, the I. And check the images. How many green eyes do you see? I mean, okay, let me see. Just go this way. What is the percentage of colored eyes you see in those images? If you just browse through, scroll through those images, you will see, there are higher percent of colored eyes, right? Because that data is collected from the Western world. The 96% of the world population has dark eyes, brown or otherwise. This is very, very significant. I'm not writing to Google because I use this example in many conferences. So that shows how good or bad can be a technology. Even a company like Google is making a mistake in there. Previously there has been lots of mistakes, how black people were recognized and how they were discriminating. This is called bias in artificial intelligence, how men were favored for job interviews and things like that. So whether AI and other technology will be good or bad depends on how we will let other people to use it. It's important, but I'm saying not how the other people will use it, but how we will let other people use it, how we will permit them to use it. So therefore, we have to be technology activists.
I think you're right, Professor Dora. This was meant to be like 2 full seminars. I'm so sad because we have run out of time. We have fulfilled our entire hour, even went over 5 p.m. and there's questions in Slido. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the questions and I'm going to ask you to kind of think of them and not answer immediately, but just so that the questions, are not left just stuck in this app. And maybe if you are brave, because they're both anonymous. I don't know why you're doing this. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. So now you know who's asked the questions. So if
more anonymous,
she's no longer anonymous. So now maybe you can get your, and it might be somebody else's question too. So the first question was fact checking with AI. Can it be done? The FC process tends to be journalistic, the fact checking process. Therefore, before an interview is public, AI cannot have info in its training sets. So I guess the core question being there is, can fact-checking with AI be done? And the second question was, in the context of MIL education, is the future personalized? Could platforms support with matching data of self-destructive behavior online and trainings? So these are very loaded questions. Why I say we can't answer them right now because we'll end up being here until dinner time, and there's memes about sadness to do with dinner time. So we don't want to feed into that sadness about dinner
all right.
time.
Can I just say one sentence, because we promised that we're going to make MIL 6 here.
Yes.
So if you want to make MIL 6 here, please work with the frontiers of the technologies and the research in artificial intelligence and use it in your domain.
Yeah, knowledge is power. And on that note, please help me thank our speakers for such an insightful presentation. Alex, if you could join me on stage. Oh, there's a moment. Don't you love moments?